Hey guys, tonight we're drifting back into the deepest, darkest corners of the past. Places where the harvest is in, the nights are growing long, and the wind whistling through the thatched roof sounds a little too much like a ghostly whisper. That's right, we're talking about a time when Halloween wasn't about candy and costumes, but about a genuine, bone-deep fear that on one night of the year, the dead didn't stay dead. This isn't your local haunted house attraction. This is the real, murky, and profoundly superstitious world of medieval Europe, where the line between the living and the dead was thought to be terrifyingly thin. So before you settle in with your pumpkin spice latte and your favorite horror movie, hit like and subscribe, but only if you actually enjoy what I do here. And if you have any theories on the best way to ward off evil spirits, let me know in the comments. Now, dim those lights, put a fan on for that nostalgic white noise, or just for the comfort of imagining you're not about to hear a spectral huntsman galloping past your window. Get cozy. Let's pause for a second. Have you ever wondered what Halloween was like before it was Halloween? Was it just another evening? Or did the setting sun on October 31st bring a special kind of dread? Did people really believe ghosts could walk the earth, seeking vengeance or hospitality? Why were bonfires so important, and what did they have to do with bones? How many prayers would it take to protect your home from whatever lurked in the darkness? Could you survive a medieval Halloween armed with nothing but a hollowed-out turnip and a pocket full of salt? And just how much did the fear of purgatory shape the way people viewed the spirits of their own departed family? Was the local priest your best defense? Could you tell a friendly ancestral ghost from a malevolent demon? And is it true that trick-or-treating started with the poor begging for cakes in exchange for prayers for the dead? Congratulations. You've just woken up in a medieval village. It's October 31st. You're wearing scratchy wool. You don't remember the last time you were truly warm. And the sun is beginning to set on the most dangerous night of the year. It's probably time to light a candle. Good luck. The house is silent, the sky barely orange, and your eyes are drawn to the setting sun. For the medieval peasant, the sun is not just a celestial body, it is the source of all warmth, all life, all safety. And as it sinks below the horizon on the last day of October, it feels like it's taking all of that with it. The air grows cold, not just with the coming of November, but with a deeper, more ancient chill. Welcome to the edge of winter, the borderland of the year, a time the ancient Celts called Samhain. To understand the profound fear that gripped the medieval mind on this night, you first have to understand their world. This is a life lived in rhythm with the seasons. Summer is the time of light and life, of hard work in the fields that promise survival. Autumn is the time of harvest, a frantic, final burst of activity to gather every last grain, every last apple before the world dies. And winter is the dark half of the year. It is the time of hunger, of cold, of sickness, and of death. Samhain, the ancient Gaelic festival celebrated on October 31st, marked this terrifying transition. It was the new year, in a way, but not a happy one. It was the moment the gates of winter swung open and the world of light and warmth was locked away. Long before the church bells tolled for All Hallows' Eve, the Celtic people of Ireland, Scotland, and the Isle of Man believed that Samhain was a liminal time, a time when the boundaries between this world and the other world grew thin, porous, and unstable. Imagine living in a small, wattle and daub hut, the darkness outside almost absolute, broken only by the flickering light of your hearth fire. There are no street lights, no friendly glow from a neighbor's window down the road. There is only the vast, rustling, and profoundly unknown dark of the natural world. Now imagine being told that on this one night, that darkness is filled with spirits. The souls of those who had died were believed to return to their homes, while other, less friendly entities could also cross over. This belief was not a metaphor. It was as real to them as the cold floor beneath their feet. The spirits of ancestors were expected and even welcomed. Places might be set for them at the table, and offerings of food and drink left out to appease them and ensure their goodwill for the coming year. But with the friendly dead came the others, harmful spirits, vengeful ghosts, and the powerful feared beings known as the AOC, the fairies or spirits of the ancient burial mounds. These were not the charming, winged creatures of later folklore. The AOC were seen as potent, dangerous beings, easily offended and capable of causing great harm to humans, their livestock, and their crops. To survive the night, people developed rituals of protection. Great communal bonfires were lit on hilltops. The flames served a practical purpose, of course, providing light and a gathering point, but their real power was symbolic and magical. The fires were believed to have cleansing and protective qualities, mimicking the sun to hold back the darkness and decay of winter. People would carry torches lit from the bonfire back to their homes to relight their own hearths, bringing the protective magic of the communal flame into their private space. The smoke and ash were thought to ward off evil. In some traditions, these were literally bone fires, as the bones of slaughtered livestock were thrown into the flames, a grim offering to the unseen world. This was the world that Christianity encountered as it spread throughout Europe, a world where the end of October was already deeply associated with the dead, the supernatural, and a profound sense of dread. The Church, in its wisdom, didn't try to erase these deep-seated beliefs. Instead, it did what it always did. It absorbed them, rebranded them, and layered a new Christian meaning over the ancient pagan fears. But deep down, in the flickering shadows of the medieval cottage, the old fears remained. The knowledge that winter was coming, and on this night, the barrier to the world of the dead was open. As the last light fades and the village is plunged into darkness, the real fear begins to settle in. It's one thing to understand that winter is coming. It's another thing entirely to believe that the spirits of the dead are now walking among you. For the medieval person, the thinning of the veil between worlds on All Hallows' Eve was not a quaint piece of folklore. It was a terrifying reality, a spiritual crisis that had to be managed with careful ritual and profound respect. The night was alive, and not everything that moved in the shadows was friendly. The spirits they feared came in many forms. First, there were the ghosts of the recently departed, especially those who had died during the past year. It was believed their souls were journeying to the other world, and on this night they could return to their former homes, seeking warmth and hospitality. You were expected to welcome them. A place might be set by the fire, a candle lit in the window to guide them, and food left out. To fail in this duty was to risk offending the spirit of your own grandmother or brother, who might then linger and cause trouble. But not all ghosts were benign ancestors looking for a comfortable chair. The medieval world was full of stories of restless and malevolent spirits. These were the souls of those who had died with unfinished business, who had been wronged in life and now sought vengeance. Or they were the spirits of sinners, unable to find peace and doomed to wander the earth. These weren't transparent, ethereal beings. Medieval ghosts were often described as terrifyingly solid, capable of physical interaction and driven by powerful, raw emotions. Encountering one was not an interesting paranormal experience. It was a potentially fatal one. Preachers and theologians had a complicated relationship with ghosts. Some argued they were merely demons in disguise, sent to trick the faithful. Others, however, used ghost stories in their sermons, portraying them as souls begging for prayers to release them from the pains of purgatory, a concept we will explore later. Beyond human spirits, there was the fear of something older and far more alien, the fairies or the Eos Sea. The medieval conception of these beings was a far cry from the delicate sprites of Victorian fancy. They were powerful, amoral, and fiercely territorial, seen as the descendants of ancient gods or fallen angels. Their world existed parallel to the human one, hidden inside hills and ancient burial mounds, which were seen as portals to the other world. On Samhain, when the portals were open, the Eos Sea could emerge to ride across the countryside. They were known to steal livestock, blight crops, and most terrifyingly, abduct humans. A person who wandered too far from the village bonfire might be taken into a fairy hill, never to return, or to return years later without having aged a day, to find their world utterly changed. Children were thought to be especially vulnerable, with fears of them being replaced by a sickly, fairy changeling. People would invoke the protection of God when passing by known fairy dwellings, and leave offerings of milk or grain to appease these powerful neighbors. This is where one of the most iconic traditions of Halloween has its roots: the wearing of costumes. The practice of guising or mumming was a form of spiritual defense. By dressing in frightening costumes, often made of animal skins or straw, people hoped to achieve one of two things. Either they would fool the malevolent spirits into thinking they were one of them, and thus be left alone, or their grotesque appearance would actively scare away the ghouls and ghosts. It was a desperate kind of camouflage. You didn't dress up as a monster for fun. You dressed up as a monster to survive the night. It was a way of hiding in plain sight, of making yourself invisible to the supernatural terrors that you believed were genuinely walking down the same muddy track as you. And so you huddle in your hut, the wind rattling the door, listening to the sounds of the night, and you pray that the disguise you fashioned from a goat's hide and a hollowed-out turnip is convincing enough. While the ancient fears of Samhain pulsed in the heart of the common folk, the medieval church was hard at work building a powerful theological framework to contain and control this supernatural dread. The story of why medieval people feared Halloween is incomplete without understanding the Church's masterful act of religious rebranding. The creation of the three-day observance of All Hallowtide, All Hallows Eve, October 31st, All Saints' Day, November 1st, and All Souls' Day, November 2nd, was an attempt to redirect the powerful spiritual energy of the season toward a Christian understanding of life, death, and salvation. The process began in the 8th century when Pope Gregory III moved the Feast of All Saints' Day from May to November 1st. Originally a day to commemorate Christian martyrs, it was expanded to honor all the saints in heaven, known and unknown.
Scholars suggest this move was a deliberate strategy to co-opt the existing pagan festival of Samhain, providing a Christian alternative to the deeply ingrained traditions. All Saints' Day was a major holy day. The evening before it, All Hallows' Eve, was therefore a vigil, a time of prayer, fasting, and spiritual watchfulness in preparation for the great feast. Imagine the scene. As darkness falls on October 31st, the church bells begin to toll. This sound, which might seem mournful to us, was a sound of power and protection to the medieval mind. It was believed that the ringing of consecrated bells could drive away evil spirits, creating a sonic barrier of holiness around the village. Inside the church, services would be held, the space lit with the warm, sweet-smelling glow of beeswax candles and filled with the scent of incense. For a people living in a world of darkness and fear, the church on this night was a fortress of light, a literal piece of heaven on earth meant to stand against the forces of hell. The priests, dressed in brilliant white or gold vestments reserved for the most important holy days, would lead the congregation in prayers. Their sung Latin liturgy, a powerful incantation against the chaos of the supernatural world. But the Church's masterstroke came in the 10th century with the establishment of All Souls' Day on November 2nd. Instituted by the influential Benedictine Abbey of Cluny in France, this day was set aside specifically to pray for the souls of the faithful departed who were not yet in heaven, the souls trapped in purgatory. This innovation tapped directly into the pre-existing belief that the dead returned at this time of year, but gave it a distinctly Christian focus. Now, the ghosts people feared were not just random, vengeful spirits. They were the souls of their own relatives, suffering in the cleansing fires of purgatory and in desperate need of help from the living. This created what historians call a spiritual economy. The living and the dead were bound in a system of mutual obligation. The souls in purgatory could not help themselves, but the living could help them by offering prayers, giving alms to the poor, and having masses said on their behalf. These actions, it was believed, could literally reduce the amount of time a loved one had to spend in torment. In turn, the souls, once they reached heaven, could intercede for the living. This belief gave people a sense of agency against the terror of death and the afterlife, but it also created profound anxiety. A popular belief developed that on this night, souls from purgatory could appear on earth to haunt those who had wronged them or forgotten them. That ghostly figure you saw at the edge of the woods might not be a demon, but your own great uncle begging you to pray for his release. The fear was no longer just of a malevolent other, but of failing in your sacred duty to your own family. And so, the eve of All Hallows became a night not just of superstitious terror, but of deep, solemn, and fearful obligation.
As the church bells rang out their holy challenge to the spirits of the night, the individual villager was engaged in a more personal, intimate battle. The safety of the community was one thing, but the sanctity of one's own home and family was another. On All Hallows' Eve, every cottage, no matter how humble, became a fortress that had to be spiritually fortified against the supernatural invasion. This was a night for talismans, rituals, and wards, a time when folk magic and Christian faith blended seamlessly in a desperate attempt to make it through to sunrise. Fire and light were the primary weapons in this spiritual warfare. The communal bonfire was the first line of defense, but its protective power had to be brought into the home. After the main hearth fire was extinguished, a torch lit from the sacred bonfire would be carried back to relight it, creating a symbolic connection to the community's collective strength and purity. But the most iconic use of light was the ancestor of our modern jack-o'-lantern. Long before pumpkins were available in Europe, people in Ireland and Britain carved grotesque faces into turnips, beets, or large potatoes. A lit candle or a burning piece of coal was placed inside, creating a ghoulish lantern. These were not merely decorations, they served a dual purpose. Their frightening faces were meant to scare off evil spirits, and the light itself was a beacon of protection. Some folklore suggests they were also meant to represent the souls of the dead, either as a tribute or as a warning. Imagine the eerie sight of these lumpy, glowing faces flickering in the windows of every hut, a silent, grimacing army standing guard against the unseen. Salt was another powerful protective agent. Its use as a preservative gave it a reputation as a purifying substance, capable of repelling corruption, both physical and spiritual. On this night, a villager might sprinkle a line of salt across the thresholds of their home, the doorways and windowsills, creating a magical barrier that malevolent spirits and witches could not cross. Some people even carried small pouches of salt with them if they had to venture outside, a personal, portable shield against the forces of darkness. Holy water, blessed by the village priest, served a similar purpose, and was often sprinkled around the home and barn to protect the family and their precious livestock. The fear of witches was particularly potent at this time of year. By the late medieval ages, it was widely believed that witches gathered on All Hallows' Eve to perform dark rituals, cast spells, and consort with the devil. They were thought to have the power to curdle milk, lame horses, and bring sickness upon their enemies. The traditional image of the black cat as a symbol of bad luck dates back to this period, as they were often believed to be a witch's familiar, a supernatural assistant in the form of an animal. To protect against this threat, people turned to both faith and folklore. Religious icons and crosses were hung prominently in the home, but they also employed folk charms. In Scotland, the branches of the juniper or rowan tree were considered powerful wards against witchcraft and were often placed over doorways. Noise was also a weapon. Just as the church bells drove spirits away on a grand scale, families could create their own protective cacophony. Banging pots and pans or ringing small handbells was a common practice, the jarring noise believed to disorient and frighten away any lurking ghosts or ghouls. It was a way of fighting back, of making the darkness a little less quiet, and therefore a little less menacing. All of these rituals, the lanterns, the salt, the charms, the noise, were born of a deep-seated anxiety. This was not a game. The medieval person believed their home was under siege from a very real and present danger. Every shadow in the corner, every gust of wind against the wattle walls could be a spirit trying to get in. Fortifying the home was an act of desperate hope,
a prayer made of ritual and superstition, all aimed at one simple goal: to keep the living on one side of the threshold and the dead on the other. In the midst of all this fear and solemnity, a strange and theatrical tradition took hold in the villages of medieval Britain and Ireland. As spirits, both good and evil, were thought to roam the night, some people chose to join them, or at least to pretend to. The practices of guising and souling were complex rituals that blended fear, faith, and social obligation, and they contain the earliest seeds of what we now know as trick or treating. But for the medieval participant, this was far more than a quest for candy. It was a transaction for the fate of a human soul. The tradition of souling is first recorded around the 15th century and was deeply connected to the new Christian focus on All Souls' Day and the doctrine of purgatory. On the days of All-Hallow-Tide, the poor, along with children, would go from door to door, offering to say prayers for the souls of the household's dead relatives. In exchange for these vital prayers, which were believed to help ease a soul's journey out of purgatory, they would be given soul cakes. These were typically small, round, spiced cakes, often marked with a cross to show they were given as alms. Shakespeare even mentions the practice in his play The Two Gentlemen of Verona, showing how ingrained it had become. This was not simply begging. It was a crucial part of the spiritual economy. The wealthy fulfilled their Christian duty of charity, while the poor provided a spiritual service that the rich desperately needed. The soulers, as they were called, were acted as representatives for the dead, their prayers a currency that could purchase relief for suffering spirits. Sometimes the soulers would carry hollowed-out turnip lanterns with them, the light inside said to represent a soul trapped in purgatory, a haunting visual reminder of what was at stake. Imagine the solemn procession, small groups of shivering children and impoverished adults moving through the cold night, their voices raised in song and prayer, collecting these small cakes that were both sustenance for the living and salvation for the dead. Running parallel to this was the older, more chaotic tradition of guising or mumming, which had its roots in the pagan desire to hide from evil spirits. As we've seen, people would don costumes to impersonate the spirits and other worldly beings they believed were active on this night. This was a form of protective mimicry. Over time, however, this practice evolved. Instead of just hiding, the guisers began to perform. Young people would go from house to house in costume, and in exchange for food, drink, or money, they would offer a performance, reciting verses, singing songs, telling jokes, or playing a short scene. This was a more boisterous and carnivalesque affair than the solemn ritual of souling, though the two traditions often blended together. The guisers were not just begging, they were providing entertainment, a moment of levity and community performance on a night otherwise filled with dread. Their costumes, often homemade and grotesque, were meant to represent the spirits of winter who demanded a reward in exchange for good fortune in the coming year. It was a way of engaging with the supernatural world on your own terms, of turning fear into a form of festive theater. So,
When you see a child on your doorstep shouting trick or treat, you are witnessing the faint, distant echo of these two medieval traditions. One was a solemn prayer for the dead, born of a deep fear of purgatory and a desperate hope for salvation. The other was a wild, costumed performance, born of an even older fear of the spirits that walked in the dark night. In both cases, the transaction was key. An offering was given in exchange for something intangible. A prayer, a song, a moment of protection from the things that went bump in the medieval night.
Of all the terrors that stalked the medieval imagination on a stormy autumn night, few were as visceral and horrifying as the legend of the Wild Hunt. This was not a single stationary ghost or a localized fairy mound. The Wild Hunt was a spectral army on the move, a phantasmal cavalcade of ghostly riders and howling hounds that would sweep across the land and sky, a terrifying omen of war, plague, or the death of whoever was unlucky enough to witness it. On a night like All Hallows' Eve, when the boundary to the other world was already open, the possibility of the hunt riding felt terrifyingly close. The myth was prevalent across northern and central Europe, with local variations, but the core elements remained the same. In the Germanic lands, it was known as the Wild Jagd, or Wutendes Heer, furious army. In Scandinavia, it was the Oscarea, or terrifying ride. The leader of the hunt varied. Sometimes it was a damned soul, a historical figure like Charlemagne, or a local nobleman condemned to hunt for eternity as punishment for his wickedness. But often the leader was a figure from the pagan past, most notably the Norse god Odin or his Germanic equivalent Woden, now demoted by Christianity to a demonic spectre. In some versions, the leader was a female goddess, a grim, ghostly queen. Imagine you are a traveler, hurrying home as a storm brews on the horizon. The wind begins to howl through the trees, a sound that slowly resolves into the baying of hounds and a distant blast of a hunting horn. The air grows preternaturally still. Then the sound of 1,000 galloping hooves thunder through the forest, and the hunt appears. Riders on skeletal black horses, their cloaks streaming behind them, their eyes glowing like embers. They are accompanied by a pack of monstrous black dogs, and sometimes carry the souls of the recently deceased with them. To see them was to see your own death foretold. The Wild Hunt was deeply connected to the roughest, darkest time of the year, midwinter, when storms were most ferocious. The howling of the wind was often interpreted as the sound of the hunt passing by. People believed the hunt could snatch the souls of the living, pulling sleeping spirits from their bodies to join the ghastly procession, or kidnapping anyone caught outdoors in its path. The first written accounts of these ghostly processions date back to the 11th and 12th centuries. One chronicler, Orderic Vitalis, recorded the story of a priest who, in 1092, witnessed a vast horde of ghostly figures, including women being tortured, who told him they were the souls of the dead suffering for their sins. How did one protect oneself from such a terrifying apparition? If you heard the hunt approaching, the advice was simple and desperate. You did not look.
You were to throw yourself face down on the ground, hiding your face in the dirt, and pray the riders would pass you by unnoticed. Reciting the Lord's Prayer was thought to offer some protection. Iron, a substance believed to repel spirits, was also used. Drawing a circle around yourself with an iron knife could potentially save you. But the best defense was to be indoors, with the doors barred and the shutters drawn tight, hoping the storm of souls would pass over your house without stopping. If the hunt was heard to pause over a particular house, it was believed that death would visit that family within the year. This legend represents the medieval fear of the supernatural at its most dynamic and aggressive. It wasn't just about spirits lingering in a graveyard. It was about a malevolent, organized force of the dead, actively storming through the world of the living. It was chaos, nature, and the wrath of the underworld all rolled into one. On All Hallows' Eve, when any soul could cross the veil, the fear that the wild hunt would choose this night to ride was a powerful and paralyzing thought. It was a reminder that some things in the dark were not just looking for a prayer or a soul cake, they were hunting.
For the devout and often terrified medieval Christian, the ultimate horror was not death itself. Death was an inevitable transition, a doorway that every soul had to pass through. The true terror lay in what came after death. Specifically, it was the fear of dying in a state of grace, but still imperfectly purified, and thus being condemned to the cleansing, agonizing fires of purgatory. This theological concept, which gained immense power in the Middle Ages, transformed Halloween from a night of fearing external monsters into a night of fearing for the fate of your own loved ones, and ultimately for your own soul. The doctrine of purgatory, formally defined by the Church in the 13th century, but popular for centuries before, posited an intermediate state after death. It was not hell, which was eternal damnation, nor was it heaven. Purgatory was a place or process of temporary punishment and purification, where the souls of those destined for heaven were cleansed of the temporal consequences of their sins. Medieval preachers and artists depicted it in vivid, terrifying detail. The punishments were often described as consisting of literal, material fire, more painful than any suffering on earth. This belief created a profound and unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. A soul in purgatory was suffering immensely and was powerless to shorten its own sentence. However, the living could intervene. Through prayers, almsgiving, and most powerfully, the celebration of Mass, the faithful on earth could earn merit that would be applied to the souls in purgatory, lessening their torment and hastening their entry into heaven. This is why All Souls' Day, on November 2nd, became such a crucial observance. It was the one day of the year dedicated entirely to this sacred duty. On All Hallows' Eve, the night before the great feasts for the saints and the souls, this anxiety reached its peak. The belief that the veil between worlds was thin now had a terrifying new implication. The spirits returning were not just ancient pagan entities, they were the souls of your own family members, temporarily released from their fiery prison to visit their former homes. They came seeking not vengeance, but help. A ghostly sigh in the night could be your mother, pleading for more prayers.
A sudden chill in the room could be your father reminding you of your duty. This gave rise to an intense spiritual and psychological pressure. To forget the dead, to fail to pray for them, was a profound act of betrayal. It meant leaving your loved ones to suffer. It also came with a superstitious fear of retribution. A neglected soul might become a haunting presence, its restlessness a direct result of your spiritual laziness. The popular folklore of the time was filled with stories of ghosts appearing to the living to ask for prayers, or to reveal the location of ill-gotten gains that needed to be returned before their soul could find peace. Therefore, the fear on Halloween was twofold. There was the external fear of demons, witches, and malevolent fairies, but there was also this deep, internal, and personal fear. It was the fear of failing your family, of being haunted not by a monster, but by the sorrowful spirit of someone you once loved. It was the fear that the afterlife was a place of bureaucratic suffering, where time was measured in pain and could only be shortened by the actions of others. Death was not the end. It was the beginning of a long and arduous process. And on Halloween, more than any other night, the medieval person felt the weight of their responsibility to the dead, and the chilling possibility that they might not be doing enough. This was, in many ways, a fear worse than death itself, the fear of a loved one's eternal suffering for which you might be partly to blame.
In a world teeming with invisible threats, from disgruntled ghosts to demonic armies, the medieval person yearned for tangible forms of protection. While prayer and faith were the bedrock of their spiritual defense, the medieval church offered something more concrete, the holy power of relics. On All Hallows' Eve, as fear of the supernatural reached its annual zenith, the belief in the protective and intercessory power of the saints, embodied in their physical remains, became a vital source of comfort and security. The cult of saints was a cornerstone of medieval Christianity. Saints were the superheroes of their day, men and women whose exemplary lives, and often brutal martyrdoms, had earned them a special place in heaven. From this privileged position, they were believed to be able to petition God directly on behalf of the living. Their relics, fragments of their bones, hair, clothing, or any object they had touched, were not just memorials. They were seen as conduits of divine power, capable of healing the sick, protecting against evil, and working miracles. Churches and cathedrals vied to possess the most powerful relics, which would draw pilgrims from hundreds of miles away. The feast of All Saints' Day on November 1st was the ultimate celebration of this heavenly host. It was a day to honor every single saint, from the most famous apostles to the countless anonymous holy men and women who had lived and died in faith. The Church taught that this communion of saints bound together the faithful in heaven, the suffering souls in purgatory, and the living on earth in one mystical body. On All Hallows' Eve, as people prepared for this great feast, they would have been acutely aware of this spiritual connection. They would pray to their patron saints, or to saints known for offering protection against specific threats like witchcraft or the plague, asking for their intercession on this most dangerous of nights. Churches with significant relic collections would become epicenters of spiritual power,
A villager might make a special visit to the parish church to pray before the reliquary containing the finger bone of a local saint, believing its physical proximity offered a shield against the demonic forces roaming outside. The vigil of All Hallows' Eve was a time to contemplate the power of these heavenly allies, reinforcing the idea that the living were not alone in their fight against the darkness. The splendor of the All Saints' Day Mass, with its candles, incense, and golden vestments, was designed to be a foretaste of the heaven that the saints now inhabited, a powerful vision of order and light to contrast with the chaotic darkness of pagan superstition. However, this system also had a more transactional and, at times, troubling side. The Church's teachings on purgatory and the power of intercession created a vast spiritual economy. If prayers could shorten a soul's time in purgatory, then so could other pious acts. This led to the system of indulgences, where the Church could grant a remission of temporal punishment for sins in exchange for specific actions, which often included financial contributions. While the theology was complex, in popular practice it sometimes resembled a business of salvation. Wealthy individuals, deeply anxious about their fate after death, would leave vast sums of money in their wills to establish chantries. These were endowments to fund priests whose sole job was to say Mass for the benefactor's soul in perpetuity, a constant stream of prayer aimed at speeding them through purgatory. For the common person, who could not afford such a lavish spiritual insurance policy, the options were more modest: giving alms in the form of soul cakes, lighting a candle in the church, or perhaps saving for months to pay for a single Mass to be said for a deceased parent. On Halloween, this entire system was thrown in sharp relief. The night was a stark reminder of one's mortality and the spiritual dangers that lay in wait. The relics of the saints offered a powerful defense, a tangible link to the divine. But the fate of the souls in purgatory, and your own future fate, depended on active participation in this economy of salvation. The fear was not just of the supernatural, but of spiritual bankruptcy, of arriving in the next world without having done enough, prayed enough, or given enough to secure a swift passage to paradise.
Beyond the familiar specters of ghosts, witches, and fairies, the medieval world was populated by a host of other monstrous creatures, lurking in the dark forests, the deep waters, and the uncharted corners of the map. These beings, drawn from a rich tapestry of classical mythology, religious texts, and local folklore, were not confined to storybooks. For many, they were a real and present danger, and their presence was felt most acutely during the long, dark nights of autumn, culminating in the supernatural free-for-all of All Hallows' Eve. The forests that pressed in on medieval villages were not the managed woodlands we know today. They were vast, dark, and dangerous places, and it was easy to believe they concealed more than just wolves and bears. This was the natural habitat of the werewolf, a creature that embodied the terrifying idea that the boundary between man and beast was just as fragile as the one between the living and the dead. Tales of men who could transform into ravenous wolves either through a curse or a pact with the devil were common.
On a full moon or a spiritually charged night like Halloween, the fear of encountering such a beast would have kept people huddled close to their hearths. Medieval bestiaries, or books of beasts, were filled with descriptions of creatures both real and imagined, and each was typically given a moral or allegorical meaning. But that didn't make them any less frightening. There was the basilisk, the king of serpents, whose gaze, breath, or even voice could kill instantly. There was the manticore, a horrifying hybrid with the body of a lion, the head of a man filled with rows of sharp teeth, and the tail of a scorpion that could shoot venomous spines. Even the familiar unicorn, though later seen as a symbol of purity, was originally described as a fierce, wild beast that could be incredibly dangerous. While these creatures were often said to live in faraway lands like India or Africa, the medieval mind did not have a firm grasp of geography. Far away could feel unnervingly close. The water held its own terrors. Mermaids, far from being romantic figures, were often portrayed as capricious and malevolent, luring sailors to their deaths by drowning. Rivers and lakes were home to various hostile spirits, and the sea concealed monsters like the sawfish, a dragon-like beast with giant wings that could allegedly slice a ship in two with the serrated crest on its back. Even the home was not entirely safe. The fear of changelings was a domestic terror that preyed on the deepest anxieties of parents. It was believed that fairies or elves would steal a healthy human baby from its cradle and leave a sickly, grotesque fairy child in its place. This belief was often used to explain birth defects, developmental disabilities, or childhood illnesses that were otherwise incomprehensible. These creatures represented the chaos and danger of a world that was not yet fully understood or tamed. The wilderness was not a place for recreation, it was the realm of monsters. Sickness was not just a biological process, it could be the work of malevolent forces. The belief in these beings reinforced the worldview of the Church, which positioned itself as the sole bastion of order and safety against the demonic horrors that lurked just beyond the village walls. On All Hallows' Eve, as the veil thinned, it wasn't just human souls that were thought to cross over. The night belonged to all supernatural beings. The strange noise outside wasn't just the wind, it could be the shuffling feet of a headless man. The shadow moving at the edge of the firelight wasn't just a trick of the eye, it could be a demon come to steal your soul. The darkness was not empty. It was crowded with the entire menagerie of the medieval imagination, and every one of them was a reason to fear the night.
The fire in the hearth has burned down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows across the single room of the cottage. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful, hungry sound that seems to carry voices on it. Every creak of the wattle and daub walls, every rustle in the thatch overhead is magnified in the oppressive silence. You are huddled with your family, wrapped in scratchy wool blankets, your faces illuminated by the flickering demonic grin of the carved turnip in the window. The children are asleep, perhaps dreaming of soul cakes, or perhaps having nightmares of the monsters you've warned them about. For the adults, there is no sleep. There is only waiting. This is the final watch, the longest hours of the longest night, the slow, agonizing crawl toward the safety of dawn. All the fears of the medieval world have converged on this one night. The air itself feels heavy, thick with the presence of the unseen. You think of the spirits of your ancestors, and you hope that the food you left on the table and the prayers you whispered are enough to bring them comfort and secure their blessing. You pray they are not wandering, cold and forgotten, and that they will not hold your failings against you. Then your thoughts turn to the other spirits, the vengeful, the lost, the malevolent. You pray the salt line at your door holds firm, that the cross you chalked on the lintel is a strong enough shield, and that the grotesque face on your turnip lantern is frightening enough to ward them off. You listen to the wind and you hear the baying of hounds. Is it just the storm, or is it the wild hunt thundering across the sky? You pull your blanket tighter, shutting your eyes and reciting a prayer, hoping they do not see the faint light of your cottage, hoping they do not stop. You think of the tales the village elders tell, of people snatched from their beds or found frozen in the fields the morning after the hunt has passed. You think of the witches who are said to be gathering at some unholy place in the forest, casting their spells and cursing their neighbors. Is the sudden pain in your joints just the cold, or is it the beginning of a dark charm? The greatest fear, though, is the one that lies within. It is the fear for the souls of your loved ones in purgatory. As the church bells toll through the night, a comforting, holy sound in the darkness, you are reminded of your duty. You murmur another prayer for your mother, for your grandfather, for the small child you lost to fever last winter. You picture them in the cleansing flames, and a profound sense of sorrow and responsibility washes over you. Have you done enough? Will your meager prayers be heard? The weight of their salvation feels heavy on your shoulders. Hours pass, measured only by the shifting shadows and the slow dying of the embers. Someone adds another log to the fire, the sudden flare of light a welcome, if temporary reprieve. You do not speak. Words feel dangerous tonight, as if they might attract unwanted attention. Instead, you sit in the shared, silent understanding of your family's fear. This is what it comes down to: a small circle of warmth and light in a vast, cold, and haunted darkness. And then, just when it feels as if the night will never end, you notice it. A faint gray line of light at the eastern horizon. It is almost imperceptible at first, but it is there. Dawn. The first light of November 1st, the Feast of All Saints. As the sky slowly brightens, a collective, unspoken sigh of relief fills the small cottage. The light pushes back the shadows. The wind seems to lose its menacing edge. The world, which felt so hostile and alien just an hour ago, begins to feel familiar again. You have survived. The veil is thickening. The portals to the other world are closing. The ghosts and ghouls are retreating to their realm, and the wild hunt has ridden on. The most dangerous night of the year is over. You made it. You rise on stiff, cold legs and open the door. The air is crisp and clean. You look toward the church, where the bells are now ringing, not with a sound of warning,
but of celebration. It is All Saints' Day, a day of holy light, of hope, and of safety. And the relief you feel is more profound than any feast, more valuable than any treasure. It is the simple, beautiful, and overwhelming relief of having made it through the long, dark night. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep, safe in a world that has largely forgotten these ancient terrors, spare a thought for those who spent this night huddled in the dark, armed with nothing but faith, folklore, and a flickering turnip. Their world was filled with monsters, their afterlife with fire, and their Halloween was a genuine confrontation with the deepest fears of the human heart. History is full of their quiet, desperate stories of survival. And as you close your eyes, be grateful for the light, for the silence, and for the simple fact that for you, the dawn is always guaranteed to come. Sleep well.
Hello there. Come on in, settle down. Don't worry about the draft, it's just the old house breathing. Tonight, we're going to drift back to a time filled with shadows and whispers, a time when the veil between worlds felt, well, rather thin. A time when the living weren't quite ready to let go of the dead, and the dead, it seemed, weren't quite done with the living. We're pulling back the heavy velvet curtains on the Victorian era, a period we often remember for its stiff collars, even stiffer social etiquette, and a general air of, well, let's call it repressed enthusiasm. But beneath that polished, tightly laced surface, there was a deep, swirling undercurrent of fascination with the unseen, the uncanny, and the downright spectral. We're going to talk about why an entire generation, so famously devoted to progress, industry, and the cold, hard facts of science, became utterly and completely obsessed with talking to ghosts. So, find a comfortable spot. Let the fire warm your feet and the shadows dance on the ceiling. We're not here to be frightened. We're here to understand. We're going to dim the gas lamps, join hands around the table, and listen for the faint, far-off rappings from the past. This is the story of the Victorian seance, of the quiet, desperate hope that flickered in the gloom of 1,000 darkened parlors. Chapter 1. The Ever-Present Guest. Before we can even begin to comprehend the Victorian seance, before we dim the lights and listen for the spirits, we must first understand the landscape in which this obsession took root, and that landscape was dominated by a single, looming, ever-present figure: death itself. For us, in our modern world, death is an event that is, for the most part, medicalized and sanitized. It happens in hospitals behind closed doors, managed by professionals. It is something we are shielded from. For the Victorians, death was not an event, it was an atmosphere. It was a constant, intimate, and often unpredictable house guest who might arrive at any moment, without so much as a calling card. Imagine, if you can, the sounds and smells of a Victorian city like London. The air is thick with the smoke of 1,000,000 coal fires, a yellow-brown fog that catches in the back of your throat. This pervasive smog, romanticized in detective stories, was a genuine menace, contributing to respiratory illnesses that could carry off the weak and the elderly with terrifying speed. Now, add to that the state of sanitation. The River Thames, the city's main artery, was for much of the century a vast, open sewer. Cholera, a disease that could reduce a healthy person to a withered husk in a matter of hours, would sweep through neighborhoods in devastating epidemics, its origins a mystery until the pioneering work of Dr. John Snow. Typhoid, diphtheria, smallpox, and scarlet fever were the bogeymen of the nursery, illnesses that could snatch a child from its bed in a matter of days. And then there was the great specter of consumption, what we now call tuberculosis. This was a slow, creeping death, a disease that hollowed a person out from the inside, giving them a tragically romantic, pale-faced beauty before its final, inevitable claim. It was so common that it became a feature of the era's literature and art, the beautiful, dying heroine, coughing delicately into a lace handkerchief. But the reality was anything but romantic. It was a wasting disease that filled homes with the sounds of labored breathing and the quiet dread of a battle already lost. Nowhere was this presence of death more keenly felt than in the loss of children. Infant and child mortality rates were staggeringly high. It was not at all uncommon for a family to have 5, 6, or even 10 children, only to see half of them perish before reaching the age of 5. Every family, from the poorest laborer in an East End slum to the wealthiest aristocrat in a Belgravia mansion, knew this particular heartbreak. They lived with the ghosts of the children they had lost, the empty crib, the toys left untouched, the deafening silence in a once noisy nursery. This constant, searing grief became a foundational part of the Victorian emotional experience. It wasn't a question of if you would lose someone you loved dearly, but when and how many. This constant proximity to death meant that the Victorians were not afraid to look it in the face. They were connoisseurs of its rituals. The body of the deceased would often remain in the home, laid out in the parlor for several days before the funeral. Family members would sit with their dead, keeping a vigil, talking to them, touching their cold hands. It was a final, intimate act of farewell. This practice, so alien to us, forged a powerful, tangible connection to the physical reality of death. It wasn't an abstract concept. It was the still, silent form of your husband, your sister, your child, lying in the best room of the house, surrounded by flowers meant to mask a scent that was all too familiar. In this world, a world so thoroughly saturated with the presence of the departed, the idea of the dead not being truly gone, of them lingering just beyond our sight, wasn't a leap of fantasy. It was a logical, almost comforting extension of everyday reality. Chapter 2. The Art of Saying Goodbye. Living so closely with death, the Victorians did what any highly organized, socially conscious society would do. They turned grieving into an elaborate and rigorously policed art form. Mourning wasn't just a personal feeling. It was a public duty, a complex performance with its own script, costumes, and a timetable that could stretch on for years. To fail in this performance was not just a sign of disrespect to the dead. It was a grave social embarrassment, a black mark against one's character and standing in the community. It was, in its own way, a full-time occupation, especially for women. When a death occurred in a middle or upper class household, the entire home was immediately transformed into a theater of grief. The first act was to stop the clocks at the moment of passing, a poignant symbol of time ending for the deceased. Mirrors were draped in black or white cloth, a tradition rooted in an old superstition that the soul of the departed could become trapped in the reflection. Straw was laid down on the street outside the house to muffle the sound of carriage wheels and horses' hooves, creating a bubble of respectful quiet around the grieving family. Even the family's stationery was changed. For months, all correspondence would be written on paper with thick black borders, the width of the border shrinking incrementally as the mourning period progressed. The centerpiece of this entire ritual, however, was the clothing. Victorian mourning attire was a universe of complex rules and subtle signals. For a widow, the process was at its most intense. She would immediately enter full mourning, a period lasting a year and a day. Her entire wardrobe would consist of dresses made from dull, non-reflective black fabrics, most famously black crepe, a stiff, scratchy, and deeply uncomfortable material whose very texture seemed to embody the harshness of grief. A widow in full mourning was a walking silhouette of sorrow, from her black bonnet and heavy veil to her black gloves, jet jewelry, and even black-edged handkerchiefs. After the first year, she might progress to second mourning, where the oppressive crepe could be set aside for other black fabrics like silk or wool. A few subtle trimmings of dark purple or gray might be permitted. Finally, after perhaps 2 years or more, she could enter half mourning, where muted shades of gray, lavender, and mauve were allowed back into her wardrobe. For a man, the rules were far less demanding. A simple black suit and a black armband or hatband would suffice. The burden of performing the family's grief fell, as so many burdens did, squarely on the shoulders of its women. This wasn't just about fashion. It was about creating a visible, tangible barrier between the bereaved and the rest of society. A woman in a mourning veil was a signal to the world. Do not approach me with frivolity. Do not expect me to smile or engage in idle chatter. I am in a sacred space of sorrow, but it was also isolating. It trapped women in their grief, making it their primary public identity for years on end. To keep the memory of the lost one alive, they created beautiful, intricate objects known as memento mori. The most personal of these was hair jewelry. Locks of the deceased's hair would be painstakingly woven and braided into elaborate patterns, then encased in lockets, brooches, or rings. It was a way of keeping a physical part of the person you loved literally next to your heart. And then there was post-mortem photography, a practice that seems morbid to us but was, for them, a final, desperate attempt to capture the image of a loved one, especially a child, before they were consigned to the earth. Families would pose with their dead, arranging them in peaceful, slumber-like poses. These weren't ghoulish trophies. They were the most precious, heartbreaking of family portraits. This deep, all-consuming culture of remembrance, this refusal to let go, created a profound psychological need. If you were already wearing your dead husband's hair in a brooch, is it truly so strange to then wish you could also hear his voice? The Victorians weren't just ready to talk to the dead. Their entire culture of mourning was a one-sided conversation, just waiting for a reply. Chapter 3. A World Primed for Whispers. Long before 2 teenage girls in upstate New York heard a series of mysterious knocks, the intellectual and spiritual ground in both America and Europe was already being prepared for something like spiritualism. The movement didn't erupt out of nowhere. It was the culmination of several streams of unconventional thought that had been bubbling just beneath the surface of mainstream society for decades. The Victorian parlor was already haunted by a few strange philosophical ghosts before the spirits of the dead decided to make a formal appearance. One of the most significant of these precursors was the work of Emanuel Swedenborg, an 18th century Swedish scientist, philosopher, and theologian. Swedenborg was a brilliant and respected man of science who, in his late 50s, had a profound spiritual crisis that led him to believe he could freely visit heaven and hell and converse with angels, demons, and spirits. He wrote voluminous, detailed accounts of his travels in the afterlife, describing a spirit world that was not a distant, abstract realm, but a solid, tangible reality, a direct continuation of our earthly existence. For Swedenborg, the veil between worlds was permeable, and communication was not only possible but natural. His writings, though complex and esoteric, gained a dedicated following, and Swedenborgian churches were established, promoting the idea that the spiritual and material worlds were deeply interconnected. This laid a crucial piece of philosophical groundwork, the idea that the afterlife was a place you could, in theory, get a message from. Then there was mesmerism, the brainchild of the 18th century German doctor Franz Mesmer. Mesmer theorized the existence of an invisible natural force, which he called animal magnetism, that flowed through all living things. He believed that illnesses were caused by blockages in this flow, and that a mesmerist could manipulate this energy, often using magnets or simply their hands to cure patients. The most dramatic part of his practice was the mesmeric trance, a sleep-like state into which he could place his subjects. While in this trance, subjects often exhibited strange abilities. They might become insensitive to pain, or more curiously, display clairvoyant powers, describing events happening miles away or seemingly reading the thoughts of others. Though mainstream science largely dismissed Mesmer's theories, mesmerism became a wildly popular phenomenon, a mixture of medical treatment, scientific demonstration, and parlor entertainment. Traveling mesmerists would put on shows, hypnotizing volunteers from the audience to the astonishment of the crowds. For our story, the key takeaway from mesmerism was the trance state. It popularized the idea that an individual could enter an altered state of consciousness that made them receptive to unseen forces and information. The mesmerized subject, or sensitive, was the direct forerunner of the spiritualist medium. They were the human instrument, the living receiver through which the invisible world could be accessed. These ideas, combined with other movements like Fourierism and Shakerism, which often involved their own forms of spiritual communication and trance states, created a cultural atmosphere ripe with possibility. The world was already buzzing with invisible forces, the unseen energy of animal magnetism, the unheard whispers from Swedenborg's spirit realm. People were becoming accustomed to the idea that there was more to reality than met the eye, and that certain sensitive individuals could act as bridges to this hidden world. The stage was set, the audience was primed with a mixture of scientific curiosity, philosophical inquiry, and a deep-seated human need for connection. All that was needed was a signal, a clear, unmistakable sign that the spirits were not just a theological concept, but were ready and waiting to make contact. That signal was about to come, not from a philosopher's treatise or a scientist's laboratory, but from the thin wooden walls of a humble American farmhouse. Chapter 4. The Knock Heard, Round the World. Our story now travels across the Atlantic. away from the foggy, crowded streets of London, to a small, unassuming wooden house in the rural hamlet of Hydesville, New York. It is a place of no particular importance, a place that history would have completely forgotten were it not for the strange events that began to unfold there in the winter of 1847. This was the home of the Fox family. A tenant farmer named John, his wife Margaret, and their two youngest daughters, 14-year-old Margaretta, known as Maggie, and 11-year-old Catherine, or Kate. It was through these two young girls that the silent, waiting world of the spirits would finally find a voice that was as simple and as startling as a knock in the night. The family had been living in the house for only a few months when the noises started. At first, they were easy enough to dismiss. The creaks and groans of an old house settling, the tapping of a loose shutter in the wind. But as the weeks went on, the sounds became more distinct, more insistent. They heard rappings on the walls, on the floor, on the very headboards of their beds. They heard the heavy tread of footsteps in empty rooms, and the sound of furniture being dragged across the floorboards overhead. It was unnerving, a nightly disturbance that frayed their nerves and filled the little house with a palpable sense of tension. The climax arrived on the evening of March 31st, 1848. The rappings were louder and more persistent than ever before. The family had been trying to sleep, but the constant rhythmic knocking made it impossible. Finally, according to the legend that has been told and retold ever since, young Kate decided to challenge the invisible presence. In a moment of childish audacity, she called out into the darkness, "Mr. Splitfoot, do as I do." She clapped her hands several times. From the wall, an identical number of raps answered back. A stunned silence filled the room. The game had changed. This wasn't just noise anymore, it was a response. Her older sister, Maggie, joined in, clapping her hands and snapping her fingers, and each time the invisible rapper matched her, beat for beat. Their mother, Margaret, her initial terror giving way to a bewildered curiosity, decided to intervene. She began to ask questions that could be answered with a number. "How many children have I had?" 7 raps echoed in the room. This was correct, including a child who had died in infancy. A chill must have prickled her skin. She continued, asking the ages of her children. Each question was answered with a precise number of knocks. A neighbor was called in to witness the phenomenon. He, too, began asking questions about his own life, his own family. And the raps continued to answer correctly, astonishingly. Through a code they devised, 1 rap for yes, 2 for no, a more complex conversation began. They asked the entity to identify itself. The raps slowly spelled out a story. It was the spirit of a peddler, a man named Charles B. Rosna, who claimed he had been murdered in that very house 5 years earlier for the $500 he was carrying, his body buried in the cellar. This was no longer just a strange phenomenon. It was a murder confession from beyond the grave. News of the Hydesville rappings spread through the small community with the speed of gossip. The Fox family's little house became a local attraction. People came from all over the county to sit in the parlor, to ask their own questions of the rapping spirit, and to leave convinced that they had witnessed a miracle. The 2 young girls, Kate and Maggie, were at the center of it all, the unlikely prophets of a new revelation. They seemed to be the conduits, the human batteries that enabled the spirits to communicate. Their older sister, Leah Fish, who lived in the nearby city of Rochester, soon heard of the events. A shrewd, practical, and ambitious woman, she immediately saw the profound implications, and perhaps the commercial potential, of her sister's strange new talent. She took them under her wing, moving them to Rochester and organizing public demonstrations. The phenomenon of the rapping girls from Hydesville was about to go on tour. The knock that had started in a single dark bedroom was about to become a sound heard around the world, signaling the dawn of a new age of belief. Chapter 5. Crossing the Pond. The strange new gospel of spiritualism, born in the humble, knocking rooms of the Fox household, was not destined to remain an American curiosity. Like any sensational idea in the 19th century, it soon boarded a steamship and made the journey across the Atlantic. When the news of spirit communication arrived in Great Britain in the early 1850s, it found a nation perfectly, almost poetically, prepared to receive it. The British, with their deep-seated love of ghost stories, their culture steeped in the Gothic and the mysterious, and their drawing rooms already filled with the melancholy shadows of recent loss, were fertile ground. The first true missionary of the movement to arrive in London was Mrs. Maria B. Hayden, an American medium who traveled to England in 1852 with her husband and a letter of introduction to a prominent social reformer. Hayden was not a flamboyant showwoman. She was a respectable, rather plain-looking figure, which in many ways added to her credibility. She didn't put on a theatrical performance. She simply sat with her clients in a quiet room and, it was said, summoned the spirits, who would communicate through the now familiar rappings and by tipping the table. Her arrival caused an immediate sensation, dividing the intellectual circles of London. She held séances for a guinea a person, a very handsome sum at the time, and the drawing rooms of the curious and the well-to-do were soon buzzing with talk of her abilities. Famous scientists, writers, and politicians flocked to her sessions. Some came away utterly convinced, their skepticism shattered by the uncanny accuracy of the messages they received. Robert Owen, the famous utopian socialist, became a fervent convert in his old age after Hayden apparently channeled the spirit of his long-dead father. Others left her presence convinced she was a clever fraud, though they were often at a loss to explain exactly how she did it. The press had a field day. Newspapers, like the Times, treated the subject with scornful skepticism, while other publications, particularly the new penny press that catered to a mass audience, covered the spirit-rapping phenomenon with breathless excitement. The popular magazine, Household Words, edited by none other than Charles Dickens, took a typically robust and cynical view. Dickens himself attended a séance and declared it a dreary and pathetic imposture, later writing a scathing article that ridiculed the entire affair. He found the spirits to be dreadfully uninspired, with nothing interesting to say, remarking on their paltry messages and silly revelations. Despite the mockery from established figures like Dickens, the idea took hold of the public imagination. The table-turning craze swept the country. It seemed as though in every parlor, from Brighton to Edinburgh, people were gathering around their mahogany tables, placing their hands upon them, and waiting in hopeful anticipation for a sign. It became a kind of national pastime, a parlor game with the most profound of stakes. For every person who saw it as a bit of spooky fun, there was another who saw it as a sacred rite, a genuine experiment in contacting the next world. The early British mediums began to emerge, inspired by Haydn's success. One of the most notable was Daniel Douglas Home, pronounced Hume, a Scottish-born medium of extraordinary charisma and talent. Home's phenomena were far more dramatic than simple table tipping. He was famous for levitating, for handling hot coals without being burned, and for producing disembodied spirit hands that would float through the room and touch the sitters. Crucially, Home often performed his seances in good light, and he was never, in a long and storied career, definitively exposed as a fraud, a fact that baffled his critics and thrilled his supporters. He captivated high society, performing for royalty across Europe, including Napoleon III in France and the Tsar of Russia. With the arrival of figures like Haydn and Home, spiritualism established a firm foothold in its ancestral home. The American seed had been planted in British soil, and it was beginning to grow into something uniquely British, a movement that combined American showmanship with a deep Victorian earnestness, a profound sense of melancholy, and an almost scientific passion for investigation. The conversation with the dead had officially crossed the pond. Chapter 6. The Celestial Telegraph. You might imagine that an age so defined by its scientific and industrial progress, an age of steam, steel, and ruthless logic, would have immediately dismissed the claims of spiritualism as pre-scientific nonsense. And while many did, a surprising number of the era's most forward-thinking and educated minds saw something entirely different. To them, spiritualism wasn't a throwback to a superstitious past. It was a glimpse into a scientific future. It wasn't magic. It was an exploration of natural laws that were not yet fully understood. And the key to this perspective lay in the very technologies that were transforming their world. Consider the electric telegraph. Patented in the 1830s and 40s, it was, for the average person, a piece of pure, unadulterated wizardry. An operator could tap a small key in London, and through an invisible force called electricity, flowing along miles and miles of wire, a message would be spelled out, almost instantaneously, in a station in Bristol or Paris, or by the 1860s even New York. It was communication stripped of its physical body, a disembodied message traveling at impossible speeds. If this was possible, if human thought could be converted into an invisible energy and sent across an ocean, was it truly so unthinkable that the thoughts of a departed soul could be sent across the much shorter, much thinner veil of death? This analogy became the central, most powerful argument for the scientific plausibility of spiritualism. Believers didn't speak of summoning spirits, they spoke of receiving transmissions. The medium was not a witch or a sorcerer. She was a sensitive instrument, a human telegraph receiver, finely tuned to pick up the subtle vibrations from the spirit world. The spirits themselves were not wispy phantoms. They were beings operating on a different frequency, using a form of etheric energy, or odic force, to power their communications. This was the celestial telegraph, and its proponents borrowed the language of physics and engineering to make their case. This scientific framing was incredibly appealing to a generation that venerated progress. It allowed a person to hold on to a belief in the soul and the afterlife without feeling as though they were rejecting the modern world. In fact, it positioned them at the cutting edge as explorers of a new frontier of human knowledge. The séance was not a ritual. It was an experiment. The parlor was not a chamber of horrors. It was a laboratory. They were simply investigating phenomena, gathering data, and applying the scientific method to the ultimate question of human existence. This is why the movement attracted not just the grieving and the gullible, but also a startling number of eminent scientists. Sir William Crookes, one of the most respected chemists and physicists of his day, the discoverer of the element thallium and the inventor of the Crookes tube, which was essential for the later discovery of X-rays, became a dedicated and serious investigator of spiritualist phenomena. He conducted a series of famous experiments with the medium Florence Cook, hoping to prove or disprove her ability to materialize a full-form spirit named Katie King. To the astonishment of his colleagues, Crookes came away convinced of the genuineness of the phenomena. Alfred Russel Wallace, the naturalist who independently co-developed the theory of evolution by natural selection with Charles Darwin, was another passionate advocate. For Wallace, evolution explained the material world, but spiritualism proved the existence of the spiritual world that lay beyond it. These men weren't fools. They were brilliant, rigorous thinkers who saw in spiritualism a logical extension of the world they were already exploring. The universe, they knew, was filled with invisible forces: gravity, magnetism, electricity. Why was it so absurd to think there might be one more? The camera could capture an image on a chemical plate, a ghost of a moment in time. The phonograph could capture a voice, a ghost of a sound. In a world of such technological marvels, the idea of capturing a message from the ghost of a person seemed, to many, like the next logical step. Chapter 7. The Crisis of Faith. While the marvels of science provided a powerful new language for talking about the supernatural, another great intellectual current of the age was inadvertently driving people towards the séance table, the slow, painful erosion of traditional religious faith. The Victorian era was, on the surface, a period of profound and public piety. Church-going was a cornerstone of respectability, and the language of the Bible permeated every aspect of public and private life. But beneath this devout surface, the very foundations of Christian belief were being shaken by a series of intellectual earthquakes. For centuries, the Bible had been viewed by most as the literal, unshakable Word of God. It was a history book, a scientific text, and a moral guide all in one. But in the 19th century, this certainty began to crumble. A new school of thought from Germany, known as higher criticism, began to analyze the Bible not as a divine text, but as a historical one, written by multiple human authors over many centuries. This approach revealed inconsistencies and contradictions, suggesting that the Holy Book was perhaps not so inerrant after all. At the same time, the new science of geology was unearthing a story of the earth that was radically different from the one told in the book of Genesis. Geologists like Charles Lyell demonstrated that the planet was not a few thousand years old, but millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of years old. They showed that its mountains and valleys had been formed not by a single cataclysmic flood, but by slow, gradual processes of erosion and uplift over immense spans of time. The fossil record told a similar story, of strange, extinct creatures and a world that existed long before the arrival of humankind. The biblical account of a 7-day creation was, for anyone who took the new science seriously, becoming impossible to believe in a literal sense. The final, decisive blow came in 1859 with the publication of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species. The theory of evolution by natural selection provided a powerful, elegant, and entirely materialist explanation for the diversity of life on Earth. It suggested that humanity was not the special, divine creation of God, set apart from and above the animal kingdom, but was rather the product of the same blind, natural processes as every other living thing. We were not fallen angels, we were risen apes. The implications were terrifying for many. If there was no divine creator, what was the source of morality? If the soul was not breathed into us by God, did it even exist at all? This created a profound spiritual crisis for a generation raised on absolute faith. For many, the old certainties were gone, replaced by a cold, empty, mechanical universe. The comfort of a guaranteed afterlife in heaven, once a bedrock of their culture, now seemed like a comforting fairy tale. This is the void into which spiritualism stepped. It arrived at the perfect historical moment, offering a solution to the crisis it had helped to create. It told people, you don't have to take the existence of the soul on faith anymore. You don't need ancient texts or dogmatic priests. We can prove it to you. Spiritualism presented itself as an empirical religion. Its central claim, that the human personality survives the death of the body, was, it argued, a testable hypothesis. The proof could be found not in a book, but in the laboratory of the séance room. You could come and see for yourself. You could hear the voices of the departed, receive messages containing information that the medium could not possibly have known, and even, on occasion, see and touch the materialized forms of your loved ones. For those whose faith had been shattered by Darwin and the geologists, this was an irresistible offer. It promised to reconcile the head and the heart, to provide a belief system that was both spiritually satisfying and compatible with a scientific worldview. It offered tangible, audible, physical evidence for the one thing they most desperately needed to believe, that death was not the end. Chapter 8. The Theater of the Parlor. Let us now push open the heavy oak door and slip quietly into the heart of the movement itself, the Victorian séance. Let's find a seat in the corner, become part of the shadows, and watch the strange and solemn theater unfold. The setting is almost always the same. The parlor, the drawing room, the very heart of the respectable middle-class home. This is a crucial detail. The séance wasn't a ritual conducted in a drafty church or a remote, spooky ruin. It took place amidst the familiar comforts of domestic life. The family piano, the embroidered cushions, the mantelpiece crowded with portraits of stern-faced ancestors. This domesticity was key to its power, grounding the supernatural in the everyday. The evening usually begins after dinner. The gas lamps, with their soft, hissing hum, are turned down low, until the room is bathed in a deep, soupy twilight. Sometimes only a few candles are used, their flames dancing and throwing long, distorted shadows across the patterned wallpaper. The curtains are drawn tight, not just for privacy, but to create a sealed, sacred space, insulated from the noisy, skeptical world outside. The low light, the participants were told, was a necessity. The spirits were delicate beings, and their ethereal manifestations could be destroyed by a harsh glare. Of course, it also provided excellent cover for any earthly trickery, but in the moment, it served to heighten every sense. Your eyes strain to see, your ears are pricked for the slightest sound. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation. The sitters, usually no more than a dozen, arrange themselves around a large, heavy table, often made of mahogany or oak. They are a mixed group. There's the grieving widow, her face pale beneath her black mourning bonnet, here in the desperate hope of a final word from her husband. There is the curious intellectual, a man with a notebook in his pocket, eager to observe the phenomena with a scientific eye. There are the young couple, holding hands tightly, perhaps for the thrill of it all. And at the head of the table sits the medium, the star of the show. The séance often begins with a prayer or the singing of a hymn, perhaps "Nearer, my God, to Thee." This serves to unify the group and to create a solemn, reverent mood. This is not a game, the hymn implies. This is a spiritual undertaking. Then comes the instruction to join hands. The circle is formed. The sitters are told that this creates a circuit of human energy, a battery of vitality that the spirits can draw upon to make their presence known. The physical contact, the warmth of your neighbor's hand, also enhances the sense of shared experience. You are all in this together, a small island of belief in the dark. The medium then begins the process of entering a trance. This is the first piece of high drama. Her breathing might become deep and ragged. Her head might loll back, her eyes roll up into their sockets. She might shudder or tremble, as if possessed by a powerful current. Sometimes her voice will change, becoming deeper or higher, or adopting a strange accent. This is the arrival of her spirit guide, a spiritual master of ceremonies, often a supposedly ancient Egyptian, a Native American chief, or a whimsical child spirit who will act as an intermediary for the evening. And then there is silence. A deep, expectant hush falls over the room. The only sound is the ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece, if it hasn't been stopped, and the soft breathing of the people around you. They wait. It might be minutes, it might be half an hour. The tension builds. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind in the chimney sounds like a signal. And then it comes. A soft, clear tap from the underside of the table. A gasp goes around the circle. Another tap, louder this time. The performance has begun. The celestial telegraph is open for business, and the messages, for better or for worse, are about to start coming through. Chapter 9. The Tools of Contact. As the spiritualist movement evolved from a fringe curiosity into a mainstream obsession, the methods of communication became more varied and, in their own way, more inventive. The simple, percussive language of the spirit rap, while still a staple, was soon supplemented by a whole host of new techniques and devices designed to provide a clearer, more direct, and often more dramatic line to the other side. The Victorian parlor, once a place for tea and polite conversation, was transformed into a workshop for supernatural engineering, filled with strange and wonderful tools for talking to the dead. One of the most popular and accessible of these tools was the planchette, which means little plank in French. This was a small, heart-shaped or triangular piece of wood, set on two little caster wheels and with a hole in its point to hold a pencil. Person, or a small group of people, would rest their fingertips lightly on its surface and place it on a large sheet of paper. After a period of quiet concentration, the planchette would begin to twitch and then glide across the paper, the pencil tracing out words, names, and messages, seemingly of its own accord. This was automatic writing, and it was thrilling because it seemed to remove the medium as a conscious filter. The hand was merely a vessel, the planchette a divinely guided instrument. It was a more intimate and personal form of communication than the public drama of a séance. From the planchette, it was a short, logical step to the talking board, which would later be patented and famously marketed as the Ouija board. These boards laid everything out for the spirits: the letters of the alphabet, the numbers 0 through 9, and the essential words yes, no, and goodbye. Now, the planchette could be used to spell out messages with much greater speed and clarity. The talking board became a fixture in many homes, a kind of spiritualist party game that could be brought out after dinner. It democratized spirit communication. You no longer needed to pay a professional medium. You and your friends could open a channel to the great beyond right there on your own dining room table. For believers, it was a profound tool for seeking guidance. For skeptics, it was a fascinating study in the ideomotor effect, the power of unconscious muscle movements. For everyone, it was undeniably spooky. For those who preferred their spiritual communication to be a bit more auditory, there was the spirit trumpet. This was typically a long, conical horn made of tin or aluminum, often with phosphorescent paint on its ends, so it could be seen floating in the darkened séance room. The trumpet would be placed in the center of the room, and the sitters would wait. Soon, faint whispers and voices would begin to emanate from its bell, supposedly the actual direct voices of the spirits, amplified by the cone. The sound was eerie and disembodied, and it was a powerful effect. Of course, the less scrupulous mediums would simply speak into the other end in a disguised voice, or use a hidden rubber hose. But for the faithful, hearing the distinct whispering voice of a lost loved one emerge from a floating trumpet was a deeply moving and convincing experience. Another common trick of the trade was slate writing. The medium would present 2 ordinary school slates, showing them to be blank. They might be washed and sealed together with wax or tied tightly with string. The sealed slates would be placed on the table in full view. After a few moments, a scratching sound would be heard from within. When the slates were opened, a message written in chalk would be found inside, a direct reply to a question that had been asked. This seemed to defy all logical explanation. How could anyone write on the inside of a sealed container? The methods were, in reality, quite clever, involving pre-written messages concealed with fine thread or tiny pieces of chalk known as billets, hidden under a fingernail or in the mouth and used with lightning-fast sleight of hand in a moment of distraction. But, like all good magic tricks, its apparent impossibility was its strength, providing yet another piece of irrefutable evidence for the believers. Chapter 10. The Ghost in the Machine. Of all the new technologies that the Victorians co-opted for their spiritual quest, none was more powerful, more evocative, or more easily manipulated than photography. This new, almost magical art form, which could capture a perfect, silent likeness of a person and fix it on a piece of glass or paper, already seemed to have one foot in the spirit world. A photograph was a kind of ghost in itself, a moment stolen from the relentless flow of time, a chemical memory of a person who was no longer there. It was only natural, then, that people began to wonder, if the camera could capture the ghost of a moment, could it also capture a real ghost? The answer, it seemed, was yes. In the 1860s, a new and controversial profession emerged, the spirit photographer. The most famous of these early practitioners was an American named William H. Mumler, who worked in Boston and later New York. Mumler discovered his strange talent by accident. When developing a self-portrait, he was startled to find a second, faint, translucent figure in the image, which he identified as a cousin who had died 12 years earlier. Realizing the potential, he went into business, offering to take portraits of ordinary people that might, just might, also feature the spectral image of a departed loved one. The process was shrouded in mystery and ritual. A client would sit for their portrait in Mumler's studio, concentrating their thoughts on the person they hoped to contact. Mumler would take the photograph, and when the glass plate was developed, a ghostly, ethereal figure would often be seen hovering behind the sitter, its form hazy and transparent. The emotional impact of these images was immense. For a grieving mother to see the faint, smiling face of her lost child seemingly looking over her shoulder was a profoundly moving experience. It was one thing to hear a rap on a table. It was another thing entirely to see the person you had lost. This was visual proof, something you could hold in your hands, frame, and place on your mantelpiece. Mumler's most famous client was undoubtedly Mary Todd Lincoln. Still deep in mourning for her assassinated husband several years after his death, the former First Lady visited Mumler's studio under an assumed name. The resulting photograph is one of the most iconic images of the era. It shows Mrs. Lincoln, clad in her widow's black, looking somberly at the camera, while behind her the tall, spectral form of Abraham Lincoln stands, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. For a nation still grieving its lost leader, and for a widow consumed by her personal loss, the photograph was a source of immense comfort and a powerful piece of spiritualist propaganda. Of course, the entire enterprise was based on photographic trickery. Spirit photographers were masters of the double exposure. They would have a collection of pre-made glass negatives featuring figures draped in sheets, and they would simply expose the photographic plate once with the sitter, and then again, very faintly, with one of their ghostly images. Other times, an assistant dressed as a ghost would briefly step into the frame during a long exposure, creating a blurry, transparent effect. It was a simple illusion, but photography was such a new and trusted medium that most people did not even consider the possibility of such sophisticated deception. The skeptics, particularly other photographers who understood the technical process, cried foul. Mumler was eventually put on trial for fraud in a sensational case that captivated the public. While he was ultimately acquitted, the prosecution couldn't definitively prove he had faked the Lincoln photograph, for instance. The trial exposed the methods of the trade and cast a long shadow of doubt over the practice. Yet, the desire to see the departed was so strong that spirit photography continued to flourish for decades. It was a perfect Victorian invention, a fusion of cutting-edge technology and deep-seated sentimental longing, a machine that promised to make ghosts visible and memories tangible. Chapter 11. The celebrity medium. As spiritualism grew from a parlor pastime into a full-blown cultural movement, its most successful practitioners were catapulted to a level of fame and notoriety that was entirely new. They were not just communicators with the dead, they were celebrities, rock stars of the supernatural world. These celebrity mediums toured the country and the continent, commanding huge fees, attracting legions of devoted followers, and generating endless columns of press coverage, both adoring and scathing. They were charismatic, controversial, and they pushed the boundaries of what a séance could be, transforming it from a quiet, somber affair into a spectacular, theatrical performance. Perhaps the most enigmatic and famous of them all was Daniel Douglas Home. A tall, handsome, and consumptive Scotsman, Home possessed an extraordinary charm and a flair for the dramatic that captivated the highest echelons of European society. Unlike most mediums who insisted on total darkness, Home often conducted his séances in the soft light of evening, allowing his sitters to witness the phenomena with their own eyes. And the phenomena were astonishing. Heavy tables would levitate several feet off the floor. An accordion, held in a cage beneath the table, would play beautiful melodies. Luminous, disembodied hands would appear, floating through the air to shake a sitter's hand or offer them a flower. Home's most legendary feat was his apparent ability to levitate. In a famous incident in 1868, witnessed by several respectable gentlemen, Home was said to have floated out of a third-story window in one room and back in through the window of an adjoining room, all while in a trance. The story became a cornerstone of spiritualist lore, a miracle that seemed to defy all rational explanation. What made Home so convincing was his demeanor. He was a gentleman, not a showman. He never took money for his séances, accepting only gifts or the hospitality of his wealthy patrons. And throughout his long career, despite intense scrutiny, he was never caught in any definitive act of fraud. The poet Robert Browning, however, remained unconvinced, and based his scathing satirical poem, Mr. Sludge, the Medium, on his experiences with Home, portraying him as a lecherous, manipulative charlatan. Another superstar of the séance room was Florence Cook, a young, pretty Londoner, who, in her teens, began to produce one of the most spectacular phenomena of all, full-form materialization. Cook would enter her spirit cabinet, a curtained-off corner of the room, and after a short time, the figure of a spirit named Katy King would emerge. Katy King claimed to be the spirit of a 17th-century Welsh buccaneer's daughter. She would walk among the sitters, talk to them, allow them to touch her, and even pose for photographs. The scientist Sir William Crookes conducted a lengthy, famous investigation of Florence Cook, becoming utterly convinced that Katy King was a genuine, otherworldly being, separate from the medium herself. The photographic plates he produced of the ghostly Katy, sometimes standing alongside a very human-looking Miss Cook, are some of the most bizarre and compelling artifacts of the era. Of course, skeptics pointed out that Katy King bore a striking resemblance to Florence Cook herself, and that a simple change of clothes and hairstyle in the privacy of the cabinet was the most likely explanation. Eventually, a fellow spiritualist, determined to expose what she saw as a fraud, grabbed hold of Katy King during a séance and found her to be all too solid. These mediums and others like them, the Davenport brothers with their miraculous spirit cabinet escapes, or Eusapia Palladino, the feisty Italian medium whose seances were a chaotic whirlwind of flying furniture, became household names. Their careers were a constant drama of miraculous manifestations, scientific investigations, bitter rivalries, and scandalous exposures. They were adored by their followers, who saw them as prophets of a new age, and reviled by their critics, who saw them as shameless predators preying on the vulnerable. But whatever one's opinion, they were undeniably the heart of the movement, the charismatic conduits who made the conversation with the dead a public, spectacular, and unforgettable drama. Chapter 12. Ectoplasm and Ether. As the Victorian era wore on and the public appetite for spiritualist phenomena grew, the manifestations themselves became increasingly physical. It was no longer enough to hear a rap or see a table tilt. Believers wanted more tangible, more visceral proof of the spirit world's existence. In response, a new and altogether stranger chapter in the history of spiritualism began to unfold, one centered on the production of a mysterious, semi-living substance that came to be known as ectoplasm. This was the messy, gooey, and deeply weird side of the seance, a development that pushed the movement to the very limits of credibility, and, for many, well beyond. The term ectoplasm, coined by the French physiologist Charles Richet, referred to a viscous, ethereal substance that was said to issue from the body of a medium in a deep trance. It might emerge from the mouth, the nose, the ears, or even the solar plexus. In the dim light of the seance room, sitters would watch in horrified fascination as streams of a whitish, gauze-like material, sometimes filmy and light, sometimes thick and doughy, emanated from the medium. This substance, believers claimed, was the raw material of the spirit world, the physical building block that spirits use to form hands, faces, and even entire bodies. It was described as feeling cool and slightly moist to the touch, and it was said to have a distinctive smell, often compared to ozone. Flash photography from the era captured images of this supposed spirit stuff, and they are among the most grotesque and bizarre pictures you will ever see. They show mediums with long, stringy ropes of what looks like cheesecloth or papier-mâché dangling from their nostrils and mouths. Sometimes crude, mask-like faces appear within the folds of the ectoplasm, presented as the spirits themselves in the process of forming. It was a strange, biological form of sculpture, with the medium's body as the studio and the soul's supposed essence as the clay. Another related phenomenon was the apport, the apparent teleportation of objects into the sealed seance room. Suddenly, a flower might drop from the ceiling onto the table, still wet with dew, or a piece of fruit, a seashell, or an ancient-looking coin might materialize in a sitter's hand. These were presented as gifts from the spirit world, physical objects brought across the veil as proof of their power. The famous Italian medium Eusapia Palladino was known for producing apports, though she was also famous for being caught using her feet and clever contortions to move objects around the room. The most dramatic of these physical phenomena, as we've touched upon, was full-form materialization. A medium would enter a spirit cabinet, and a complete, solid-looking spirit figure would emerge. These materialized spirits were not always the ethereal, floating phantoms of popular imagination. They were often quite solid, able to walk, talk, and touch. Some mediums even staged spirit reunions, where multiple materialized figures would appear at once, allowing sitters to have extended, emotional conversations with what they believed to be their departed family members. For the modern observer, the fraud behind these physical manifestations seems glaringly obvious. The ectoplasm was almost always a mundane substance like muslin, cheesecloth, egg white, or even chewed-up paper, which the medium had swallowed or otherwise concealed on their person before the séance, only to regurgitate or extrude it at the opportune moment. The apported objects were simply hidden in their clothing. The materialized spirits were either the medium in a flimsy disguise or a hidden accomplice. But we must remember the context. These events took place in near total darkness. The sitters were in a state of high emotional arousal and intense expectation, and the desire to believe, to see and touch a lost loved one last time was a force powerful enough to overwhelm reason. This strange, physical, and often messy chapter of spiritualism reveals just how far people were willing to go, and how much they were willing to overlook in their search for a tangible connection to the world beyond. Chapter 13. The Unbelievers. For every séance that ended with a room full of weeping, grateful believers, there was a scientist, a magician, or a simple, hard-headed journalist convinced that the entire thing was a colossal fraud. The story of spiritualism is not just the story of belief. It is also the story of a dogged, relentless, and often ingenious opposition. The rise of the medium was shadowed at every turn by the rise of the investigator, and their cat-and-mouse game, played out in darkened parlors and public lecture halls, became one of the great intellectual dramas of the late Victorian age. From the very beginning, the scientific establishment was, for the most part, deeply skeptical. While a few prominent scientists, like Crookes and Wallace, were converted, the majority saw spiritualism as a dangerous resurgence of superstition that threatened the rational progress of the age. One of the earliest and most elegant debunkings was performed by the celebrated physicist Michael Faraday in the 1850s. To investigate the wildly popular phenomenon of table turning, he devised a simple but brilliant experiment. He placed several layers of cardboard on a table, held together by a little soft cement, so that they could slide over one another. A small indicator would show any movement. He discovered that the table always moved in the direction of the sitter's hands, and that the top layer of cardboard, moved by their hands, always moved before the table itself did. His conclusion was clear. The table wasn't being moved by spirits. It was being moved by the unconscious, involuntary muscle movements of the participants themselves. It was a psychological phenomenon, not a supernatural one. As the claims of mediums grew more elaborate, so too did the methods of the investigators. Skeptical committees were formed, most notably the Society for Psychical Research, founded in London in 1882. This was not a group of closed-minded debunkers. Its members, a mix of academics, scientists, and philosophers, were genuinely open to the possibility of paranormal phenomena, but they were committed to investigating it with the utmost scientific rigor. They spent years conducting painstaking research, sitting in on séances, interviewing mediums, and attempting to replicate the phenomena under controlled laboratory conditions. Their findings, published in lengthy, detailed reports, were overwhelmingly negative. Time and time again, they discovered that when a medium was properly searched and secured, and when the lighting conditions were improved, The spirits simply failed to show up. The investigators became experts in the arts of deception. They knew to check for hidden panels in spirit cabinets, to listen for the telltale snap of a cracking toe joint, and to look for fine black thread used to float trumpets and tambourines. They understood how mediums used accomplices planted in the audience to feed them information, and how they employed a technique we would now call cold reading, making a series of vague, high-probability guesses until one hits the mark, then elaborating on it as if it were a specific spirit message. I'm getting the name John. A father or grandfather figure, there was a problem with his chest. The press also played a crucial role in the skeptical counter-movement. While some papers sensationalized the spiritualists, many took great delight in exposing them. A journalist might attend a séance and, at a crucial moment, strike a match or use a hidden flashpan, illuminating the room to reveal the materialized spirit as nothing more than the medium in her nightgown, waving a piece of cheesecloth. These exposés were hugely popular, providing a satisfying dose of rational comeuppance to what many saw as a predatory industry. This constant battle between the mediums and the investigators created a fascinating arms race. As the investigators' methods became more sophisticated, the mediums' tricks had to become more clever. It was a high-stakes game of illusion and detection. Yet, for all the evidence of fraud, the movement persisted. The will to believe was a powerful thing. For every medium exposed as a charlatan, followers would argue that the spirits had simply abandoned them because of the hostile, skeptical atmosphere created by the investigators. The unbelievers could win the logical arguments, but for a very long time they struggled to win the hearts and minds of those who had found, in the darkened parlor, a comfort that reason could not provide. Chapter 14. The Magician's Crusade. While the Victorian era was the high point of the spiritualist craze, the final, most dramatic act in the war between belief and skepticism was played out in the early 20th century. And its leading man was not a scientist, but the greatest illusionist and escape artist of his time, Harry Houdini. Houdini's relationship with spiritualism was deeply personal and intensely passionate. He was not a cold, detached debunker. He was a grieving son, a man who desperately wanted to believe. And it was this frustrated hope that fueled his famous crusade against fraudulent mediums. Houdini's beloved mother, Cecilia, died in 1913, and he was devastated. The two had been exceptionally close, and he longed for a way to make contact with her one last time. He turned to the world of spiritualism, not as a skeptic, but as a hopeful seeker. He attended séance after séance, offering large sums of money to any medium who could provide a single, genuine message from his mother. He promised them he was the easiest man in the world to fool, as he so wanted it to be true. But his expertise in the arts of deception was also his curse. As a master of tricks, illusions, and misdirection, he saw through the crude methods of the mediums instantly. He saw the hidden wires, the trap doors, the sleight of hand. Where others saw miracles, he saw only tradecraft, and poor tradecraft at that. His search for genuine contact turned into a bitter disappointment, and that disappointment curdled into a righteous anger. He felt that these fraudulent mediums were not just performers, they were vultures, preying on the raw, open wounds of the bereaved, offering false hope for profit. His personal quest for his mother transformed into a public crusade to expose every fraudulent medium he could find. He became the world's most famous ghost hunter, and his methods were pure theater. Houdini would travel with a team of assistants, often attending seances in disguise, wearing a false beard or pretending to be a simple, easily impressed old man. He would watch the medium's performance carefully, identifying their methods. Then, at the most dramatic moment, just as the spirit trumpet began to whisper, or the ghostly form began to materialize, Houdini would leap up, turn on the lights, and physically restrain the medium, revealing their secrets to the stunned audience. He would show them the hidden trumpets, the luminous paint on the medium's fingers, the cheesecloth she was preparing to disgorge as ectoplasm. He would then often replicate the medium's miracles himself, showing how they were achieved through natural, albeit skillful means. His crusade brought him into direct and public conflict with one of the most prominent spiritualists of the age. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the creator of the hyper-rational detective Sherlock Holmes. Doyle, whose son had died in the First World War, was a passionate and utterly sincere believer in spiritualism. He and Houdini began as friends, united by a mutual fascination with the subject. Doyle was convinced that Houdini's own amazing escapes were the result of genuine psychic powers, a claim that Houdini, the master of self-promotion, found both amusing and frustrating. Their friendship eventually fractured and turned into a bitter public feud, waged in the newspapers and lecture halls. Doyle accused Houdini of being a powerful medium who was using his gifts to deny the very existence of the spirit world. Houdini, in turn, saw Doyle as a brilliant man who had been tragically duped by his own grief and wishful thinking. This clash of two titans, the great storyteller who had lost his faith in reason, and the great illusionist who had lost his hope for a miracle, symbolized the final, exhausted phase of the spiritualist debate. Houdini, before his death in 1926, arranged a secret code with his wife, Bess. He promised that if it were at all possible, he would contact her from beyond the grave and deliver the code. For 10 years after his death, Bess held a séance every Halloween, waiting for the message. It never came. Finally, in 1936, she gave up, famously declaring that 10 years is long enough to wait for any man. The great escape artist had found one lock he could not pick. Chapter 15. The Long Goodbye. Like the slow guttering flame of a candle at the end of a long night, the great Victorian obsession with spiritualism did not go out all at once, but slowly faded. By the turn of the 20th century, the cultural energy that had fueled the movement for half a century was beginning to dissipate. The whispers from the other side were growing fainter, not because the spirits had fallen silent, but because the living were gradually becoming less inclined to listen. The world was changing, and the séance room, once a theater of thrilling and profound possibility, was starting to look a little dusty and old-fashioned. The relentless campaign of exposure by skeptics and magicians like Houdini had undeniably taken its toll. The constant stream of newspaper articles gleefully revealing the tricks of the trade, the cheesecloth ectoplasm, the joint-cracking raps, the hidden assistants, had created a cumulative effect. While devoted believers remained unshaken, the wider public grew more cynical. The movement acquired a persistent, slightly shabby reputation for fraud and credulity. It began to seem less like a scientific inquiry and more like a sad, elaborate magic show for the emotionally vulnerable. Life itself was also becoming less deadly. The late Victorian and Edwardian periods saw enormous advances in public health, sanitation, and medicine. Sewers were built, water supplies were cleaned up, and the new germ theory of disease led to antiseptic practices and the eventual development of vaccines and treatments for diseases that had once been death sentences. People, particularly children, were simply not dying at the same terrifying rate. As the immediate, everyday presence of death receded, so too did the desperate, urgent need to deny its finality. The elaborate rituals of Victorian mourning began to seem morbid and excessive to a new, more forward-looking generation. And then came the cataclysm of the First World War. This unprecedented slaughter might have been expected to trigger a massive revival of spiritualism, and for a short time it did. A new generation of bereaved parents, wives, and siblings flocked to mediums, desperate for any word from the millions of young men lost in the trenches. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's passionate advocacy, for instance, was driven by the loss of his son in the war. But the sheer, overwhelming scale of the loss also had a numbing effect. The gentle, sentimental melancholy of the Victorian séance seemed inadequate, almost naive in the face of such industrial-scale carnage. The world had become a harder, more cynical place. Furthermore, a new science was emerging that offered a different way to understand the mysteries of the human mind: psychoanalysis. The theories of Sigmund Freud and his followers provided a new language for talking about grief, desire, memory, and the unconscious. A vivid dream of a dead loved one was no longer necessarily a spiritual visitation. It could be interpreted as a manifestation of unresolved grief or wish fulfillment. The strange compulsions and pronouncements of a medium in a trance could be seen not as spirit possession, but as a form of hysteria or disassociation. Psychology offered a rational, scientific, and entirely earthly explanation for many of the phenomena that had once seemed supernatural. Spiritualism did not vanish. It continued, as it does to this day, as a formal religion and a private belief for many. But its moment as a mainstream cultural obsession was over. It retreated from the drawing rooms of the intellectually curious and became a more fringe interest. The long, strange, candlelit conversation with the dead that had captivated a generation had finally wound down. Looking back, we can see the Victorian obsession with talking to the dead not as a moment of collective madness, but as a profoundly human response to a world of bewildering change. It was an attempt to find a foothold in a landscape where the old anchors of faith were dragging, and the new landscapes of science were both thrilling and terrifying. It was a movement born of grief, shaped by technology, and sustained by the timeless, desperate, and deeply human hope that the people we love are not gone forever, but are merely waiting for us, listening from a room just next door. Hey guys, tonight we're drifting into the draftiest corners of the past. Places where the firelight barely chases away the shadows, where the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, and where the comforting hum of central heating is replaced by the soft, persistent scrabbling of things that you truly do not want to contemplate. That's right. We're talking about the deep, cozy darkness of the Middle Ages, that impossibly long stretch of centuries where life was, well, it was certainly lived, but perhaps not with the sort of modern, temperature-controlled, digitally assisted ease we've all grown accustomed to. We're going to gently peel back the heavy, slightly greasy linen curtain on that world, not with the intention of terrifying you. Oh no, not at all, but simply to help you appreciate the monumental, almost offensively luxurious comfort of the mattress you are currently lying upon, and the quiet, almost divine miracle of having clean, running water in your immediate vicinity. The first sensation of your medieval day, dear listener, would be a profound, all-encompassing cold. It is not the crisp, invigorating chill of a morning jog, nor the slight draft from a poorly sealed window. It is a wet, persistent, bone-deep cold that seeps into the very marrow and stays there, an uninvited guest that no amount of heavy breathing or wishful thinking can expel. Have you ever wondered what the alarm clock of the year 1250 A.D. might have sounded like? Was it a cheerful little chime? A gentle, synthesized bird song to ease you into the day? Oh, darling listener, not a chance. It was the sound of a world that was perpetually cold, perpetually damp, and perpetually waking up to an astonishing array of small, uncomfortable irritations, chief among them the sound of your own, deeply unhappy body attempting to generate a modicum of warmth. Your resting place, a rough sack loosely filled with straw, perhaps last year's straw, perhaps not, the provenance of which was best not questioned too deeply, was a monument to pervasive, unavoidable scratchiness, a relentless, low-frequency abrasive texture that would immediately begin its subtle, irritating negotiation with your delicate modern skin, an experience utterly foreign to the cloud-like embrace of a high-thread count cotton. The straw itself, of course, was less a mere filling and more an ecosystem, a small, bustling metropolis of tiny, determined creatures that viewed your warm, sleeping body as a five-star, all-inclusive resort, and they would be, at this early, miserable hour, just beginning their morning commute, which often involved a quick, unsettling scurry across your cheek, or a leisurely, ticklish stroll through your slightly unkempt hair. You would wake with a start, not because of a sudden noise, but because the cold, heavy air pressing down upon the single, rough woolen blanket felt like a physical weight. And you'd have that delightful, perpetually dry sensation in your throat, because the air in your small, dark, wattle and daub cottage, or your slightly grander, but still quite drafty manor room was absolutely saturated with the fine, particulate matter of wood smoke from the nearby, perpetually struggling hearth. This fire, your sole source of real heat, was a demanding master, never providing enough warmth to truly banish the cold, but always providing enough smoke to ensure your lungs felt vaguely irritated and your eyes permanently gritty. A constant, low-grade inflammation that was simply accepted as the air one breathed. Now, imagine the deep, resonant, almost philosophical ache in your bones as you contemplate moving. You're not just stiff, you're encased in a kind of human-shaped rigor mortis that comes from having slept in the same position all night long to conserve heat, probably curled up with a few family members or certainly sharing body warmth with the livestock if you were in a humbler dwelling. A necessary intimacy born of thermal desperation. And the very first thing you'd feel, the inaugural sensation of your medieval day, would be the sharp, insistent prickle of the coarse woolen tunic or undershift you had worn to bed, which has spent the night accumulating not only the aforementioned tiny commuters but also a rather impressive amount of dead skin and general human effluvia, a kind of self-contained, slightly rank micro-environment. And there, in the dim, gray-brown light filtering through the small, unglazed, or perhaps oiled cloth-covered window, a light that promises a day of unending physical labor and a general lack of simple, convenient infrastructure, you would realize that the entire process of your morning routine would be governed by a single, unyielding, almost cosmic truth. Absolutely nothing is clean. Everything is tinged with the dust of the ages, the residue of smoke, the perpetual low-level film of medieval grunge that settles on every surface, waiting patiently to be transferred to your hands, your clothes, and eventually, one way or another, into your unfortunate digestive tract, lending a profound layer of historical grittiness to every single, simple interaction with the material world. The thought of an invigorating shower, the kind with adjustable temperature and a water pressure that doesn't require you to manually haul a heavy bucket of icy well water for a distance that would qualify as a decent morning cardio session, would be so astronomically modern as to be a form of delightful, entirely incomprehensible science fiction. A concept so absurdly luxurious it would be considered a sign of madness or excessive pride. You wouldn't even have a moment to languidly stretch and check your notifications, because the concept of a notification, or indeed any form of immediate accessible communication beyond shouting loudly across a field, was so utterly alien that even a wizard might struggle to conjure it up. Your first conscious act, assuming you are one of the lucky ones who has a specialized chamber pot, which is essentially a bucket with a lid, and not even a particularly aromatic lid, would involve navigating the cold floor to empty it, a task that carried with it a truly visceral understanding of medieval sanitation, or rather, the charming and pervasive lack thereof, the smell of which would linger, a subtle, earthy, but nonetheless present perfume that gently reminded you of the fundamental, unsolvable challenges of communal living in a world without efficient plumbing. A constant, low-frequency olfactory hum beneath the daily sounds of life. A smell that you simply learn to stop smelling. A kind of necessary nose blindness required for daily function. The cold, the scratchy bed, the smoky air, and the persistent awareness of small things crawling on you are the gentle heralds of a medieval dawn. A symphony of minor discomforts that immediately sets the tone for the long, demanding day ahead. A rhythmic, low-level biological irritation that will not cease until you fall back into exhausted slumber many, many hours later. The simple act of rising from the straw is, in itself, a small, quiet act of profound courage, a moment of physical assertion against the forces of cold and stagnation, forcing your stiff, complaining muscles to engage with the difficult reality of the rough-hewn floorboards and the low ceiling, all while trying to avoid stirring the small, furry creatures that have also found refuge from the overwhelming cold beneath your modest pile of sleeping materials. Now that we have successfully navigated the challenging terrain of the medieval awakening, let us address the delicate matter of morning ablutions, or as the medieval person might have termed it, the rituals of grit and grime. That wonderful, entirely modern feeling of a minty fresh mouth, the smooth glide of a soft bristled brush, the little tingling sensation that promises the destruction of plaque, and the subsequent admiration of your dentist. That is a symphony of small technological miracles that would make a medieval peasant weep with bewildered gratitude. Your morning oral care ritual, if you were a responsible and hygiene-conscious inhabitant of the 13th century, would be a rather more rustic affair, a study in the coarse and the functional. You might, just might, find yourself chewing on a small fibrous twig, perhaps a bit of hazel or birch, whose natural, gentle, and I use that word with an extreme, historical leniency, abrasion would have to suffice for the removal of the previous night's pottage residue, a pottage that was, let's be honest, probably made of vegetables, grains, and whatever wandering rodent failed to exit the pot in time, leaving a distinct, earthy film on your teeth. The soft rasp of that twig between your teeth, a sound that is decidedly not the click of a sonic toothbrush, would be accompanied by a taste that was earthy, woody, and entirely unminted, a flavor that spoke volumes about the unfiltered reality of a world without commercially produced fluoride toothpaste, a flavor profile that was perpetually grounded in the rough reality of nature. Beyond the twig, the options were truly enchanting. Some might rub a piece of rough cloth or linen along their gums, a process that was likely more about moving the debris around than actually removing it. And others, particularly the more affluent who had access to slightly exotic ingredients, might even rub a concoction of pulverized herbs, salt, or even powdered limestone. Imagine that lovely, scratchy texture against your enamel. Onto their teeth, a homemade abrasive paste that cleaned by brute, gritty force, leaving your mouth feeling less fresh and more aggressively scoured. The cumulative effect of a lifetime of this kind of oral care, or lack thereof, meant that by the time a person reached their 30s, the chances of a full, healthy set of teeth were vanishingly small, and the constant, low-level throb of an infected molar was simply a fact of life, an omnipresent, subtle pain that was endured until the inevitable and terrifying trip to the local barber surgeon. And what about soap? That beautiful, foaming, lavender-scented, moisturizing, glycerin-rich substance that we so casually squirt onto our hands at every available opportunity. In the Middle Ages, soap was a luxury, a hard, coarse substance made from animal fat, tallow, and lye, often derived from wood ash, a concoction that cleaned, yes, but did so with the brutal, non-negotiable efficiency of an industrial solvent, leaving the skin feeling less silky smooth and more aggressively abraded, dry and tight, a testament to its purely functional chemical power. The idea of washing your hands before every meal, or even every day, was frankly a bit of an eccentric obsession, reserved for the extremely pious or the pathologically anxious, the kind of fussiness that the hard realities of peasant life simply did not allow for. You might wipe your hands on your tunic, perhaps a quick splash from the cold water basin if you were feeling particularly fastidious, a splash that simply moved the dirt around, but the deep, satisfying, germ-killing lather that we associate with true cleanliness was a rarity, meaning that everything you touched, and subsequently everything you ate, carried a small but statistically significant risk of introducing you to a delightful new pathogen, a kind of biological Russian roulette played with every handshake and every bite of hard, stale bread, a constant low-grade exposure that kept the immune system perpetually engaged in a minor, unseen skirmish. The hair, dear listener, the hair. Imagine waking up with a head of hair that has spent the night on a straw pillow, untouched by conditioner or even a decent boar bristle brush, and knowing that your only recourse is a quick rake of the fingers and perhaps the application of a rough wooden comb whose teeth are probably wider than your modern toothbrush handle. Women, of course, would bind their hair, hiding the natural, slightly dusty, and perhaps slightly buggy state of things under a wimple or veil. A fashion choice that was as much about religious modesty and social signaling as it was about practical, low-maintenance hygiene. A kind of medieval dry shampoo solution that simply tucked the problem away until the next infrequent opportunity for a truly rigorous washing, which might happen once every few months and involved a colossal effort. And for the gentleman, a simple cut was often the best defense, but the daily battle against the persistent, low-level itch that comes from sleeping amongst the straw and working in the dust was a constant, low-grade irritation. A subtle, scratchy reminder that you were a biological being, existing in a world that was entirely indifferent to your comfort. A world where the concept of dandruff was the least of your follicular worries. Finally, the true test of medieval hygiene, the bath. While public bathhouses did exist, they were not the ubiquitous daily option that your private shower is. The concept of filling a large wooden tub with warm water, a process that required heating an enormous amount of water over a fire and manually hauling it to the tub, was a massive undertaking, a ritual of such scale that it was reserved for special occasions or the very wealthy, meaning that the default state of the medieval person was one of a gentle, persistent body odor, a complex, earthy aroma that was simply the scent of the era, a kind of human smoke and tallow perfume that was pervasive and entirely unavoidable. The morning ablutions were, therefore, less a refreshing cleanse and more a practical exercise in survival, a rough and ready preparation for a world that demanded physical resilience over aesthetic polish, a world where your cleanliness was measured not in the shine of your hair, but in your ability to simply endure the abrasive, unrelenting reality of existence. Having successfully achieved the modest level of cleanliness that medieval society allowed, the next step, a simple act that we now perform without thought, is the donning of one's clothes, and this, dear listener, introduces a fresh new layer of persistent discomfort. The wardrobe of the Middle Ages, especially for the common person, was a study in non-negotiable functionality and persistent, scratchy materiality, a uniform of sheer endurance against the elements. Have you ever put on an item of clothing that you knew, with a sinking feeling, was a persistent, low-grade incubator for a variety of unpleasant stowaways? That is the daily experience of the medieval person. An awareness that beneath the layers of wool and rough linen, there was a whole secondary population just living their best, blood-sucking lives, a kind of microscopic metropolis thriving in the warmth of your armpits and the hidden seams of your garments. Let's start with the base layer, the under tunic or shift, usually made of linen. This was the only garment that saw frequent, and again, we use that word with historical generosity, washing, implying a process of boiling the fabric with lye and beating it against rocks down by the river, a process that was less about delicate cleansing and more about brutal, fibrous warfare, the result of which was a fabric that was perpetually stiff and thin in places, but at least offered a slightly smoother surface against the skin. This linen was your first, and often only, defense against the enemy that was the scratchy wool that lay on top, a necessary, but ultimately flimsy, buffer. Over this, for both men and women of almost all classes, came the layers of the actual clothing, the tunics, the gowns, the hose, which were essentially long separate fabric tubes for the legs, often tied to the belt with a disconcerting and slightly awkward insecurity, and the surcoats. And the dominant material, the relentless, uncompromising hero of medieval clothing, was wool. Wool, of course, is warm, incredibly durable, and naturally water-resistant, qualities that were absolutely essential for a life lived outdoors, exposed to the relentless, non-negotiable elements. But it is also, particularly in its unrefined, non-merino state, unbelievably scratchy, a fabric that constantly chafes and irritates the skin with a million tiny, persistent fibers. Imagine wearing a heavy, slightly damp, and perpetually bristly blanket directly over your clothes, every single day, for years on end, and you begin to approximate the feeling of medieval dress. It was not a cozy, soft-as-a-cloud feeling. It was a constant, abrasive rub, a low-level irritation that only faded into the background because the human brain is remarkably adept at tuning out chronic discomfort, a feature that was essentially mandatory for a medieval existence, a kind of learned physical stoicism. The colors, too, were muted, a range of natural browns, greens, and undyed creams. Not because of a fashionable preference for subtlety, but because the process of dyeing fabric was fantastically expensive, requiring scarce natural resources and colossal amounts of time and labor, meaning that most people's clothing simply reflected the natural color of the sheep from which the wool was shorn, blending them seamlessly into the earthy, muted landscape of their daily toil. And let's pause for a sleepy, slightly nauseated moment to consider the vermin again. The clothing, particularly the woolen layers that were rarely, if ever, washed, because the process of washing wool was such a colossal, labor-intensive, and shape-destroying endeavor, were a perfect habitat. They were warm, dark, and provided an unlimited buffet for a persistent, biting population. The constant, low-level scratching that we associated with simple absent-mindedness was, in the medieval context, a much more pragmatic, necessary movement. A gentle, persistent skirmish with an invisible, biting population that made the simple act of sitting still a minor act of physical endurance. The daily nitpicking, a social activity often performed by mothers and children near the firelight, was not a quaint, old-fashioned term. It was a vital piece of personal maintenance, a desperate attempt to keep the biological chaos from completely overwhelming the individual, a silent, humble acknowledgement that no matter how hard you worked or how diligently you cleaned, you were sharing your physical space with a host of tiny, persistent parasites, a fact that simply had to be accepted with a weary sigh. The final act of dressing, of course, involved the shoes. Forget the specialized comfort of arch supports, memory foam insoles, or waterproof Gore-Tex. The medieval shoe, for the common person, was a simple leather poulain or a turn shoe, a piece of soft, thin leather stitched together and turned right side out, offering protection from the worst of the mud and the grit, but absolutely no structural support or cushioning, a kind of glorified leather sock. Your feet were in a constant, low-level state of ache and distress, navigating cobblestones, deep mud, and the truly alarming, unspeakable deposits that accumulated in the streets, a kind of pungent, multi-layered urban mulch that required careful, high-stepping navigation. The feel of that thin, unforgiving leather flexing over a sharp stone was a daily ritual, a quiet, painful reminder that the ground beneath your feet was not a perfectly paved, safely tarmacked surface, but a wild, messy, unmanaged environment that was actively trying to trip you, soak you, and generally make your physical existence slightly more miserable, lending a whole new layer of existential weight to the simple, necessary act of taking a walk down the street, an experience that, for the modern person, is entirely painless and unmemorable. By now, the sun has barely cleared the horizon, and you are already tired. The physical exertion of simply being clean or cleanish, and the struggle of getting into your rough, unyielding clothes have taken their toll, and the rumbling in your stomach is a non-negotiable demand for fuel. Forget the instant gratification of pouring a bowl of sugary cereal or the refined complexity of a double-shot espresso. Your medieval breakfast is a study in stoic practicality, a meal whose primary function is to serve as a dense, enduring fuel source. It is, almost universally, pottage. Pottage, for the uninitiated, is less a dish and more a long-standing philosophical argument in a bowl, a thick, slow-cooked, deeply unexciting porridge made from grains, perhaps oats, barley, or beans, slowly simmered in a cauldron, perhaps with the occasional root vegetable, or piece of dried salt meat thrown in if you were having a truly extravagant morning. It would have been made the night before, left to cool into a thick, slightly gelatinous mass, the perfect medium for long-term storage and easy reheating, and then reheated, or often just eaten cold, a dense, heavy substance designed to stick to your ribs with the tenacious grip of a legal contract and sustain you through a day of relentless physical toil that demanded a constant, massive caloric input. The aesthetic appeal was minimal. It was a bowl of gray-brown, vaguely lumpy consistency, its flavor profile dominated by the earthiness of the root vegetables and the simple starch of the grains, seasoned perhaps with a little salt, but certainly lacking the vibrant complexity of modern spices, which were astronomically expensive and reserved for the tables of the highest nobility. And the beverage? Oh, how we yearn for that steaming mug of ethically sourced, perfectly brewed coffee, or even a simple glass of cold filtered water, a miracle of municipal engineering. But in the medieval era, water was, quite frankly, a biological gamble, a constant, low-level health hazard that had to be navigated with caution. The local river that powered the mill, carried away the waste, and served as the communal laundry was not exactly the crystal-clear, babbling brook of romantic poetry. It was a murky soup of human and animal byproducts, and drinking it straight was a swift, often fatal, invitation to a variety of delightful internal disorders, a risk that no sensible person would take. Therefore, the drink of choice, even for breakfast, even for children, was ale or small beer. A weak, low-alcohol beer or ale was the safe option, the boiling and fermentation process having mercifully killed off the majority of the unpleasant, microscopic hitchhikers, leaving a liquid that was slightly nutritious and mostly harmless. This meant that your day, which hadn't even truly begun, was already being gently warmed by a mild, persistent buzz, a kind of low-frequency, slightly tipsy perspective on the relentless drudgery ahead, a soft alcoholic haze that perhaps dulled the edges of the persistent physical discomfort. You would eat this dense pottage not with the delicate, stainless steel utensil of the modern era, but with a simple wooden spoon, or, more likely, with a chunk of stale, hard bread, using it as a scoop, a kind of edible implement that would then become the final, chewy, slightly unappetizing course. This bread, the famous dense manche or trencher bread, was not the soft, air-filled, uniformly sliced loaf we know. It was heavy, often mixed with filler grains like rye or barley, and had the structural integrity of a small brick, designed to last for days or even weeks, becoming so hard that it was occasionally used as a disposable plate. A trencher beneath a shared stew, soaking up the juices before being eaten or given to the dogs, a testament to the absolute frugality of the medieval kitchen. The act of chewing this substance was a workout in itself, a repetitive, jaw-aching motion that reminded you, with every painful, fibrous tear, that life was hard, literally and figuratively, and that the concept of soft, fluffy nourishment was a fantasy reserved for saints or, perhaps, for the most sheltered of the nobility. And while you're stolidly masticating your pottage and sipping your weak ale, you'll notice the ambient noise. It's not the gentle whir of a refrigerator or the distant drone of traffic. It's the incessant, inescapable sound of a world that is always awake and always working. The soft crunch of a rat moving just beyond the edge of the hearth light. The relentless, slightly unnerving scratching of mice in the thatch. The loud, resonant grunt of the pig outside. The persistent, low thrumming of humanity going about its utterly unromantic, physically demanding business, a symphony of natural, unsanitized sound, a constant reminder that you are utterly, completely, and immediately exposed to the messy, uncontrolled chaos of the natural world. The moment you stepped out of your relatively controlled, smoky environment and into the common area, whether it be the small muddy patch in front of your peasant hovel or the courtyard of the local lord's manor, you were instantly immersed in the full, unvarnished sensory overload of the Middle Ages, an experience that would simply paralyze the oversensitized modern person. This wasn't a world that was neatly divided into residential and commercial zones. It was a chaotic, intimate, and often aggressively pungent cohabitation of human life, animal life, and all the attendant byproducts, a complex tapestry of organic existence woven tightly together. And the first thing that would hit you, the truly defining characteristic of the medieval atmosphere, was the smell. It was an astonishing, complex bouquet, a layered olfactory experience that began with the deep, earthy undertone of damp soil, mixed with the pervasive, slightly sweet and utterly unmistakable scent of old, uncollected refuse, which sat in the gutters waiting for the next rainstorm, or a passing pig to redistribute it throughout the neighborhood. A natural, unscheduled waste disposal system. Then, you had the sharp, eye-watering ammonia of the urine that was casually deposited in alleyways, or simply thrown out of upper-story windows with a cheerful, almost defiant lack of concern for the pedestrian below, a regular, unexpected shower of historical effluvium. This was intertwined with the metallic, slightly sickening odor of the nearby blacksmith's forge, the heavy, greasy smell of a tallow candle maker rendering fat, and the constant low-level animal miasma emanating from the pigs, chickens, and occasionally cows that were sharing your immediate public space, rooting around happily in the communal filth, adding a rich, farmyard note to the urban perfume. It was a total, unyielding assault on the senses, a symphony of organic decomposition and unmanaged waste, a smell so rich and complex that it would cling to your clothes and hair like a tenacious shadow, following you throughout your day, a constant, low-frequency reminder of the glorious lack of sophisticated sewage systems, a level of aromatic intensity that the modern, sanitized nose could barely comprehend. The ground itself, the glorious, historical surface upon which you must conduct the business of your day, was a treacherous, multi-layered tapestry of grit and grime, a surface that was never dry, never clean, and rarely level. In the city, the cobblestones or dirt paths were permanently coated in a thick, wet sludge, a mixture of mud, animal droppings, industrial waste, and the occasional human error that had been trodden and retrodden into a kind of thick, homogeneous, slightly shiny brown paste that was impossible to avoid, a kind of universal medieval carpeting. Every step was a strategic calculation, an exercise in avoiding the deep, shoe-swallowing ruts, the puddles whose depths and contents were entirely unknown and best left that way, and the sudden, surprising splat of waste that had been carelessly discarded. There was no clean spot, no safe zone, just a vast, sprawling canvas of historical effluent, and the ability to navigate this without falling or retching was a necessary, unwritten survival skill, a kind of constant, low-grade physical awareness required just to move. And the noise, it was a completely different kind of auditory landscape than we are used to, a persistent, uncontrolled clamor that would absolutely shred the nerves of a person accustomed to the controlled, quiet hum of modern life. No engines, no car horns, no buzzing electricity, but instead a relentless, non-stop cacophony of human and animal noise. You had the shouting of vendors selling their wares, the loud, monotonous cries of the fishmonger, the bread seller, the itinerant tinker, all vying for attention in the acoustic space. This was layered over the relentless sound of hammering, the rhythmic thud of a loom, the clatter of wooden carts being dragged over the uneven surfaces by tired oxen, and the truly overwhelming noise of the domestic animals, the crowing, the squealing, the persistent, high-pitched barking of the local dogs, which were less beloved pets and more essential, scavenging members of the municipal cleanup crew. It was a wild, uncontrolled acoustic environment, a true and persistent symphony of a busy, densely packed, and entirely unamplified human and animal existence, a constant barrage of sound that made a moment of simple, quiet contemplation a luxurious impossibility, a level of persistent auditory stimulation that would send a modern person straight back to the relative peace of their straw mattress. The sheer volume of raw, unfiltered life, all happening within feet of you, was a constant reminder of the lack of insulation, the lack of division, the fundamental fact that you were entirely, completely, and utterly embedded in the messy, chaotic reality of the human experience, a beautiful, horrible, and overwhelmingly pungent collective of pre-modern existence. The sensory assault of the medieval street was not a brief experience. It was the backdrop, the constant environment, the unchanging reality of public life, a reality that the modern, shielded mind simply could not process without a total system shutdown. Once you had successfully navigated the olfactory and physical hazards of the street, and the day had settled into its rough, unyielding rhythm, the true work of the day began. And this is where the modern person would utterly and comprehensively fail to last an hour, succumbing to sheer physical exhaustion. The defining characteristic of medieval labor, regardless of whether you were a peasant tilling a small plot or a skilled artisan in a bustling workshop, was the sheer, unrelenting, unautomated physicality of it all. There was no internal combustion, no electric motors, no ergonomic design, just the raw, unmediated application of human muscle, tendon, and bone to the task at hand. A relentless commitment to manual effort that would leave the average office worker weeping into their ergonomic keyboard by noon, their hands blistered and their back perpetually seized up. If you were a farmer, your day was a brutal, non-negotiable negotiation with the earth itself, a constant battle against gravity, resistance, and the unpredictable nature of the soil. Imagine trying to turn over hard, compacted soil, not with a massive, diesel-powered tractor that does the work for you, but with a simple, heavy wooden plow that you are either pushing or guiding with all your might, pulled by a pair of oxen that are, frankly, far more interested in chewing their cud and finding the nearest patch of shade than in efficiently completing the morning's work. The sheer gravitational weight of the soil, the tenacious resistance of the tangled roots, the strain on your back and shoulders as you grip the rough, unsanded wooden handles, and the constant rhythmic lurch of the equipment. It is a repetitive, muscle-tearing ordeal that continues for hours under the direct, unfiltered gaze of the sun, with no air conditioning, no convenient water cooler, and no safety glasses to protect you from the constant flick of dust and grit. Every single calorie you consume in that hard, dense pottage is immediately burned off in a furious, sweaty expenditure of energy, simply to get the most basic task of food production completed. A relentless, honest, and entirely exhausting transaction between your body and the land. A process that completely redefines the concept of a long day's work and leaves you with the foundational, physical ache of a body pushed far past its comfortable limits. And for the artisan, the blacksmith, the carpenter, the mason, while they might not be dealing with the soil, they are dealing with the brutal, unforgiving nature of raw materials, using tools that were entirely unforgiving of human error. The blacksmith, working at the edge of the fire, the heat radiating off the bellows and the glowing iron, is not simply tapping a delicate hammer. He is swinging a heavy, ringing lump of steel onto a red-hot object, the concussive shock traveling straight up his arm, his body permanently hunched, the air thick with smoke, and the metallic scent of burning flux, all while his body is perpetually covered in a fine, black layer of soot and sweat, enduring temperatures that would be considered a major workplace hazard today. The carpenter is not cutting precise lines with an electric saw. He is pushing a heavy, dull hand saw through a thick, knotted piece of timber, the wood rasping and grabbing, demanding a colossal output of energy and precision. Every knot a potential injury, every slip a disaster that could cost him a finger or a livelihood. There is no OSHA, no liability insurance, no easy button. There is only the constant, low-level risk of a misplaced hammer, a flying splinter, a sudden loss of grip, or a catastrophic failure of a support beam, all of which would result in a permanent, life-altering injury with absolutely no prospect of modern medical intervention or paid sick leave. A kind of high-stakes, physically demanding reality that makes the concept of a desk job an absolutely divine, untouchable luxury. The work itself was slow, methodical, and often frustratingly inefficient by modern standards, governed by the limitations of hand tools and the sheer scale of the raw, unshaped materials. Everything took longer, required more effort, and demanded a level of sustained, monotonous concentration that is entirely foreign to our distracted, multitasking world. This labor, this persistent, full-body strain, was the constant rhythm of medieval life, a hypnotic, exhausting beat that began with the first light and only ended when the darkness made it impossible to see the work any longer. A profound, foundational, physical weariness that made the simple act of lifting a cup of ale feel like a heroic effort, ensuring that by the time you crawled back onto that scratchy straw mattress, sleep was not a gentle invitation, but a desperate, necessary biological collapse, a brief, blessed reprieve before the entire, demanding cycle began anew. As the sun arcs across the sky, marking the passage of the hours in a way that is utterly foreign to our modern, arbitrarily scheduled existence, we must now contemplate the tyranny of medieval time and the profoundly different pace of life. In our world, time is a precise, measurable commodity, divided into seconds, scheduled into appointments, and constantly checked on the glowing, unforgiving face of a smartphone. But the medieval person operated on a time system that was far more organic, far more forgiving in its detail, but far more brutal in its overall demand. The sun clock. The day was divided into canonical hours, tied to the church's schedule of prayer. But for the common folk, the true measurement was simply the position of the sun, the available light, and the demands of the season. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to live without a single clock that told the exact minute? Your life would be governed by a beautiful, simple, but profoundly non-linear rhythm. You wake at first light, you work until the light fails, and you eat and sleep in the interim. This means that in the summer your workday was an impossibly long, demanding stretch of 16 or more hours of relentless physical effort, a period of sustained toil that would be unthinkable under modern labor laws. But in the deep, dark winter the working day might be mercifully short, only to be followed by a prolonged, cold period of indoor life, punctuated by the high cost and smoky inconvenience of maintaining a fire. The overall pace of life, governed by the limitations of technology, was agonizingly, frustratingly slow by our standards. The simple act of sending a message was not an instant click. It was a physical commitment. A rider on a horse, navigating rough, dangerous roads, a journey that might take weeks to deliver a simple, hand-written piece of parchment, a letter that was itself a massive undertaking of expensive materials and precious time. The concept of speed was entirely redefined. A fast transaction was one that was completed within the day, not within the second. The making of any object, whether it was a single wooden spoon or a massive stone cathedral, was a process that was measured in months, years, or even decades, requiring a colossal, multi-generational commitment of time and collective patience. This slow, deliberate, unhurried pace was not a choice. It was a necessity imposed by the limitations of available energy and technology. Everything was done by hand. Every action required a physical, time-consuming effort, and there was simply no way to rush the fundamental processes of nature, which determined when the crops grew, when the animals mated, and when the rivers froze. This constant slowness would be a maddening constraint for the modern, impatient mind, a continuous, low-level friction against our expectation of instantaneity. Imagine waiting 6 months to hear back from someone, or spending a full week simply gathering and preparing the wood you need for the coming cold season. These were not delays. They were simply the natural, non-negotiable flow of time. The medieval mind had a patience that we have entirely lost, a profound acceptance of the drawn-out nature of all things, a kind of resigned stoicism that allowed them to tackle monumental tasks with the quiet understanding that the completion would be a gift to the next generation, not a point on their own immediate to-do list. This organic, unscheduled rhythm of life meant a lack of the chronic, low-level time stress that plagues us today. No feeling of being constantly late, constantly behind, or constantly rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline. But in exchange for that freedom from modern anxiety, they traded the power of control, the ability to bend the world to their own personal schedule. The sun, the seasons, the Lord, and the demanding needs of the body dictated the rhythm of existence, a powerful, simple, and entirely non-negotiable structure that made the concept of a vacation a truly hilarious, impossible fantasy. Your time was not your own. It was a precious, finite resource that was immediately and entirely consumed by the endless, exhausting, and necessary business of simply staying alive, of surviving to see the next slow-moving, difficult sunrise, a life governed by a massive, natural, unforgiving clock that never once displayed the exact minute, only the stark, simple reality of how much daylight remained to complete the necessary work. As the day continues its slow, demanding grind, the persistent, low-level pain of the physical work, the omnipresent discomfort of the coarse clothing, and the general exposure to the unsanitized environment would inevitably lead to a need for medical attention. And this, dear listener, is where that cozy, slightly sarcastic mood must momentarily yield to a gentle but firm realism about the true precariousness of life. Have you ever considered a world where a simple paper cut could potentially be a death sentence? Where a bad tooth was not an inconvenience but a ticking biological time bomb? That is the reality you would be living. A world where illness and injury were not exceptions to the rule, but a casual, persistent presence, a kind of quiet, statistical specter that walked alongside you with every muddy step, an inescapable feature of the landscape. The medieval doctor, or the local barber surgeon, a man who might cut your hair, shave your face, and amputate your gangrenous finger, was a figure of both necessary expertise and horrifying, almost comedic incompetence, depending entirely on the day of the week and the severity of your complaint. Their understanding of the human body was based largely on the ancient Greek theory of the 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, a system that theorized that all sickness was simply an imbalance of these internal liquids, an elegant philosophical framework that bore absolutely no resemblance to the actual, complex, and microbiological nature of disease. The cure, therefore, was often based on the principle of removing the perceived excess, and the most common, and perhaps most terrifying procedure was bloodletting. Imagine, if you will, feeling weak, feverish, and generally unwell, the exact time when your body needs all the red blood cells it can muster, and the local authority on wellness decides that the best course of action is to make an incision and drain a pint or two of your precious, life-giving fluid into a bowl, a process often conducted with a confidence that bordered on sheer arrogance. This was not a rare, desperate measure. It was a first-line treatment for almost everything from a simple cold to a severe fever, a widespread, accepted medical practice that was designed to restore balance, but often served only to weaken an already struggling body, leaving you pallid, dizzy, and significantly more susceptible to whatever pestilence was currently making its rounds. A treatment that was often worse than the disease itself. And the tools. Forget the sterile, stainless steel precision of a modern operating theater. Your surgical experience would likely involve a set of well-used, probably rusty, and certainly unsterilized instruments. A knife, a hook, perhaps a cauterizing iron, all applied with a confidence that far outstripped the actual empirical evidence, often under lighting that was barely adequate for reading, let alone performing delicate procedures, and without any understanding of the microscopic agents of infection that were immediately introduced into the open wound. Anesthesia, for any major procedure, was either non-existent or relied on crude, unreliable concoctions of herbs, wine, and opium, often resulting in the patient being either fully awake for the agony or simply rendered unconscious by a near-fatal dose, a desperate wager against the pain that could easily cost you your life. The simple act of getting a tooth pulled, a dental trauma that is a brief, heavily anesthetized inconvenience today, was a visceral, terrifying ordeal. Toothache, often a sign of deep, raging infection, would drive a person to the local blacksmith or the barber, the only men with the necessary heavy-duty tools who would apply a truly massive pair of pliers, or perhaps simply a pair of tongs, to the offending molar and, with a colossal effort and an astonishing lack of pain relief beyond perhaps a little strong ale, wrench the tooth from your skull. The sound, the crunch, the sheer blinding agony of the event was an experience that would linger in the memory, ensuring that you tolerated a good amount of chronic pain before you ever submitted yourself to the ministrations of the local tooth puller. An honest assessment of risk versus reward that constantly reminded you that the casual presence of infection, decay, and untreated pain was simply a fundamental part of the human condition, a subtle, chronic discomfort that the modern world has almost entirely and divinely erased. This constant, pervasive medical vulnerability meant that a simple, clumsy mistake, a fall from a cart, a deep cut from a knife, a badly set fracture, could easily transition from a temporary setback to a permanent disability or a swift, agonizing death. A daily roll of the biological dice that made every single evening a small, quiet victory against the relentless forces of medieval mortality. Now, let's step inside the common medieval dwelling, be it a small peasant cottage or a portion of a bustling, multi-family manor house, and contemplate the profound absence of a concept we hold utterly sacred: privacy. The common house of the Middle Ages was not a sanctuary of individual space. It was a hotbed of perpetual, inescapable communal living, a place where walls were thin and boundaries were porous, both physically and socially. Have you ever considered a world where your private moments are constantly observed? Where the quiet space for contemplation simply does not exist? This is the reality of the medieval evening. The structure itself, often built of wattle and daub, a woven lattice of wood covered in a mixture of mud, clay, and straw, or simple, rough-hewn timbers, provided a fragile, basic shelter from the elements, but absolutely no acoustic or visual separation between the inhabitants. In a peasant dwelling, the entire family, often extending to multiple generations, would sleep together in a single room, sharing the warmth of the hearth and the accumulated body heat of the collective, a necessary thermal strategy to combat the relentless cold. This meant that every sigh, every snore, every whispered word, and every bodily function was a communal event, an ongoing, undramatized slice of life that was simply accepted as the natural order of domesticity. The concept of having a personal bedroom, a locked door, or even a simple screen to create a visual barrier was a fantasy reserved only for the very highest nobility, and even their grand chambers often housed multiple servants and retainers, meaning that even at the apex of society, true solitude was a rare and highly suspicious indulgence. The sharing extended beyond just the human occupants. The livestock, particularly in colder climates, often shared the house, sometimes separated by a low wall, or simply occupying the other end of the main room. The quiet chewing of the cow, the persistent scratching of the chickens, and the low, contented grunting of the pig were the constant, organic background noises of the medieval evening. A living, breathing, and occasionally smelly security system and heat source all rolled into one. This profound lack of physical privacy translated directly into a lack of social and emotional isolation. Everyone knew everyone else's business, not out of malicious curiosity, but out of simple, unavoidable proximity. There was no retreating into the digital world, no tuning out the family with a pair of noise-canceling headphones, no escaping the immediate, demanding reality of the people around you. Every argument, every illness, every celebration, and every quiet moment of despair was a shared event, witnessed and often commented upon by the collective, a level of constant scrutiny that would send a modern, privacy-obsessed individual into a state of profound, anxious withdrawal. The hearth, the central, smoky heart of the home, was the nucleus of this communal existence, the place where food was cooked, tools were mended, and the meager light of the evening was pooled. It was the only genuinely warm spot, and life clustered around it in a constant, tight knot, forcing an intense, unavoidable level of physical and social intimacy. This perpetual nearness was both a great comfort, a constant source of companionship, security, and shared labor, and an absolute, exhausting infringement on the need for personal space. The ability to endure this constant, dense, and unseparated existence was another necessary piece of medieval psychological resilience, an acceptance that your life was not your own, but a permanent shared drama enacted in the smoky glow of a dying fire, where the only silence was the silence of deep, exhausted sleep, and even that was broken by the rhythmic breathing of a dozen different creatures huddled together for warmth. The gentle, insistent pressure of another body nearby, the faint, familiar smell of unwashed wool and wood smoke, and the low, constant sounds of a shared, rough-hewn existence would be the final, hypnotic sensory input before the sheer, unrelenting fatigue of the day finally dragged you down into a deep, necessary slumber, a temporary escape from the collective. Having survived the demanding rhythm of the village or town, let us briefly consider the ordeal of medieval travel, an undertaking that would turn the simplest modern road trip into a terrifying, colossal commitment of time, resources, and sheer physical endurance. The concept of getting away was not a simple weekend jaunt. It was a profound, dangerous rupture from the fabric of your known existence. A journey that might easily cost you your life, your possessions, or simply a staggering amount of time you could ill afford to lose. The roads themselves were not the smooth, well-maintained tarmac ribbons we take for granted. They were ancient Roman-era remnants, or more often, simple dirt tracks that were perpetually rutted, muddy, and wildly unpredictable, turning into quagmires after even a moderate rainfall, and becoming treacherously hard and uneven in the dry heat of summer. A journey of what we would now consider a simple day trip, perhaps 100 miles, was an epic multi-day undertaking. A pedestrian could manage perhaps 15 to 20 miles a day, assuming good weather and no major impediments, meaning a journey that takes a few hours in a comfortable modern car would consume an entire, exhausting week of your life, leaving your feet blistered and your body deeply fatigued. If you were slightly more affluent, you might travel on horseback, but even then, the constant jolting rhythm of the horse, combined with the rough, unsprung saddle, and the persistent difficulty of the terrain, meant that you were in for a truly miserable, spine-jarring ride, arriving at your destination less refreshed and more in a state of low-grade musculoskeletal trauma. The constant gnawing anxiety of the medieval traveler was not the fear of missing an exit. It was the fear of outright failure, the fear of getting utterly lost on an unmarked track, the fear of the weather turning and trapping you in an impassable stretch of mud, and the much more immediate, visceral fear of highwaymen. The roads were sparsely populated, poorly policed, and the remote sections were an absolute haven for bandits and opportunists who viewed a lone, traveling merchant or a slightly affluent pilgrim as a walking, easily plundered treasure chest. Travel required not only money, but a profound level of caution, often necessitating the hiring of armed guards or the risky decision to travel in large, slow-moving, and often argumentative groups, a process that added layers of logistical difficulty to an already arduous journey. And then there were the inns, the medieval equivalent of a roadside motel, which were in reality rough, crowded, and utterly unsanitary havens of dubious hospitality. You would likely share a single, large room with dozens of other travelers, their retainers, and occasionally their livestock, all sleeping cheek by jowl on rough, shared mattresses that were, you guessed it, stuffed with straw, and a magnificent ecosystem of vermin, the air thick with the smell of sweat, unwashed bodies, smoke, and stale beer. The food would be rough, the ale potent, and the noise level persistent, with absolutely no expectation of quiet or cleanliness, a far cry from the comforting anonymity and high thread count luxury of a modern chain hotel. Furthermore, travel was an enormous economic commitment. Not only did you have to pay for food, lodging, and perhaps a ferry across a river, but you were also losing valuable working time, a cost that had to be weighed carefully against the benefit of the journey, meaning that most people rarely left the immediate confines of their village or manor. Your entire world, both geographically and intellectually, was limited to the distance you could walk in a day, an insulating bubble that made the concept of global awareness a complete, utter impossibility. The simple, everyday movement of the modern person, the effortless transition from one place to another in a clean, temperature-controlled metal box, is a profound, almost ridiculous technological achievement that entirely dismantles the fundamental hardship of medieval existence. An existence where every movement outside the home was a genuine, high-risk endeavor that required a moment of quiet, fearful contemplation before setting forth onto the rough, dangerous, and demanding road. Let us turn our gaze from the dusty, dangerous road to the inner life of the medieval person, specifically their profound and immediate relationship with the economy of scarcity. In a world where production was entirely manual and resources were finite and hard-won, the concept of possessions was radically different from our own age of staggering, overwhelming consumerism. Have you ever attempted to quantify how many items you own? The medieval person, even a relatively wealthy one, owned a tiny fraction of what the average modern person considers essential. And this fundamental lack of material redundancy shaped every decision they made. For the peasant, their entire worldly wealth could often be inventoried on a single piece of parchment, comprising a few rough tools, a hoe, a sickle, perhaps an axe, a small collection of cooking pots, a heavy worn chest for storage, their few changes of coarse clothing, and perhaps a small precious religious object. Every single one of these items was profoundly valuable, acquired through immense labor or inherited with great care, and their loss was a genuine, immediate catastrophe that could plunge the owner into a crisis from which recovery was not guaranteed. There was no Walmart to run to for a quick, cheap replacement, no credit card to bridge the gap. Every replacement had to be acquired slowly, arduously, through direct barter or the immense labor of earning a few precious coins. The tools they used were heavy, often clumsy, and required constant loving maintenance, as their failure meant the immediate cessation of the ability to work, a direct threat to the family's survival. The wooden handle of the hoe was smoothed by generations of sweat. The metal head of the axe was constantly sharpened and reset, each object carrying with it a profound history of use and dependence. The idea of a disposable item was utterly alien. Everything was made to last, patched, repaired, and repurposed until its final, absolute demise, an act of inherent sustainability born not of environmental virtue but of simple, non-negotiable necessity. Even for the slightly more affluent artisan or minor merchant, the possessions, while more numerous, were still intensely valued and guarded. They might own a few simple pieces of furniture, perhaps a chest of good linens, and a small collection of precious metal objects, but their house would still feel utterly bare by modern standards, lacking the decorative clutter, the specialized appliances, and the sheer volume of material that defines the modern, well-stocked home. This economy of scarcity fostered a profound, fundamental respect for material objects, a kind of sober gratitude for the sheer effort that went into the creation of even the simplest thing. The time it took to weave the thread, the labor to forge the iron, the effort to cure the leather. The modern experience of upgrading a perfectly functional item, of casting aside a slightly scratched phone or a year-old television, would be viewed by the medieval person as an act of staggering, almost sacrilegious wastefulness, a casual disregard for the fundamental difficulty of existence. This lack of material clutter meant a different kind of freedom, perhaps, less time spent organizing, cleaning, and worrying about possessions. But it was a freedom born of constant gnawing vulnerability, a daily awareness that you were living perpetually on the edge of what you needed, with no deep reservoir of material redundancy to cushion the inevitable, random blows of fate. The simple act of holding a medieval object, even a rough clay bowl, is to hold the profound tactile weight of history and human effort, a quiet reminder that every single piece of material life was a victory against the default state of having nothing at all, a quiet, pervasive truth that is entirely lost on the pampered, cluttered consciousness of the modern, oversupplied human being. Now, let us move from the practicalities of physical survival to the realm of the mind, and the profound differences in education and knowledge that separate the medieval person from the modern world. The average individual of the Middle Ages lived in a world that was intellectually contained, limited, and profoundly local, an existence entirely insulated from the vast, globalized stream of information we swim in today. Have you ever paused to consider what it would be like to live without the ability to read? To be entirely cut off from the written word, relying solely on memory and oral tradition? For the vast majority of the population, illiteracy was the norm, a simple, non-negotiable fact of life dictated by the sheer expense and difficulty of creating any form of written material. Books were not cheap, mass-produced items. They were precious, hand-copied artifacts, often illuminated with stunning, expensive detail. The creation of a single volume requiring months of dedicated, laborious work from a scribe, making them astronomically valuable and almost exclusively confined to the custody of the church or the wealthiest of the nobility. The concept of a public library, or even a personal collection of more than 2 or 3 volumes, was a fantasy. Knowledge, therefore, was passed down through the slow, imperfect vessel of memory, through stories, songs, proverbs, and the direct, hands-on apprenticeship of a trade. What a person knew was practical, immediate, and entirely relevant to their daily life: how to work the soil, how to mend a roof, how to butcher an animal, how to brew a basic ale. This was the education of necessity, a deep, tactile knowledge rooted in the physical reality of the world around them, a form of understanding that we have largely traded for abstract, theoretical concepts learned from a screen. The great, sweeping questions of science, geography, and world history that we take for granted were either entirely unknown or filtered through a lens of profound, often beautifully complex, religious and mythological explanation. The shape of the earth, the movement of the stars, the existence of continents beyond their own, all of these concepts were matters of faith, rumor, or intellectual speculation confined to the most sheltered monastic and academic communities. The average person's world was a bubble. Their village, the nearest market town, the local manor, and the path to the next field. Everything beyond that immediate, tangible geography was a vague, mythological realm, a place of exotic wonders and terrifying imagined beasts, a profound sense of here versus an infinitely mysterious there. Furthermore, the lack of literacy meant a profound dependence on the oral pronouncements of authority, particularly the priest, who was often the only literate person in the community, and thus the singular conduit for religious, legal, and sometimes even medical knowledge, a powerful position that ensured the absolute dominance of the Church's worldview. The ability to read, to independently verify a fact, to cross-reference a source, the foundation of modern critical thought, was simply unavailable, meaning that the world was accepted as it was presented, without the relentless modern questioning that defines our current era. This intellectual confinement, this profound lack of external information, meant that the medieval mind operated in a state of beautifully contained ignorance, a profound focus on the immediate, the tangible, and the eternal truths provided by faith. They lived without the constant, gnawing anxiety of global events, political crises on the other side of the world, or the overwhelming stream of bad news that floods our modern consciousness, trading that global awareness for a simple, necessary, and entirely local wisdom, a way of knowing that was rooted in the direct, unmediated experience of the earth and the immediate, demanding community around them. The quiet rhythm of the medieval day, slow and laborious as it was fundamentally dictated and dominated by the monumental, all-encompassing presence of the Church, which provided not only the spiritual framework for life, but also the actual, tangible, and necessary structure for society. The role of the Church in the Middle Ages was not simply a matter of personal, Sunday morning choice. It was the absolute, non-negotiable, and terrifying reality of existence, the singular institution that governed time, morality, politics, and the ultimate destination of the soul. Have you ever considered a world where your daily existence, from the moment you wake until the moment you sleep, is completely, irrevocably controlled by the omnipresent fear of eternal damnation and the hope of divine grace? This is the psychological atmosphere of the medieval world, an overwhelming spiritual weight that provided both immense comfort and profound, constant terror. The local priest was arguably the most important figure in the village, more central to daily life than even the lord of the manor, for the lord only controlled your physical body and your taxes, but the priest held the keys to your immortal soul. The ringing of the church bells, often the only reliable, audible marker of time in the community, dictated the rhythm of the day, marking the canonical hours of prayer. Matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, and compline, a constant rhythmic sonic reminder that the spiritual world was always present, always demanding attention. The act of attending Mass was not a choice. It was a necessary communal duty, the central social and spiritual event of the week, a profound sensory experience that brought the often illiterate populace into direct, if mediated, contact with the divine. Imagine the interior of the church, the largest, grandest, and often only stone building in the village, a space of towering ceilings and stained glass windows, a rare splash of vibrant color in a muted world, all filled with the heavy scent of incense, the hypnotic chanting of the Latin liturgy, which was often incomprehensible to the average person, and the powerful visual impact of the statues and paintings, which served as the primary didactic tools for teaching biblical stories. It was a complete, overwhelming assault on the senses designed to evoke awe and humble submission, a profound moment of collective spiritual drama that stood in stark contrast to the rough, simple nature of their daily lives. The Church also provided the only safety net in a world without state welfare, operating hospitals, running rudimentary schools, and distributing what little charity was available, cementing its role as the benevolent but terrifying mother of society. The constant gnawing fear was the sin, the breaking of the moral law, which could lead to a swift, unforgiving end in eternal fire, a terrifying reality that the priest's sermons did little to soften, often employing vivid, horrific imagery of hell to ensure moral compliance. This immense spiritual framework provided a profound, necessary comfort, giving meaning to suffering, purpose to the relentless toil, and a simple, understandable structure to a chaotic, unpredictable world. It was a system that told them why they suffered and what they were working towards, an eternal, pain-free life in the company of God, a reward that made the scratchy tunic and the endless labor of the present life a temporary, endurable penance. The modern person, stripped of this singular, absolute spiritual certainty, must find meaning in abstraction, a freedom that is often laced with the profound, confusing anxiety of existential uncertainty, a burden that the medieval mind, for all its physical discomfort, was entirely spared. They lived and died knowing exactly where they stood with the universe, a certainty that was both incredibly confining and fundamentally, deeply comforting at the face of the constant, casual proximity of death. As the day begins to wane and the long, slow shadows stretch across the muddy ground, we must consider the medieval traveler's ordeal again. But this time, the focus shifts to the relentless logistical difficulty of movement in a pre-modern world, a problem that would render the modern expectation of effortless connection entirely impossible. Imagine needing to communicate with a relative or a trading partner only 50 miles away, a distance that a modern human might traverse in a pleasant hour, listening to a podcast in a climate-controlled vehicle. For the medieval person, this was a massive, multi-day undertaking, a profound commitment of physical energy and time that fundamentally limited the sphere of their influence and knowledge. The infrastructure of the road was designed only to meet the barest necessity of movement, not the convenience of the passenger. Bridges were often rickety, unreliable wooden structures that required a moment of quiet, fearful prayer before crossing, and ferries across major rivers were slow, manually operated barges that often required a full day of waiting and negotiation, a logistical bottleneck that had to be accounted for in every travel plan. There was no concept of a centralized road maintenance authority. The roads were maintained, if at all, by the local lord or simply left to the mercy of the elements, meaning the traveler was constantly navigating a landscape that was actively resisting their progress. The simple act of transporting goods, the lifeblood of trade, was a colossal, slow-motion effort. Goods moved on ox-drawn carts, which were tremendously slow, moving at barely 2 miles an hour, their iron-shod wooden wheels carving deep, permanent ruts into the earth, and their capacity was strictly limited by the strength of the beast and the roughness of the terrain. This meant that any commodity that was heavy, bulky, or perishable simply could not be moved far, which fundamentally restricted the scope of the medieval economy and dictated the local, self-sufficient nature of most communities. The movement of ideas, too, was excruciatingly slow. Scholars traveling between the great universities of Oxford, Paris, or Bologna carrying precious, hand-copied manuscripts, would spend weeks or months on the road, enduring the same dangers and discomforts as the merchants and pilgrims. The intellectual life of the Middle Ages was, therefore, not a rapid international exchange, but a slow, laborious diffusion, with ideas taking generations to move from their point of origin to the edges of the known world. A stately, measured pace that allowed concepts to be deeply considered and slowly assimilated, rather than instantly, superficially consumed and forgotten, as is the habit of the modern Internet. This logistical difficulty also profoundly affected the nature of governance and warfare. The ability of a king or a lord to exert their will was strictly limited by the speed at which their messengers could ride and their armies could march, meaning that regional autonomy was a constant, non-negotiable fact of life. An army could only move as fast as its slowest soldiers and its heaviest supply wagons, and the act of provisioning a large force on the march was a logistical nightmare that was often solved simply by letting the army pillage the local countryside, adding another layer of terror and disruption to the ordinary existence of the civilian population. The medieval world was a sticky world, a place where things and people tended to stay put, and the act of going somewhere was a testament to extreme necessity, immense planning, and an incredible tolerance for discomfort and danger. The freedom of modern travel, the sheer, unthinking joy of effortlessly covering vast distances in a matter of hours, is a form of casual, technological sorcery that has entirely liberated us from the ancient geographical constraints that define the limits of the medieval imagination and the scope of their entire lives, confining their experiences to a small, intensely familiar circle of local discomfort and demanding repetitive toil. As the day's relentless labor has taken its toll, and the cold begins to creep back into the bones, we must consider the economics of scarcity that governed every single interaction with the material world, leading to a profound absence of what we consider to be redundancy. In the modern world, if an object breaks, we simply replace it. If a system fails, there is a backup. But the medieval existence was a life lived constantly on the edge of the absolute minimum necessary to survive, with no cushion for error and no capacity for casual replacement. This meant that the failure of any single piece of equipment, or any single individual, was a community-level crisis. Take, for example, the local mill, the massive, laborious piece of technology that was essential for grinding the harvested grain into the flour necessary for bread and pottage. If the mill wheel broke, or the miller fell ill, the entire village faced the immediate, terrifying prospect of not being able to process their staple food, a crisis that demanded immediate, collective, and arduous manual repair, often requiring the cessation of all other work. There was no spare mill wheel lying in a barn, no second miller waiting to take over. The community was entirely dependent on a single, fragile point of failure. This intense dependence on single points of failure extended to the people themselves. The skilled blacksmith, the local weaver, the midwife. These were not interchangeable parts. They were individuals whose unique, laboriously acquired skills were absolutely essential to the functioning of the community. If the blacksmith were to break his arm or succumb to a fever, the community lost its only source of metal tools, its only repairman for the vital iron on the plow. a crisis that could cripple agricultural output for an entire season. This meant that the life of a skilled artisan was a precious, guarded commodity, and their loss was a tragedy that rippled throughout the entire social fabric, a reality that lent an immense, heavy gravity to every single person's health and well-being. Furthermore, the very concept of savings, of having a significant liquid reserve of wealth, was a luxury enjoyed only by a tiny fraction of the population. For the vast majority, surplus was minimal, and it was quickly converted into the immediate necessities of survival: more grain for the winter, a new piece of rough linen, a small essential repair to the house. The idea of accumulating enough money to sit out a bad year, to simply take a break from the unrelenting labor, was an impossible dream, a level of financial security that was entirely beyond the scope of their meager wages and the constant demanding requirements of taxation by the Lord and the tithe to the church. Their wealth was not in coin, but in the physical, tangible assets that kept them alive: the health of their bodies, the yield of their field, the strength of their animals, and the integrity of their simple, necessary tools. This constant, pervasive economy of scarcity and fragility meant that the dominant psychological state was one of profound, low-grade worry, a persistent anxiety about the weather, about disease, about the tax collector, and about the durability of the few objects they possessed. They could not afford to be careless, they could not afford to be wasteful, and they absolutely could not afford to be ill or injured, because there was no safety net, no insurance, and no immediate, easy way to replace what was lost. This life on the brink, this constant negotiation with the absolute minimum, is the true, defining hardship of the medieval era, a stark, unforgiving reality that makes the casual, overwhelming abundance and material security of the modern world a profound, almost offensive form of technological magic. Every object you touch, from your phone to your toothbrush, represents a colossal surplus of time, labor, and resources that was entirely unavailable to the overwhelming majority of humanity for thousands of years. A truth that should make the simplest act of possession a moment of quiet, staggering gratitude. We must now drift into the complex, often unsettling inner world of the medieval mind, specifically the profound dominance of fatalism and superstition, the very tools they used to psychologically endure a life of such unrelenting hardship and unpredictable cruelty. Because when a world is as utterly unsanitized, as logistically difficult, and as medically terrifying as the one we have been describing, the human brain needs a coherent, comprehensive framework to explain the chaos, a narrative that provides meaning to random suffering. And this framework was provided by a powerful mix of deep Christian faith and a vibrant, often terrifying layer of folk belief. Have you ever wondered how a person maintains their sanity when a third of their children die before the age of 5, when a perfectly healthy cow suddenly drops dead, or when a massive storm completely wipes out their entire harvest? The modern mind seeks a scientific explanation, a genetic disorder, a specific bacterium, a measurable meteorological phenomenon. The medieval mind saw the hand of God, the malicious influence of the devil, or the subtle pervasive magic of a local witch or sprite. The world was alive with unseen forces, a constant ongoing battle between the heavenly hosts and the legions of hell, with human beings caught in the middle. Every stroke of luck, every sudden illness, Every unexpected recovery was a sign, a test, or a direct intervention from the divine or the demonic, a profound sense of agency that gave the random events of life a clear, if terrifying, purpose. This psychological framework meant a profound, almost non-negotiable acceptance of hardship, a deep-seated fatalism that was a necessary tool for endurance. When a catastrophe struck, a fire, a plague, a famine, it was not a failure of policy or technology. It was a punishment for sin, a sign of divine displeasure, or simply a temporary, unavoidable test that had to be endured with stoicism and faith, because questioning the will of God was an act of profound, suicidal arrogance. This acceptance of destiny allowed them to endure suffering that would crush the modern spirit, a psychological defense mechanism that traded personal agency for peace of mind. Intertwined with the formal theology was a rich, vibrant, and often deeply contradictory world of folk magic and superstition. The ancient pre-Christian beliefs did not simply vanish. They were layered over the formal faith, creating a complex, subtle system of practical belief that governed small daily decisions. A peasant might light a candle to a saint for a good harvest, but they would also hang a horseshoe over the door to ward off bad luck, place specific herbs in the cradle to protect the child from the fairies, and meticulously observe the phases of the moon before planting their seeds, a kind of necessary hedging your bets approach to an uncertain world. The forest was not just a collection of trees, it was a mysterious, dangerous realm, populated by sprites, dryads, and unsettling creatures, and every journey into it required a small, silent prayer and a specific protective ritual. The boundaries between the physical and the metaphysical were constantly blurred, and the medieval person lived in a world that was infinitely more vibrant, more terrifying, and more magically saturated than our own, a psychological landscape that was dominated by fear, hope, and an absolute lack of the sterile, scientific certainties that define the modern perception of reality. This profound, shared psychological state, this sense of a life lived as a dramatic, spiritual narrative, allowed them to find meaning and beauty in the midst of squalor and relentless toil, a kind of internal resilience born of absolute faith, a quiet, powerful conviction that their physical suffering was a small, temporary price to pay for the glorious, eternal reward that awaited them, a psychological mechanism that the comfortable, skeptical, modern person is entirely unable to access. As the day truly begins its slow, final descent into the deep medieval darkness, let us consider the profound absence of modern insulation and the resulting intense vulnerability to the elements, a daily confrontation with the sheer, unyielding power of nature that we have entirely forgotten. Our modern homes are cocoons of consistent, manufactured comfort, insulated against the cold, sealed against the wind, and controlled by a sophisticated, automated thermostat that keeps the temperature within a narrow, non-negotiable range of human preference. The medieval dwelling, however, was a porous, fragile structure, a low-tech compromise with the elements that offered only the most basic level of protection, ensuring that the inhabitant was in a state of perpetual, low-grade discomfort. The walls, often a simple construction of wattle and daub or rough, unmortared stone, were riddled with cracks, gaps, and openings, allowing the wind to whistle through the interior with a relentless, chilling ease. a phenomenon they simply referred to as the draft. This meant that the temperature inside the house was often only marginally higher than the temperature outside, a constant, non-negotiable chill that required every available piece of fabric, every scrap of animal hide, and every warm body to be clustered together for survival, a thermal desperation that defined the layout and social structure of the home. The roof, often made of thick layers of thatch, offered good insulation, but was a persistent, subtle source of two distinct discomforts: a fine, persistent rain of dust and dry straw onto the living space below, and the continuous, unnerving scratching of the mice, rats, and other small creatures who had found a cozy, warm home in the straw above. A sound that was the true, ubiquitous white noise of the medieval night. A constant, quiet reminder that you were sharing your ceiling with a menagerie of unwanted roommates. When the rain came, it was not merely an event outside the window. It was a phenomenon that instantly invaded the house, with dampness seeping into the walls, cold moisture condensing on every surface, and the unmistakable heavy smell of wet earth and wet wool filling the air. A damp, heavy cloak that permeated every single possession and piece of clothing. The very air they breathed was a challenge, a thick, smoky atmosphere that was necessary for warmth but damaging to the lungs. A difficult trade-off that was made every single day. A constant, low-level irritation that contributed to the short, difficult lifespan. There was no escaping the raw, unmediated power of nature. No ability to simply adjust the dial and forget the outside world. Every morning required a full assessment of the weather. The direction of the wind, the depth of the mud, the severity of the cold, because these forces directly, immediately, and profoundly dictated the difficulty and the potential success of the entire day's labor. This fundamental vulnerability to the elements meant a profound, deep-seated connection to the natural world, a keen, observant knowledge of the wind and the soil that we have entirely lost. A connection born not of philosophical choice, but of absolute non-negotiable necessity, a deep, primal respect for the forces that could, at any moment, casually strip them of their shelter, their harvest, and their very lives. The gentle, silent comfort of your modern, sealed, temperature-controlled home is, therefore, a monumental piece of technological emancipation, a profound act of human separation from the harsh, cold, demanding, and utterly unforgiving reality of the medieval night, a reality that only the relentless heat of the hearth and the proximity of another human body could momentarily hold at bay. As the final light of the sun is extinguished and the deep, pervasive medieval darkness settles over the world, we arrive at the evening meal, the supper that concludes the long, exhausting cycle of the day, a meal that is, like everything else, a study in pragmatism over pleasure, a final infusion of necessary calories before the long, cold night. Supper, the final gathering of the family or community, would often be another iteration of the morning's philosophical champion. Pottage, but perhaps slightly heartier, a little thicker, maybe with a piece of smoked fish or another generous dollop of lard for flavor. But it was still the same dense, unvarying, functional food designed purely for caloric utility rather than aesthetic pleasure. And you would eat it quickly, without ceremony, sitting on a hard wooden bench, the rough fabric of your tunic rubbing against your skin, your body aching with the deep, musculoskeletal fatigue that comes from a full day of unrelenting physical effort. The conversation would be low, practical, and focused on the immediate concerns: the weather for the next day's harvest, the need for new thread, the unsettling news about the local lord's latest tax demand. A kind of quiet, undramatized assessment of the continuous, low-level stress of a world where one bad harvest or one sustained illness could mean the difference between existence and total, absolute starvation. The only illumination would be the fire slowly dying, its embers casting flickering hypnotic shadows on the rough walls, and perhaps a single, precious tallow candle, its smoky yellow light providing a small, localized pool of visibility. This scarcity of light profoundly shaped the evening. There was no room for lengthy, specialized hobbies, no opportunity for the consumption of mass media, only the simple, universal activities that could be conducted in the dim, smoky gloom. Basic mending, storytelling, quiet prayer, and the necessary ritual of removing the vermin from one another's clothing near the last bit of residual warmth. The fatigue that permeated every muscle and every joint was the true master of the evening, a heavy, irresistible force that made the simple act of staying awake past the absolute necessity of the meal a pointless, masochistic act. The lack of artificial light and the sheer exhaustion of their manual labor meant that the medieval person's sleep cycle was far more aligned with the natural rhythm of the sun, a pattern that ensured an early, deep, and utterly non-negotiable slumber. And then the gentle slide toward sleep. There are no late-night television shows, no scrolling through an endless feed of brightly lit images, no artificial blue light to disrupt your melatonin production. Instead, there is only the fire slowly dying, the shadows deepening, and the pervasive, heavy silence of the rural night descending, broken only by the distant, mournful cry of an owl or the sudden sharp yelp of a dog in the village. The cold would begin to seep back into the room as the fire's warmth faded, a subtle, insistent chill that would remind you that the only source of heat was your own, and the shared warmth of your fellow sleepers. You would collapse onto your mattress of straw, the residual fatigue acting as a powerful, non-negotiable sedative, and the simple act of lying down, of stretching out your tired limbs, would be a moment of pure, honest, biological relief. A profound acknowledgement that, for a few short, precious hours, the relentless, uncompromising demands of the medieval world would be suspended, granting a brief, temporary, and utterly necessary reprieve before the entire, demanding cycle began anew, with the first rays of the unrelenting natural alarm clock. Let us briefly consider the subtle, constant political pressure that governed the medieval existence, the omnipresent, undramatized reality of the feudal contract, which added a profound layer of unchosen obligation to every single, difficult act of their lives. The life of the vast majority of people was not a self-directed, free enterprise. It was an existence bound by the legal, economic, and military dictates of a lord, a towering, inescapable figure in the local landscape, who controlled the land, the justice, and the ultimate distribution of power. Have you ever considered a life where your most basic freedom, the freedom to move, to leave, to own the fruits of your own labor, was severely, legally restricted? The peasant or serf was not a slave, but they were certainly not a free agent. They were fundamentally tied to the land they worked, a condition that dictated every major decision of their lives. The relentless, back-breaking labor that constituted their working day was not entirely for their own benefit. A significant portion of it, through taxes, rent paid in kind, or direct labor service, was owed to the Lord, a non-negotiable extraction of energy and product that was the very foundation of the feudal system. This meant that the harder the peasant worked, the more they produced. The more was simply taken away, a system that provided security. The Lord was obligated to protect them and provide a basic level of land, but at the cost of profound essential freedom and the majority of their potential surplus. The justice system was likewise a local, brutal, and often entirely arbitrary affair, administered by the Lord or his bailiff, a system that was rarely concerned with the nuanced truth and entirely dedicated to the maintenance of order and the protection of the Lord's interests. A dispute over a piece of land, an accusation of theft, or an act of insubordination could be settled with immediate physical violence, or a fine that could plunge the entire family into ruin. A profound, constant vulnerability to the capricious will of the local power holder. There was no concept of independent constitutional law, no due process that offered protection to the weak. There was only the local custom and the absolute power of the man with the most armed men and the largest piece of parchment, a stark reality that ensured a profound level of quiet, anxious deference from the populace. Furthermore, the feudal contract was also a contract of military obligation. The peasant, while not a professional soldier, was often called upon to provide labor or to serve in a local militia, a disruption of their essential agricultural labor that could easily lead to famine, and a terrifying, unplanned exposure to the brutality of medieval warfare, a chaos that did not adhere to the polite rules of modern conflict. The sheer effort of their lives, the constant physical toil, the struggle against the elements and the disease, was ultimately an effort conducted under the heavy, non-negotiable shadow of an external authority that dictated the terms of their survival. They were not independent actors. They were pieces in a massive, slow-moving geopolitical game, and their only power was the power of collective, desperate endurance, a quiet, stubborn refusal to simply stop breathing and working, a survival instinct that was, in the end, the only true defiance against the relentless, taxing demands of the feudal world. The comfort of the modern citizen, with their elected officials, their independent courts, and their protected property rights, is a profound, blood-bought freedom that stands in stark, miraculous contrast to the unchosen, inherited, and inescapable political servitude that was the silent, heavy background noise of the medieval existence. In the final moments before the deep, necessary collapse into sleep, let us consider the sensory experience of the medieval night, a world that was profoundly, utterly dark in a way that the modern person can barely conceive. Our nights are merely dimmed, illuminated by the pervasive, subtle glow of light pollution that filters up from distant cities, a perpetual, orange-tinged twilight that entirely banishes the true, velvety blackness of a sky unmarred by electric light. But in the medieval world, once the last smoky embers of the hearth had died down, the darkness was absolute, a profound physical presence that enveloped the house, the village, and the entire world in a thick, sensory blanket. This darkness was not merely the absence of light. It was a psychological phenomenon, a realm of imagined and very real dangers that amplified every subtle sound and every flickering shadow. Without the guiding light of the moon, which was often obscured by cloud or smoke, movement outside the house was a treacherous, terrifying endeavor, a blind negotiation with the uneven ground, the scattered tools and the unseen, lurking presences, the hungry wolf, the local thief, or the imagined demons of the folk imagination. This profound darkness enforced a massive, collective stillness and silence upon the community, a necessary psychological retreat from a world that had become entirely unreadable and uncontrollable, a nightly surrender to the primal fear of the unknown. The only sounds that broke this silence were the sounds of the natural world, amplified by the pervasive blackness, the chirping and rustling of the various creatures that had come out to forage, the sudden hoot of an owl hunting, or the distant, mournful baying of a dog. These sounds, undampened by traffic noise or the hum of electricity, were sharp, immediate, and often profoundly unnerving, lending a thrilling, terrifying edge to the long, cold hours of the night. A constant, low-grade awareness that the world outside the thin walls of the house was a vast, chaotic, and dangerous place. The psychological effect of this undimmed darkness was a necessary reliance on the small, contained pool of warmth and life within the home, fostering the intense, inescapable communal living we have already described, a huddling together against the vast, unknown, and potentially hostile night. Sleep, therefore, was not a luxurious indulgence. It was a fundamental biological defense mechanism, a necessary 8-hour obliteration of consciousness that allowed the body and the mind to entirely shut down and recover from the persistent stresses of the day. The sheer physical fatigue of the unautomated labor ensured that once the head hit the scratchy, straw-stuffed pillow, the descent into sleep was swift, profound, and utterly dreamless, a deep, necessary blackout that prepared them for the relentless demands of the morning. The final, soft, comforting truth to take with you into your own luxurious modern sleep is the simple, profound miracle of your ability to simply reach out your hand and flick a switch, instantly banishing the true, consuming terror of the absolute dark. A simple technological act that entirely dismantles the psychological structure of the medieval night, granting you a profound, unprecedented peace that was entirely unattainable by the overwhelming majority of human history. In this final gentle drift toward sleep, we will consider the final, profound difference between your comfortable, modern existence and the harsh reality of the medieval world, the immense, unbridgeable chasm of material choice. Your life, dear listener, is defined by an almost paralyzing array of options. What to wear, what to eat, what to watch, where to go, what profession to pursue. A level of personal, self-directed control that is the true, defining feature of your modern freedom. The medieval person's life, however, was a profound study in the absolute lack of choice, a life so tightly constrained by law, economics, geography, and custom that the vast majority of their decisions were simply made for them, ensuring a trajectory that was both predictable and fundamentally unchosen. The question of what to wear was not a choice between 100 different fabrics and styles. It was a simple, pragmatic decision between a clean, rough linen shift and a dirty, scratchy woolen tunic, with the color and cut often dictated by local law or immutable custom, a simple uniform of class and function that rarely changed from birth until death. The question of what to eat was not a choice between cuisines. It was a negotiation between pottage, bread, and the grim necessity of making the stored grain last until the next harvest. A menu dictated by the unrelenting demands of seasonality and survival, with every meal a study in monotonous repetition. Even the choice of profession was often predetermined, with most people simply inheriting the trade of their parents, the son following the father to the field or the forge, a social and economic destiny that was fixed by the time they were old enough to lift a tool, a system that provided stability but entirely denied the possibility of self-invention or radical change. This lack of choice, this profound, non-negotiable channeling of their existence, meant a kind of quiet, humble resignation, an acceptance that the structure of their life was a massive, external force that could not be fought, only endured with stoicism and grace. This acceptance, however, freed them from the profound anxiety of modern decision-making, the quiet, persistent stress of having to perpetually define and redefine oneself through a constant stream of consumer and professional choices. The medieval mind was not plagued by the fear of missing out, the fear that their life was not optimized or that they had chosen the wrong path, because the path was simply the one that was available, the one that ensured their survival, a profound, simple certainty that eliminated an entire category of modern psychological distress. And so, as you lie here, comfortable, warm, and utterly free to choose the trajectory of your next day, you can let the final, gentle weight of their unchosen existence settle upon you. A final, quiet reminder that your freedom, your comfort, and your sheer, overwhelming array of options are the most magnificent, unearned luxuries of the modern age. Let the scratchy phantom of their wool, the smoky air of their homes, and the deep, silent ache of their physical exhaustion serve as a final, hypnotic lullaby. A soft, low-frequency hum of historical discomfort that will only make the soft, clean reality of your own sheets feel all the more profoundly comforting as you drift now, gently, safely, and entirely alone, into the deep, dark, and utterly peaceful sleep of a world they could only have dreamed of.
Between 1347 and 1353, the Black Death claimed 25 million lives across Europe, wiping out up to 80% of the population in some cities. The plague was swift and merciless, but for those who survived, life continued in a radically transformed world. Here's what happened after the Black Death devastated Europe. Hey, quick thing before we start. If you actually listen to these regularly, hit like or subscribe. I always wonder where everyone's at, so comment your city and what time it is. Weird to think some of you are having breakfast in London while I'm recording this at night here in the States. Alright, let's head back to Europe in the aftermath of the Black Death. Trust me, it's going to be quite a ride. But first, get comfortable. Seriously. Adjust those pillows, pull up that blanket, because where we're going, you're going to want to be cozy. Your eyes open to darkness. The straw mattress beneath you is damp from the night's moisture that seeps through the walls of your small home. For a moment, everything feels normal. That familiar, scratchy texture against your skin, the smoky smell from last night's fire, the distant sound of a rooster. Then it hits you. The silence. No voices in the street. No clanging of the blacksmith's hammer. No children laughing or crying. Just nothing. You're probably wondering, wait, how unusual would this really be? Well, imagine your neighborhood completely empty except for maybe every fifth house. That's what we're talking about here. You rise and step onto the packed dirt floor, cold against your bare feet. Not like your warm carpet or wood floors today. Medieval floors were usually just compressed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw that wouldn't be changed for months. Yeah, not exactly the pinnacle of hygiene, which didn't help with the whole plague situation. I spent way too long researching medieval sleeping arrangements for this. Turns out most people slept on simple straw mattresses, often with their whole family and even animals nearby for warmth. Privacy, not a concept they were familiar with, and these weren't memory foam mattresses. Just sacks stuffed with whatever was available. Straw, hay, sometimes wool if you were lucky. As you step outside, the morning sun illuminates a village transformed. The blood-red sunrise feels appropriate somehow. Down the lane where the baker's shop once filled the air with the smell of fresh bread, the door hangs open. No one has been there for weeks. The baker and his entire family gone. In your head, you're thinking, is anyone even left? The rational part of your brain knows there must be others, but the emotional part feels utterly alone in this moment. You make your way to the village centre. Before the plague, this would have been bustling with activity. Merchants setting up for the day, villagers drawing water from the well, church bells calling people to morning prayer. Now, the well sits untouched, the church door closed. The silence is broken only by the occasional bird or the wind rustling through empty market stalls. "Hello," you call out, your voice sounding foreign even to yourself. "Is anyone there?" There's a shuffle from a nearby house and an old woman appears, her face gaunt and suspicious. She's carrying a small bundle of herbs, rosemary, thyme, lavender, clutched tightly to her nose. "Stay back," she says, eyeing you cautiously. "You got the sickness?" The sickness. That's what many called it. Others called it the Great Mortality, the Pestilence, or the Great Plague. The term Black Death wasn't actually used until centuries later. "No," you reply, "my family," but you can't finish the sentence. She nods, understanding without words. Her bundle of herbs is what people believed would protect them from bad air, the miasma theory that disease spread through foul smells. So they carried sweet-smelling herbs, or flowers, to counteract it. Completely useless against the actual cause, bacteria carried by fleas on rats, but they didn't know that. "The priest is collecting the dead," she says flatly. "They're digging a pit outside the village, a mass grave." The normal burial customs had broken down completely. One Florentine chronicler wrote about how burial shrouds shot up to 10 times their normal price. And even then, there weren't enough people to dig individual graves. Bodies were piled in great pits, often with little or no ceremony. You follow the path she indicates, and over the rise you see them, a small group of figures, some digging, others dragging wrapped bodies. The smell hits you before you get close, that unmistakable sweet rot of decomposition. Stay with me here, because this is where it gets weird. The person in charge of this grim work isn't the priest as you'd expect, but a local butcher. The priest died 2 weeks ago. The butcher, with his experience handling dead flesh, has become the default undertaker. "We need hands," he calls when he sees you. Not hello or good morning, just a demand for labour. In a world where perhaps 2/3 of your community has vanished, every surviving pair of hands is precious. Picture this. By mid-1349, in places like Florence, Italy, so many people had died that the survivors couldn't keep up with the burial needs. They'd dump bodies in large trenches, layer them with a thin covering of soil, add another layer of bodies, more soil, and so on. Some of these mass graves have been discovered centuries later during construction projects, revealing the grim efficiency of plague-time burial practices. The next few hours blur as you help move the dead. These are people you knew, the miller's wife, the cooper's son, an entire family from the edge of the village. Their bodies are bloated and discoloured, many with the telltale black swellings in the armpits or groin that gave the plague one of its names, the pestilential buboes. Or last week, the butcher says as you pause to catch your breath, a man from the next village came looking for food, said there wasn't a single living soul left there, everyone dead or fled. Imagine that reality for a second. Entire villages just gone. Archaeological evidence has confirmed this happened. We've found abandoned medieval villages where excavations suggest sudden abandonment during the plague years. By midday, your stomach is growling. You realise you haven't eaten since yesterday. With the baker dead, where will bread come from? With so many farmers dead, who will harvest the crops? This is where the first major economic shift began. Food prices skyrocketed immediately after the plague hit a region. According to that Florentine chronicler I mentioned, the food suitable for the sick, cakes and sugar, reached outrageous prices. Chicken and other poultry were unbelievably expensive. You make your way to what once was the marketplace, hoping to find someone selling something, anything edible. There's a single vendor there, an old man with a cart containing a few withered vegetables and a small sack of grain. Around him, a handful of survivors argue over the prices. 6 pennies for a loaf? A woman shouts. That's robbery. Take it or starve, the vendor replies coldly. There's no one left to work the fields. He's not wrong. Farms lay abandoned, crops rotting in the ground. Farmers had died or fled, leaving the fields untended. Domestic animals wandered freely with no one to care for them. In some places, sheep and cattle died in the fields because there was no one to herd them. Okay, picture this. You're standing there watching people argue over the last scraps of food when suddenly the church bell rings. Everyone freezes. This isn't the normal call to prayer. It's erratic, desperate. You all rush toward the church where a lone survivor is pulling frantically on the bell rope. Riders, he shouts, coming from the east. Fear ripples through the small gathering. Riders could mean many things, none of them good. Bandits taking advantage of weakened villages. Officials coming to collect taxes despite the devastation. Or worse, people fleeing from another plague outbreak, potentially bringing the disease back to your village. The small crowd debates what to do. Some want to hide, others to stand their ground. In your head, you're screaming, "This is how I die, either by bandits or by plague." But before a decision can be made, the riders appear at the village edge. It's the Lord's son, returned from a nearby town with several armed men and a wagon of supplies. His father, the local lord, died of the plague months ago. "I've brought grain," he announces, his voice carrying across the square, "and I need workers for the fields. I'll pay double the usual wage." This moment right here, this is history pivoting. See, before the Black Death, peasants were essentially bound to the land, working for whatever the Lord decided to give them, which wasn't much. But with so many dead, the surviving workers suddenly had leverage. Labour shortages meant that workers could demand higher wages and better conditions. The young lord continues, "I need 10 strong people to prepare the fields for planting. 10 pennies a day each." A murmur runs through the crowd. 10 pennies is an unheard of wage. Before the plague, you might have earned 2 pennies for a full day of backbreaking labour. "And what of our own lands?" someone calls out. "We have fields too, if we could get seed." The Lord hesitates, calculating. "Work my fields first, and I'll ensure you have seed for your own." There's a collective hesitation. The old order would have demanded immediate obedience, but the world has changed. Finally, a few step forward, agreeing to the terms. Others hold back, suspicious of promises. And this negotiation, this wasn't something that would have happened before. The massive death toll had disrupted the entire social hierarchy. As one chronicler observed after the plague, once the plague had finished, anybody who could get a hold of whatsoever kind of cloth or found the raw materials to make it became rich. Similarly, survivors inherited goods and wealth from their deceased family members. A person who previously had nothing could suddenly find themselves quite rich. You spend the afternoon helping distribute grain from the Lord's wagon. As the sun begins to set, you return to your empty home. The silence still unnerves you, but there's something else now, a strange sense of possibility. What was once your parents' home is now yours. The tools your father crafted are now yours to use or sell. The small plot of land, while not much, is still more than you ever expected to own. As you light a small fire in the hearth, you consider the day. 24 hours ago, you were overwhelmed by grief and shock. Now there's still grief that won't fade for years, maybe never, but there's also something unexpected, opportunity. Because here's the twist. While the Black Death was unquestionably one of the worst disasters in human history, killing millions and leaving survivors traumatized, it also accidentally created opportunities that wouldn't have existed otherwise. Land became available. Wages increased. Social mobility became possible in a way it hadn't been before. This isn't to say things were suddenly great. They weren't. The psychological toll was immense. Petrarch, an Italian poet who lived through the plague, wrote to his brother, "I would, my brother, that I had never been born, or at least had died before these times." He doubted that people of the future, that's us, could possibly understand their suffering. You lie back on your straw mattress, so different from your comfortable bed today. The emptiness of the house presses in on you. Before the plague, you would have been crowded in with parents, siblings, maybe grandparents or other relatives. Now it's just you. As you drift towards sleep, you wonder what tomorrow will bring in this new, emptier world. Will more survivors emerge from hiding? Will the crops be planted in time? Will the plague return? Unlike your peaceful bedroom tonight, with its security and comfort, a medieval survivor of the Black Death would fall asleep each night with profound uncertainty about the future. Yet despite that uncertainty, life would continue. And as we'll see tomorrow, the social fabric of Europe wouldn't just recover, it would transform completely. The grief and horror of mass death would gradually give way to something unexpected, a social revolution that would help pave the way for the modern world. But that's a story for another part of our journey. The second morning after the plague feels different. There's a strange energy in the air. Not hope exactly, but something shifting. You step outside to see a few more people in the village square than yesterday. Some faces you recognize, others are strangers who've wandered in from neighbouring settlements where they were the only survivors. The Lord's Son is organising workers for the fields, still offering those unheard-of wages. But today, something unexpected is happening. A well-dressed man you've never seen before is arguing with him, loudly. "This is my land now," the stranger insists, waving a piece of parchment. "My cousin died with no heirs. I have the legal right." The Lord's Son looks ready to draw his sword. "Your cousin was my father's tenant. This land belongs to my family." And here we see another weird side effect of the plague. Property disputes were absolutely everywhere. When people died without clear heirs, distant relatives showed up making claims. Court records from the years after the plague are packed with inheritance cases. Imagine a family tree being pruned so severely that branches that never expected to inherit anything suddenly had legal claims. A crowd gathers to watch the argument. Next to you, an old farmer spits on the ground. Let them fight over it. Meanwhile, who plants the crops? We'll all starve by winter. He's not wrong. While the nobility and emerging merchant class fought over who owned what, practical matters, like food production, hung in the balance. You can inherit all the land in England, but if nobody's growing food, what good is it? "You worked for the old lord, right?" asks a woman beside you, a child clutching her skirt. "Will you work the fields again?" You hesitate. Before the plague, you'd have had no choice. But now there are options. 10 pennies is good wage, you say, testing the waters. "The tanner in the next village is offering 12, she replies casually, "for anyone who can help him process hides. He lost both his apprentices." Okay, freeze this moment right here. This conversation, this casual mention of shopping around for better wages, this was revolutionary. Before the plague, most peasants were tied to the land through serfdom or other obligations. The idea of just picking up and going somewhere for better pay? Unthinkable for most, but the massive labour shortage changed everything. Meanwhile, the lord and the newcomer are still arguing. The lord's son finally shouts, "We'll take this to the king's court." The stranger laughs. The king's court, half the judges are dead, and the other half have fled London. Who's going to hear your case? He's got a point. The legal system, like everything else, had collapsed in many areas. Records from this period show court sessions cancelled, delayed for months or years, or conducted with whoever happened to be available rather than proper officials. You decide to follow the woman with the child, curious about this tanner offering higher wages. As you walk through the village, you notice something odd. Doors standing open on several houses. People are just taking what they need, the woman explains, following your gaze. No one left to claim it. Inside one abandoned home, you glimpse someone filling a sack with cooking pots, tools, clothing. Not stealing exactly, more like redistributing. Who was left to say who owned what? This massive wealth redistribution wasn't just happening with small items. In Florence, one chronicler recalled, once the plague had finished, anybody who could get a hold of whatsoever kind of cloth or found the raw materials to make it became rich. Similarly, survivors inherited goods and wealth from their deceased family members. A person who previously had nothing could suddenly find themselves quite rich. The woman leads you to a crossroads where a small group has gathered around a makeshift market, just a few blankets spread with goods. But these aren't normal market goods. There are silver cups, fine linen, tools, jewellery, things that would have been far beyond your reach before. Where did all this come from, you ask, though you already know. The dead don't need silver, says the man sitting cross-legged behind the display. He's missing 2 fingers and has the rough hands of someone who worked the fields his whole life. Found a whole chest of this stuff in my master's house after everyone there died. Figured I'd trade it for things I can actually use. You reach out to touch a silver goblet, then hesitate. It feels wrong somehow, profiting from so much death. The peasant notices your hesitation. "Oh, look," he says flatly, "my whole family's gone. Took them all in 3 days. You think I wanted this cup instead? But here we are. Might as well make use of what's left." I've studied accounts from plague survivors, and this practical approach was common. Not because people were heartless, but because the sheer scale of death made prolonged mourning almost impossible. Society had to continue functioning. You trade a small knife you've carried for years for a wool blanket that would have cost you a month's wages before. As you fold it, the woman touches your arm. "The tanner's this way," she says, nodding down a path, "if you're interested." The tan yard sits at the edge of a neighbouring village, the sharp smell of urine, lime and animal hides hitting you long before you see it. Tanning was one of those necessary but deeply unpleasant medieval trades that nobody wanted to live near. The process used urine and animal brains to prepare hides. Yeah, really appetizing, I know. The tanner himself is a burly man with forearms like tree trunks. He looks up from scraping a hide as you approach. "You here to work?" he asks without preamble. "Maybe," you reply cautiously. "Heard you're paying 12 pennies. 15 now," he says. "Lost another worker yesterday, not to the plague. He just took off with some silver he found in an abandoned house, going to try his luck in London." The tanner spits. "Fool, city's got hit worse than anywhere." And he was right about that. Urban centres, with their crowded conditions, suffered death rates sometimes exceeding 50–60% of the population. In contrast, some isolated rural areas lost only a third of their people. Cold comfort, but it meant different recovery patterns. "Never tanned before," you admit. The tanner shrugs. "Can you follow instructions? Not afraid of mess? That's all I need. I can teach the rest." Before you can answer, there's a commotion from the village centre. Bells ringing, shouts. You and the tanner exchange glances and hurry toward the sound. A rider on a lathered horse has arrived, bringing news from the nearest large town. A crowd gathers as he gulps water from a proffered cup. "The bishop's declared all debts to the church forgiven," the messenger announces. "Says it's God's mercy for survivors." Murmurs run through the crowd. Church forgiveness of debts was a big deal. Many peasants were perpetually in debt to religious institutions that owned vast tracts of land. "What of the king's taxes?" someone calls out. The rider laughs, a harsh sound. "King's collectors tried to enter 3 villages. 2 were driven off with pitchforks. The 3rd hasn't been seen since." This was real, by the way. Tax collection broke down completely in many areas. Some collectors were attacked, others simply found ghost towns with no one left to tax. Records show royal revenues plummeted. "And the guilds in town?" asks an older man, likely a craftsman. "Are they taking new members?" Before the plague, craft guilds, organisations controlling trades like baking, metalworking or weaving, were notoriously exclusive. They limited membership to protect their monopolies and keep prices high. "The Weavers' Guild is taking anyone who can thread a loom," the messenger replies. "Half their members are dead, and they have orders backed up from before the sickness." It's hard to overstate how significant this was. Guilds that once required 7-year apprenticeships and family connections were suddenly desperate for anyone with basic skills. Social mobility that would have been impossible before was now there for the taking. You look back at the tanner, considering his offer. 15 pennies a day is more than you would have earned in 2 weeks of field work before. But the smell, the mess. "Tell you what," the tanner says, reading your expression. "Try it for 3 days. If you hate it, I'll pay you for the time and no hard feelings." As you hesitate, a woman elbows her way through the crowd, heading straight for the tanner. "Master Fuller," she says, "I've come about the work." The tanner looks surprised. "You? But you're—" "A woman? Yes," she interrupts. "And my husband was your best worker before he died. I helped him for years. I know the process as well as any man." Okay, so here's another massive social shift happening. Women entering trades that were previously male-dominated. With labour so scarce, gender barriers started crumbling in certain industries. Not everywhere, not completely, but enough that women found opportunities that would have been unthinkable before. The tanner scratches his chin. "Ever actually done the heavy scraping? The lifting?" "I've given birth to 4 children," she replies dryly. "I can handle lifting a hide." A few people in the crowd chuckle. The tanner shrugs. 15 pennies, same as anyone else. 20. she counters. The crowd goes silent. A woman negotiating wages like this? Unheard of. The tanner barks a laugh. 18 and not a penny more. And you train this one too. He jerks a thumb at you. Done, she says without hesitation. And just like that, you've become an apprentice tanner with a woman as your teacher, being paid more than skilled craftsmen made before the plague. The old world truly was gone. As the crowd disperses, the messenger continues sharing news. Towns are offering citizenship to any skilled worker who will settle there. Landlords are reducing rents to keep tenants. Merchants who once dealt only in luxury goods for the wealthy are now selling to anyone with coin. You follow your new mentor back to the tannery, trying to ignore the smell that will soon become your daily reality. I'm Agnes, she says over her shoulder. Why tanning, you ask? You could probably do something less foul. Agnes slows to walk beside you. My husband didn't die of the plague, she says quietly. 2 years ago, a cart crushed him, left me with 4 children and no income, begged the tanner to let me work. He refused, said it wasn't woman's work. I took in washing instead, barely keeping us fed. She smiles grimly. And now he needs me more than I need him. Funny how things change. This reveals another side of the post-plague economy. People who had been marginalized before, women, lower-class workers, even the disabled in some cases, suddenly found their skills valued, not out of charity or social progress, but out of sheer necessity. At the tannery, Agnes doesn't waste time. She throws you a stained apron and points to a pile of raw hides. First step, scrape off all the flesh and fat, she demonstrates with a curved knife. Too much left on, the hide rots. Too much taken off, the leather's weak. The work is disgusting. Within an hour, you're covered in animal bits. Your arms ache, and the smell has penetrated everything. But there's something strangely satisfying about the transformation, taking a raw, bloody hide and beginning its conversion into something useful. By midday, your stomach is growling despite the stench. Agnes calls a break, and you both rinse your hands in a bucket before sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese that the tanner provides. He never fed workers before, Agnes comments, seeing your surprise. Food costs are up 3-fold, and he knows we could walk away and find work elsewhere by sunset. This was part of the new reality. Employers had to offer not just higher wages, but better conditions to attract and keep workers. Some Italian cities even passed laws limiting how luxuriously workers could be treated, trying to prevent employer competition from driving up costs too much. Where are you sleeping? Agnes asks as you eat. You realize you haven't thought about it. Your family home is in the next village over. Walking back and forth each day would be possible but tiring. He has a shed out back. Agnes nods toward a small structure. 2 workers used to share it. Now it's empty, not much, but it's shelter. After lunch, she shows you the next steps in the process, soaking the scraped hides in a mixture of water, lime, and urine. Yes, actual human urine collected in vats. Medieval tanning was not for the squeamish. Everyone contributes, Agnes says with a straight face, pointing to a bucket in the corner of the shed. By evening, your body aches from unfamiliar labour, and you reek so badly you doubt you'll ever smell normal again. But as the tanner counts out your first day's wages, 18 small silver coins that glint in the fading light, you feel something unexpected: independence. Before the plague, your path would have been set. You'd have worked the same fields as your parents and grandparents, handed most of your harvest to the Lord, and lived or starved by forces beyond your control. Now, with those coins heavy in your palm, you have choices. You think of the silver goblet at the makeshift market. With a week's wages, you could buy such treasures for yourself. But then what? You can't eat silver, can't warm yourself with it. Instead, you walk back to the market as dusk falls and trade one of your precious coins for a thick candle, a small loaf of bread, and a piece of hard cheese. Practical things, survival things. In your borrowed shed that night, by candlelight, you eat better than you would have on a normal day before the plague. Tomorrow, you'll earn more coins, maybe save them, maybe trade for tools or clothes. The future is uncertain, but for perhaps the first time, it feels like your choice to make. As you drift towards sleep on a pile of straw that doesn't feel so different from your mattress back home, you realize something. In this strange new world where death has taken so much, it has also perversely given something back, a measure of freedom. Unlike your comfortable bedroom tonight with its security and predictability, medieval survivors like you faced a world where all the old rules had suddenly changed. Terrifying, yes, but also filled with possibilities that would have been unimaginable just months before. And as the social fabric continued to unravel and re-knit itself in the coming months, those possibilities would only multiply, bringing both opportunity and conflict as Europe stumbled toward a new normal in the plague's devastating wake. 3 months into your new life as a tanner's apprentice, and the stink doesn't even bother you anymore. Agnes says that's how she knows you've become one of them. When you stop noticing the smell, everyone else still gives you a wide berth when you walk through the village, though. It's better than perfume these days, Agnes jokes as you both scrape hides under the summer sun. Nobody wants to get close enough to give you the plague. She's not entirely wrong. People have developed strange ideas about how the disease spreads. Some believe it travels through bad smells, the miasma theory, while others are convinced it's carried in looks or breath. The stench of the tannery might be repulsive, but at least it keeps people at a distance. The tannery has been busy. With so many people dead, there are more cattle per survivor, which means more hides to process. Your hands have grown calloused, your arms stronger, and your coin purse heavier. Master Fuller, calls a voice from the road. A well-dressed man on horseback, clearly a merchant of some kind, approaches with a handkerchief held to his nose. The tanner straightens, wiping his hands on his apron. I need 50 good leather hides by month's end for saddles and harnesses. The king's requisitioned horses for his French campaign, and there's good money for those who can outfit them. 50? The tanner scratches his chin. That's a tall order. Got just 4 workers now. The merchant eyes you and Agnes. 4? You're counting the woman? Agnes straightens, knife in hand. I finished more hides last week than the 2 men combined. I've read accounts where women who stepped into traditionally male roles during the labour shortage faced exactly this kind of scepticism, but the economic reality eventually forced even the most traditional minds to adapt. The merchant looks doubtful, but turns back to Master Fuller. 50 hides, 6 shillings each. The tanner nearly chokes. 6? The price was 4 before the death. Take it or leave it. Every tanner for 20 miles is getting the same offer. After the merchant leaves, Master Fuller calls everyone together. 4 of you now. You, Agnes, a teenage boy who started last month, and a grey-haired man who'd been a farmer until his entire family died. We can do 50 hides in a month, the tanner says, but we'll need to work from sunrise to sunset. I'll pay you each 25 pennies a day. Agnes crosses her arms. 30. 28, he counters immediately. And Sundays off, adds the older man, for church. The tanner sighs. Fine, 28 pennies and Sundays free, but we start at dawn tomorrow. Once he walks away, Agnes nudges you. Before the plague, he'd have laughed at us for even suggesting higher wages. Now he bargains like we're equals. This was happening everywhere. A Suffolk landowner complained in his journal that workers become so rebellious that the master fears his servant more than the servant his master. Can you imagine how radical that shift must have felt to people who had lived their entire lives in a rigid hierarchy? By late summer of 1350, about 3 years after the plague first hit Europe, something remarkable was happening across the countryside. Peasants weren't just earning more, they were living better. You see it in your own life. With your wages, you've moved out of the shed into a small but solid cottage whose previous owners all died. You've bought a real bed with a stuffed mattress instead of sleeping on straw. Your meals include meat several times a week, something unheard of for common folk before. On your next free Sunday, you walk to the village church. The building seems too large now for the smaller congregation. The new priest, the third since the plague, the first 2 having died, is a young man with a nervous manner. He was rushed through his training to fill the desperate shortage of clergy. Brothers and sisters, he begins, his voice cracking slightly. Let us pray for those still suffering from God's great punishment. An old woman near the front stands up. If it's God's punishment, why did he take my innocent grandchildren and not sinners like the tax collector or the Lord's bailiff? They survived without a mark. The priest stammers, God's ways are mysterious. Mysterious, another voice calls out. Was it mysterious how the Jews poisoned the wells to spread the disease? This awful rumour had spread across Europe, leading to horrific persecution of Jewish communities. In some places, entire Jewish populations were murdered by mobs looking for someone to blame. There is no evidence of well poisoning, the priest says, with surprising firmness. The Pope himself has said as much. Then why did the plague spread along trade routes? Someone else demands. It followed where people travelled. This observation was actually quite astute. The disease did indeed follow human movement patterns, though not because of deliberate poisoning, but because the rats and fleas carrying the bacteria travelled with human cargo. After the service, people linger in small groups outside the church. You overhear snippets of conversation. The miller's charging triple what he did before. Can't get decent cloth anymore. All the best weavers died. My cousin's gone to London, says a craftsman can name his price there. The world has turned upside down. Things that were once cheap are now expensive. Jobs that were once scorned are now sought after. People who once had no options now have choices. You spot Agnes talking with several women and join their circle. Telling him I won't marry unless I can keep my job at the tannery, Agnes is saying, and my own wages. And what did he say to that? Asks a younger woman, eyes wide. He agreed, Agnes laughs. Can you imagine? Before the death, he'd have just found another woman. Now, she shrugs. Men need wives more than wives need husbands these days. It wasn't just economic power shifting. Social relationships were changing too. With so many widows and widowers, new marriages were forming with different expectations. Women who had proven they could support themselves weren't so quick to give up that independence. As you walk back from church, you pass the manor house where the Lord's son, now the Lord himself since his father's death was confirmed, is overseeing renovations. The windows are being enlarged, glass is being installed, even the nobility is living differently now. A group of labourers sitting in the shade, taking a break from the construction, wave you over. Tanner, one calls out. Come tell Martin here what you're earning these days. You hesitate, then share your daily wage. The workers whistle appreciatively. See, the first man says to his companion, and he's just an apprentice. I told you we should ask for more. The Lord will never agree, Martin replies. Then we all walk off the job, shrugs the first man. See how fast his fancy windows get finished then. This collective bargaining power was unprecedented. Before, a lord might have had troublemakers flogged or worse. Now, workers were organizing in ways that would eventually lead to the famous uprisings, like the 1381 Peasants' Revolt. The following week brings something new to your life. A visitor from a large town 20 miles away. Master Fuller, the visitor addresses the tanner. I represent the Tanners' Guild of St. Alban. We've heard of your operation here. The tanner frowns. What of it? You're producing leather without guild oversight, without standardized quality. Been tanning 30 years, Master Fuller spits. My leather's better than half your guild's. Nevertheless, the visitor continues, the guild requires all tanners to be members, or to cease operation. Agnes whispers to you, before the plague they'd have shut him down without a second thought. Guilds controlled everything. Master Fuller laughs. And if I tell you to go back to your guild and kiss my arse, the visitor's face reddens. The guild has authority. Half your guild is dead, the tanner interrupts, and I hear the rest can't keep up with demand. You need me more than I need you. The visitor changes tactics. Join the guild and we'll ensure no one undercuts your prices. We set the rates for all members. And the membership fee? Or normally £5, the visitor says, but given the circumstances, we could reduce it to £2. Master Fuller considers this. £1, and I keep my current workers without them needing guild approval. They haggle a while longer before reaching an agreement. After the visitor leaves, you ask, why join at all? You said yourself they need you more than you need them. For now, the tanner nods. But times change. Better to have a say in the guild than fight it forever. Besides, he grins, now we can charge guild prices. By autumn of 1350, another change becomes apparent. People are obsessed with avoiding disease. New daily rituals have emerged that would have seemed strange before the plague. You see it when trading in the village market. People hold fragrant herbs to their noses while shopping. They avoid touching hands when exchanging coins. Many wear small pouches of sweet-smelling herbs around their necks. Plague amulets, they're called. It keeps away the bad air, explains a woman selling these pouches. Rosemary, mint, lavender, and wormwood. Wear it at all times. You've noticed Agnes wearing one, though she seems embarrassed when you point it out. Can't hurt, she mutters. My neighbour swears they work. Her whole street died except for those with the herbs. Of course, this was pure coincidence. The herbs did nothing against the real cause of plague. But in a world without modern medicine, people desperately grabbed onto anything that seemed to offer protection. Other new habits have emerged too. People boil water before drinking it. They burn the clothing of the dead instead of reusing it. They quarantine newcomers to the village for days before allowing them to mix freely. Some of these practices, though based on flawed understanding, accidentally did help reduce disease transmission. Boiling water kills many pathogens. Burning contaminated clothing eliminates flea habitats. Quarantine can prevent contagion spread. Through tragic trial and error, medieval people were developing public health measures that actually worked. One evening, as you're finishing work, you notice smoke rising from the edge of the village. Following it, you find a group burning a huge pile of straw mattresses and old clothing. Winter cleaning, explains an older woman overseeing the burning, getting rid of anything that might harbour the pestilence before the cold drives us all indoors. Another unintended benefit, destroying flea habitats before winter, when people would crowd together in enclosed spaces, sharing warmth and, unfortunately, parasites. As winter approaches, you realize how much your life has changed in a single year, from a field worker bound to the land to an apprentice in a trade, from sleeping on straw in a crowded family hut to having your own cottage with a real bed, from near starvation to regular meals with meat. But there's something else too. A newfound respect. People who once would have ignored you now negotiate with you. Your opinion matters. Your skills have value. You are no longer just another pair of hands in the field, interchangeable and disposable. One cold November evening, you're sitting in the village alehouse, another luxury you can now afford, when the newly installed bailiff enters. Before the plague, the bailiff was the Lord's enforcer, often feared and resented. This one looks barely older than you, thrust into the role by necessity. He calls for attention. The Lord requires 3 men to repair the mill before winter sets in. 6 days' work, 30 pennies per day. A few months ago, that would have been an astronomical wage. Now there's little reaction from the alehouse patrons. 35, calls out a man by the fire, and ale provided. The bailiff looks like he wants to argue, but just nods tiredly. Fine, who will take the work? 3 men eventually volunteer, but only after extracting promises about the exact hours and conditions. The bailiff leaves, looking defeated. Saw the old lord turn a man's bones to jelly for talking back like that, comments an older patron after the bailiff leaves. Now they're practically begging us to work. Agnes, who has joined you for a drink, leans in. It won't last, she says quietly. The nobles and merchants, they're not going to accept this new order forever. They'll find a way to push us back down. She's more right than she knows. Even as you enjoy your new status and comfort, forces are already working to restore the old hierarchies. In England, the first labour laws freezing wages will be enacted in 1351. In France, similar attempts to control labour costs are being implemented. But for now, in this strange window between the plague's devastation and the elite's reassertion of control, ordinary people are experiencing something rare: leverage. Later that night, returning to your cottage, you notice how different the village looks, not just because of the empty houses or the fewer people, but because of the improvements. Homes that once were simple wooden structures are being rebuilt with stone foundations. Windows that once were just openings covered with shutters now have oiled paper or even glass. People are using their new wealth to live better. Inside your own home, you light a candle. Beeswax, not tallow, another small luxury you can now afford. The mattress on your bed is stuffed with wool rather than straw. A copper pot hangs by the fire instead of a clay one. These material improvements might seem small from our modern perspective, but they represented significant quality of life changes. Better housing meant warmer, drier living conditions. Better bedding meant better sleep and fewer parasites. Better cooking implements meant more nutritious food preparation. All these improvements added up to something significant. People were living longer, not dramatically longer. Medieval life was still harsh by our standards, but the survivors of the plague who managed to avoid subsequent outbreaks often lived healthier lives than their pre-plague ancestors, simply because they had access to better nutrition and living conditions. As you drift towards sleep, you reflect on the strange paradox of your time, a world devastated by death, yet offering more opportunity for the living than ever before. Your wool-stuffed mattress is nothing compared to your comfortable modern bed, but compared to the straw pile you slept on a year ago, it feels like luxury. The next day will bring new challenges and opportunities as society continues to transform around you. The old world is gone, swept away by the plague's devastation. What replaces it is still forming, still malleable, and for the first time, people like you have a say in shaping it. Spring has arrived, bringing with it a strange tension to the village. It's been nearly 2 years since the plague swept through, and life has settled into new patterns. You've become skilled at tanning, earning wages that would have been unimaginable before. Agnes is now officially the tanner's wife, though she insisted on keeping her position and her own earnings. But something's shifting. You feel it first in small ways. Whispers in the marketplace, nervous glances when wages are discussed. Then one morning, the village crier arrives with a proclamation. Hear ye, hear ye, his voice carries across the village square. By order of our sovereign lord King Edward, the following laws are now in effect throughout England. A crowd gathers quickly. Royal proclamations aren't common events in small villages. All labourers, craftsmen and servants, the crier continues, reading from a scroll, shall accept the same wages and terms as were paid in the year 1346, before the great mortality. A murmur ripples through the crowd. 1346 wages, that's less than half what most people are earning now. Furthermore, the crier raises his voice over the growing noise. It shall be illegal for any able-bodied man or woman to refuse suitable work when offered. Those violating these laws shall be fined or imprisoned. The crowd erupts. Someone throws a turnip at the crier, who ducks and continues reading even louder. These laws are enacted for the common good, to prevent the realm from falling into ruin due to excessive wages and idle hands. What you're witnessing is the Statute of Labourers, enacted in 1351. It was a direct response by the ruling class to the economic changes we've been following. Landowners, nobles, and wealthy merchants were horrified by rising wages and workers' new mobility. This law was their attempt to turn back the clock to before the plague. As the crier finishes and hurries away, the village explodes in angry conversation. They can't enforce this, a carpenter declares. Who's going to make me work for half my worth? The king's sheriffs, you idiot, replies a woman clutching a basket, and they'll throw you in a cell if you refuse. Master Fuller pushes through the crowd toward you and Agnes. His face is thunderous. Back to the tannery, now. Once you're back at the workshop, away from prying ears, he paces in agitation. This is bad, very bad. You're not actually going to cut our wages, are you? Agnes asks directly. The tanner runs a hand through his thinning hair. Not if I can help it, but they've appointed enforcers in every county. They'll be checking guild records, questioning workers. So what do? You ask. He thinks for a moment. On paper, you'll be paid the old wage rates, but... He lowers his voice, though there's no one else around. I can provide your meals. A cart of firewood might appear by your cottage each week. A winter coat might be a gift, not payment. This kind of under-the-table compensation became common. Employers who valued their workers found ways around the wage freezes. Some provided housing, food, or goods in addition to the mandated lower wages. Others simply ignored the law when they could get away with it. But the authorities were serious about enforcement. 2 weeks later, you see that seriousness firsthand. The weekly market is interrupted by the arrival of the sheriff and 4 armed men. They drag a stonemason into the square and force him to his knees. This man, announces the sheriff, demanded 3 pennies per day for his labour on the church repairs. When the legal rate is 1.5, he has been found guilty of violating the Statute of Labourers. The crowd watches in uneasy silence as the sheriff continues. The penalty is 3 days in the stocks and a fine of 20 shillings. The mason is forced into the wooden stocks at the edge of the square, his head and hands locked into the uncomfortable restraints where he'll remain exposed to the elements and public humiliation. Let this be a warning, the sheriff calls out. The king's law will be enforced. That evening, under cover of darkness, villagers secretly bring water and food to the mason. One person even holds a cloak over him during a brief rainfall. Small acts of solidarity, but meaningful. When the sheriff's men aren't around, people discuss the situation openly. The nobles are terrified, explains an old merchant who travels between villages. They've lived their whole lives with peasants under their thumb. Now that we have some leverage, they're using the king's power to crush us. Can they really turn everything back to how it was before? Someone asks. The merchant snorts. They can try, but there are fewer workers now, and that's a fact they can't change with any law. He's right. The fundamental economic reality, a drastically reduced workforce, couldn't be erased by legislation, but the ruling class had centuries of experience maintaining control, and they were using every tool at their disposal. A month after the proclamation, the tanner calls everyone together again. The guild has been ordered to keep detailed records of all workers and their wages, he explains grimly. Inspections will be random. Anyone found receiving extra compensation will be fined, along with their employer. So our arrangement, you begin, has to stop, he finishes, looking genuinely regretful. They're watching too closely now. Just like that, your income is cut in half. The comfortable life you've built begins to crumble at the edges. The small luxuries go first. No more meat with every meal, no more fine candles. Then larger sacrifices follow. You have to give up the cottage you were renting and move back to the tanner's shed to save money. You're not alone in these reversals. Across the village, people who had begun to improve their circumstances find themselves pushed back down. The brief window of opportunity seems to be closing, but humans are remarkably adaptable, especially when motivated by self-interest. New forms of resistance emerge. Need a hand with that garden? Asks a farmer's widow one evening as you're struggling to dig a small plot behind the tannery shed. I can't pay you, you admit. Didn't offer it for coin, she replies, but I've got more turnips than I can eat, and that leather vest you're making looks about my size. Bartering becomes the new currency, direct exchanges of goods and services that bypass the regulated wage system. It's technically against the spirit of the law, but harder to track and punish than straightforward wage violations. Other forms of resistance are less subtle. Work slowdowns become common. If you're being paid half what you're worth, why work at full speed? Taking your time with those hides, Agnes observes one afternoon as you methodically scrape at a pace that would have earned you a scolding months ago. Worth half the pay, half the effort, you reply. She glances around to ensure no one's listening. Just be careful. The master's under pressure from the guild. They've started finding workshops that don't meet quotas. This pressure creates tension between workers and employers, both of whom are caught in a system neither created. Master Fuller, once reasonably fair in his dealings, grows snappish and demanding as guild expectations increase while his workforce's motivation decreases. I could have you replaced, he threatens after finding you taking an unauthorized break. With who? You challenge, knowing that even with reduced wages, workers are still scarce. Good luck finding someone who knows how to prepare the lime pits properly. It's a dangerous game of chicken. You need the work, however poorly paid. He needs your skills, which would take months to replace. Neither can afford to break completely with the other. The situation in cities is even more volatile. When a travelling peddler visits the village, he brings news from London. The guilds there have hired thugs to intimidate workers, he tells the crowd at the alehouse. Anyone suspected of accepting higher than legal wages gets a midnight visit. Men have been beaten, workshops vandalised. And how are people responding? Someone asks. The peddler leans in. Workers are organising too. Secret meetings, codes to identify each other. Some talk of revolt, though that's dangerous talk. He taps his nose meaningfully. The walls have ears these days. Indeed, another development of this period was the rise of informants. Authorities offered rewards for reporting wage violations or worker organisations. Neighbours informed on neighbours, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. One morning, you arrive at the tannery to find Agnes looking pale and worried. Martin was arrested last night, she says quietly. Martin, the older man who worked alongside you, had become something of a mentor. What for, you ask, though you can guess. Sheriff said he was organising workers planning to demand higher wages again. She rubs her arms nervously. They said he'll be made an example. 2 days later, that example is made public. Martin is brought to the village square, his hands bound. The sheriff reads the charges: incitement, conspiracy to violate the labour statutes, insubordination. The punishment is severe. Public branding on the face with an F for false, meaning oathbreaker, followed by imprisonment. As they heat the branding iron, the crowd grows restless. There are mutterings, angry glances. For a moment it seems like they might intervene. The sheriff senses it too and calls his men into a tighter formation around the prisoner. The tension builds until one of the wealthier villagers, a merchant who's benefited from lower wages for his workers, steps forward. "If I pay his fine, will you spare the brand and jail?" he offers. The sheriff considers, then nods curtly. Money changes hands, and Martin is released with just a warning. The crowd disperses, crisis averted for the moment. Later, you ask the merchant why he intervened. "Don't mistake me for some champion of workers," he replies frankly, "but a branded imprisoned man produces nothing and buys nothing, bad for business, and a riot would be even worse." It's a coldly practical answer, but it illustrates something important. The economy still needed to function. Even with the restrictive laws, there was a limit to how far authorities could push before the system itself would break down. This uneasy balance continued through 1351 and 1352. The laws remained, the punishments were real, but on the ground, 1,000 small compromises and adjustments allowed life to continue. Some workers simply moved to areas with less stringent enforcement. You consider this option yourself after hearing that coastal towns are paying double the legal rate for skilled workers, the local authorities turning a blind eye out of practical necessity. "I could go to Bristol," you mentioned to Agnes one day. "Start fresh where no one's watching so closely." "And be a stranger with no connections when the next plague outbreak comes," she counters. "At least here we have a community, people who'll help each other." She has a point. Despite the economic repression, social bonds have strengthened among survivors. People who lived through the horror of the plague together share a connection that newcomers wouldn't have. By late 1352, 5 years after the plague first appeared in Europe, a peculiar new normal has established itself. On paper, the old hierarchies are reasserted. In practice, a complex web of workarounds and resistance keeps workers from slipping back to their pre-plague status. You see it at the Christmas feast in the village church. The new priest, the nervous young man, has been replaced yet again, leads prayers before the community meal. Looking around, you note how the seating arrangement has subtly changed from years past. Before the plague, the noble family would have been separate, elevated. Craftsmen and peasants would have known their places, rigidly defined. Now, while there's still a hierarchy, the boundaries are blurrier. The Lord's son turned Lord sits only slightly apart. Conversations flow more freely between ranks. Everyone has lost someone. Everyone has had to adapt. The food, too, tells a story. Despite the wage restrictions, ordinary people are eating better than they did before the plague. There's more meat, more varied dishes. With fewer mouths to feed and the same amount of agricultural land, food production per person has actually increased. After the meal, an impromptu dance begins. You find yourself partnered with a merchant's daughter, something that would have raised eyebrows before. As you move through the steps of a circle dance, you catch snippets of conversations from around the room. "Thinking of appealing to the King's Court. Can't find anyone willing to thatch the roof for the legal wage. Sheriff's been taking bribes to look the other way. Heard there's good land available up north." Each comment reflects the ongoing negotiation between the law as written and reality as lived. The statute of labourers hasn't failed entirely. Wages have indeed fallen from their immediate post-plague highs, but neither has it fully succeeded in restoring the pre-plague order. As the night winds down, you walk back to your shed with a full stomach and conflicted thoughts. Your life is harder than it was a year ago, when wages were at their peak, yet it's still better than it would have been if the plague had never happened. The stars above are brilliant in the winter sky, the same stars that shone down on this land long before the plague and will continue long after everyone now living is gone. From that vast perspective, even the catastrophe of the Black Death is just a moment in time. Terrible, transformative, but ultimately just one chapter in humanity's long story. And that's a comforting thought as you settle onto your straw mattress, so different from your soft bed today. Despite all attempts to freeze time and preserve old power structures, change continues, sometimes visibly in proclamations and punishments, sometimes invisibly in 1,000 small acts of negotiation and resistance. Tomorrow you'll return to the tannery. You'll work for less than you're worth, but more than your father ever earned. You'll navigate the complex new reality, finding paths between compliance and defiance. You'll survive as humans always have, by adapting. And unlike the comfortable certainty of your modern life, medieval survivors lived with daily reminders that nothing was guaranteed. Not health, not status, not even the social order itself. The plague had revealed how quickly everything could change, a lesson none of them would ever forget. 10 years have passed since you first became a tanner's apprentice. You're now a respected craftsman in your own right, having taken over the workshop 3 years ago when Master Fuller died of a winter fever. Agnes still works alongside you, though she's teaching her eldest daughter the trade now too. The world has changed in subtle ways. The initial shock of the plague has faded into memory, though no one who lived through it will ever forget. The desperate labour shortages have eased somewhat as children born after the plague have grown old enough to work. Wages have stabilised at a level lower than the post-plague peak, but still higher than before the pestilence. And something else has changed too. The way people think about disease. You notice it first when news comes that plague has reappeared in a town 30 miles away. Before, such news would have caused panic, with people fleeing in all directions, ironically helping to spread the disease further. This time, the reaction is different. The town council has sealed the gates, explains a merchant who managed to leave just before the quarantine. No one in, no one out, until the pestilence has passed. The whole town? Someone asks. Even the healthy? Everyone, the merchant confirms. They've arranged for food to be left outside the walls, no direct contact with outsiders. This is new. During the first plague outbreak, people fled infected areas, spreading the disease wherever they went. Now, communities are learning to isolate themselves when disease appears. They didn't understand exactly why it worked, but they observed that it did. Your village headman calls a meeting to discuss preparations should the plague reach you. The atmosphere is remarkably calm, not because people aren't afraid, but because they now have strategies beyond prayer and flight. We should appoint plague wardens, suggests the miller, to check for signs of sickness in each household. Others nod in agreement. The idea of designated officials monitoring public health was taking root across Europe. Venice had established a permanent health magistracy, what they called a health office, to oversee sanitation and monitor diseases. And we'll need a place to isolate the sick, adds Agnes, away from the village centre. They settle on an abandoned barn at the edge of the village, which will be cleaned and prepared as a pest house, a place where the infected can be kept separate from the healthy. As the meeting breaks up, the local priest approaches you. "I need leather," he says, without preamble. "50. Is enough for a full body covering. What for? You ask, curious. Protection, he replies. I've heard of a physician in France who treats plague victims while covered from head to toe in leather, with a mask like a bird's beak filled with aromatic herbs. He believes it keeps the poisonous air at bay. What he's describing is the early version of what would become the iconic plague doctor costume: a leather or waxed canvas coat, gloves, boots, hat and a mask with glass eye openings and a beak-like protrusion filled with herbs and spices. While designed based on the flawed miasma theory, the idea that disease spread through bad air, the covering actually did provide some protection against flea bites, which were the real disease vector. You agree to provide the leather, curious to see this strange outfit. When it's completed a week later, the effect is both comical and terrifying. The priest looks like some strange Birdman hybrid, but the purpose is deadly serious. If the plague comes, he explains, showing how the eye holes are covered with glass, I can minister to the sick without falling ill myself. Word of the costume spreads, and soon others are requesting similar protective gear. You find yourself developing an unexpected specialty in medical protective wear, adapting designs based on feedback from users. This kind of practical innovation was happening across Europe, with universities having lost up to 2/3 of their physicians during the plague. Medical knowledge was becoming less theoretical and more experimental. People tried different approaches, noted what worked, and shared that knowledge. When summer arrives, bringing hot weather and worries about disease, your village implements another new practice: warning systems for infected houses. Each home with illness must mark their door with a white cloth, announces the headman. No one enters or leaves except the plague wardens and priest. This system of marking infected households became common across Europe. In some places, they used red crosses painted on doors or posted guards outside plague houses. The goal was the same: containment through isolation. But the most significant development comes from Venice, brought to you by an Italian leather merchant. They've built a special facility on an island in the lagoon, he tells you as you negotiate over a shipment of tanning supplies. Any ship with suspected illness aboard must anchor there for 40 days before entering the city. 40 days? You're skeptical. That seems excessive. Caranagione, he says with a shrug. 40 days. Long enough to be sure no hidden sickness will emerge. They call it quarantine. This was indeed the birth of modern quarantine, the word itself coming from the Italian for 40 days. The practice began in the Venetian-controlled port of Ragusa, modern Dubrovnik, in 1377, then spread to Venice and other Mediterranean ports. Does it work, you ask? Venice has avoided major plague outbreaks since they implemented it, the merchant replies, while other cities have suffered terribly. The concept soon extends beyond ports. When a messenger arrives from a neighbouring village where illness has appeared, he's not allowed past the village boundary. Instead, he must leave his messages in a bucket of vinegar at a designated spot where they're retrieved only after soaking for hours. Vinegar was believed to purify objects contaminated by plague, and surprisingly, there was some merit to this. The acid in vinegar can kill certain bacteria, though not the plague bacterium itself. Still, the practice of disinfecting potentially contaminated items was a step toward modern sanitation. By 1365, almost 20 years after the first plague outbreak, medical knowledge has evolved significantly. No one yet understands the true cause, bacteria carried by fleas on rats, but practical experience has led to effective preventative measures. You see this evolution in action when a travelling physician visits your village. Unlike the university-trained doctors before the plague, who relied heavily on ancient texts by Galen and other classical authorities, this new breed of healer emphasises observation and results. "I don't bleed my patients," he announces, contradicting centuries of medical practice. "I've observed that those who are bled during plague sicken and die faster than those left alone." This kind of empirical approach, based on observation rather than authority, marked a significant shift in medical thinking. The catastrophic failure of traditional medicine during the Black Death had created space for new approaches. The physician shares other observations. Plague seems to strike less often in homes that are kept clean, with few rats and mice. I advise all households to keep cats and to store food in covered containers. Again, without understanding the exact mechanism, people were identifying practices that actually helped reduce disease transmission by limiting contact with plague-carrying rodents. Your own workshop has implemented many of these new practices. Where once scraps and waste accumulated freely, now everything is carefully disposed of. The workshop is swept daily and cats prowl freely, keeping the rodent population in check. One autumn day, a stranger staggers into the village square, clearly ill with fever. Before anyone can approach, the village plague warden intercepts him. "Stay back," he shouts to the gathering crowd. "No one touch him." The sick man is given water and food, but kept isolated in a small hut outside the village. The priest, wearing his leather costume, goes to offer comfort and assess the illness. When he returns, the village holds its collective breath. "Not plague," the priest announces to audible sighs of relief. "A marsh fever, I believe. Still, he should remain apart until recovered." This caution, this systematic approach to potential contagion, represents a profound shift from the pre-plague world, where once disease was seen primarily as divine punishment or bad luck. Now it's treated as something that can be managed through human intervention. Even children's games have changed to reflect this new understanding. You watch your neighbour's children playing in the square one evening. "Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down." They chant, spinning in a circle before collapsing in giggles. The rhyme is new, one of many that emerged in the plague's aftermath, though modern scholars debate whether it actually refers to plague symptoms, the rosy rash, and preventatives, posies of herbs. It shows how deeply the experience of epidemic disease penetrated every aspect of culture, even children's play. By 1370, your village has experienced another small outbreak of plague, not nearly as devastating as the first wave, but frightening nonetheless. However, the new systems proved effective, isolating the sick, marking affected households, implementing village-wide cleaning efforts, and restricting travel. The results are striking. While 6 families fell ill, the disease didn't spread through the entire community as it had before. People still died. Medicine remained primitive by our standards, but not on the apocalyptic scale of the initial outbreak. One evening, sitting outside your workshop, you overhear 2 young men talking. Neither was born when the Great Plague struck. They know it only through stories. "My father says it was God's judgment," one says, "for the sins of mankind." "My grandmother says it was poisoned wells," replies the other. "She still won't drink from public fountains." You smile slightly at these old explanations. While religious interpretations remain common and conspiracy theories about deliberate poisoning still circulate, practical knowledge has advanced regardless. "Actually," you interject, "it seems to have something to do with uncleanliness and rats. Keep your home clean, keep cats to catch rats, avoid those who are ill, and your chances are better." They listen respectfully. You're an elder now, someone who survived the great dying. Your empirical wisdom carries weight with the younger generation. This generational transmission of practical knowledge was crucial. Without understanding the scientific mechanism, communities developed and passed down effective public health measures based on observed results. By 1374, 27 years after the Black Death first struck Europe, Venice implements another innovation, the first permanent quarantine station, or lazaretto, on an island in its lagoon. Ships, goods, and people suspected of carrying contagion would be detained there before being allowed into the city. When news of this reaches your village through travelling merchants, it prompts discussion at the alehouse. "Seems the Venetians have the right idea," comments the miller. "Stop the pestilence before it enters the community." "We should do the same," adds another villager. "Build a house outside the village for travellers to stay in for a week before entering." The idea gains support, and within months your village has its own simple quarantine station, just a small hut with basic amenities, but a significant step in community health protection. You're asked to provide leather for a special door that can be cleaned easily, and for protective aprons for those who will manage the station. Your trade, once simply about making shoes and saddles, has evolved to include these medical applications. This practical ingenuity characterized the post-plague medical world. Without modern scientific understanding, people nevertheless developed effective strategies through observation, experimentation, and sharing of knowledge. On a personal level, these changes have affected your daily habits too. You wash more frequently than you would have before the plague. You keep your living quarters cleaner. You pay attention to signs of illness in yourself and others. You understand, at least intuitively, concepts of contagion and prevention that were not common knowledge before. One hot summer day, as you're working outside your shop, you notice a man watching you from across the square. There's something vaguely familiar about him, though you can't place him at first. When he approaches, recognition dawns. "Martin?" you ask uncertainly. It is indeed Martin, the older worker who was arrested for organising labourers over 20 years ago. His hair has gone completely white, and he walks with a slight limp, but his eyes are the same. "Didn't think you'd remember me," he says with a smile. You invite him to sit, offering a cup of ale. He takes it gratefully, explaining that he's been travelling through the region, working where he can. "Things have changed," he observes, looking around the village. "Some things." You agree. Wages never went back to what they were right after the plague, but they're still better than before, and there are fewer people to lord over us. "I meant the plague markers," he clarifies, nodding toward a house with a white cloth tied to the door, not indicating plague itself, but a general illness that warranted caution. "In my father's day, illness was private. Now it's everyone's business." He's identified something profound. The shift from health as a personal matter to a community concern. This public health approach, born of necessity during the plague years, represented a fundamental change in how society approached disease. As the sun sets and Martin prepares to continue his journey, he leaves you with a thought that captures the strange duality of your post-plague world. "The pestilence took half of everything we knew," he says, "but it taught the survivors to hold on to what remained with both hands." It's a sentiment that resonates as you return to your workshop. The plague was undoubtedly one of history's great catastrophes, yet the world it left behind wasn't simply a diminished version of what came before. It was something new, a society that had learned, adapted, and in some ways improved, even through unimaginable suffering. As darkness falls, you close up the tanner's shop and head home. Unlike your medieval counterpart, you'll sleep in a clean, comfortable bed in a world where pandemic disease is largely controllable through the medical knowledge that began developing in those crucial years after the Black Death. The medieval survivors didn't have that comfort, but they had begun the long journey of understanding that would eventually lead to modern medicine, one careful observation and practical innovation at a time. 30 years have now passed since the Black Death first swept through Europe. You've grown older, your once dark hair now streaked with grey. The tannery has prospered under your management, and you've trained several apprentices who've gone on to establish their own workshops in neighbouring villages. The world has changed around you too. Children born after the plague are now adults with children of their own. To them, the great mortality is just a story told by their elders, not a lived memory. But its effects continue to shape society in ways both obvious and subtle. It's a cool autumn morning in 1380 when the royal tax collector arrives in your village. His appearance causes an immediate stir. Tax collectors are never welcome visitors, but lately they've become even more despised. "Another tax?" grumbles the blacksmith as people gather reluctantly in the village square. "They just collected last spring." The tax collector, a thin man with nervous eyes, unrolls a scroll. "By order of the King's Council, a new poll tax is hereby levied on all persons above the age of 15, regardless of status or income. Each must pay 3 groats. The crowd's murmuring grows louder. Poll taxes, fixed amounts charged per person regardless of wealth, hit the poor far harder than the rich, and this is the 3rd such tax in just 4 years. 3 groats, calls out a farmer. That's nearly a week's wages for a labourer. The tax collector ignores the protests, continuing to read from his scroll. Payment is due within the month. Those failing to pay will face imprisonment. As he finishes, he glances up nervously at the increasingly hostile crowd and hurriedly adds, "I merely deliver the message. The tax was approved by Parliament." Agnes, now in her 60s but still sharp-tongued, pushes to the front. "And who sits in Parliament? Not people like us." She's right. Parliament at this time was dominated by wealthy landowners and merchants. The common people had no direct representation. After the tax collector leaves, escorted to the village boundary by the headman, the crowd doesn't disperse. Instead, the conversation grows more heated. "First they forced wages down with their statutes," says a mason. "Now they take what little we earn with these poll taxes." "They say it's for the French wars," adds another. "Why should we pay for the King's wars? What do we get from them?" The frustration you're witnessing wasn't unique to your village. Across England, similar conversations were happening. 30 years of economic suppression following the brief post-plague empowerment had built up tremendous resentment. The poll taxes were simply the spark that would eventually ignite this powder keg. Later that evening, a stranger appears at the alehouse, a man in simple clothes who nevertheless speaks with unusual education. He buys a round of drinks and listens to the villagers' complaints about the new tax. "It's the same everywhere," he says finally. "From Kent to Yorkshire, working people are being squeezed dry." "And what's to be done about it?" asks a young farmer bitterly. "They have swords, we have ploughshares." The stranger leans forward. Men are organising. In Essex, in Kent, secret meetings. Talk of action. The alehouse grows quiet. This kind of talk could be considered sedition. "What kind of action?" you ask cautiously. The stranger gives you a measuring look before answering. "A petition, at first. Thousands of voices together might be heard where dozens are ignored. And if not..." He leaves the implication hanging. Over the next weeks, you hear more rumours of these meetings. Some of the younger men from your village begin disappearing in the evenings, returning late with excited expressions but closed mouths. Agnes's grandson, Thomas, now works in your tannery. One morning, you notice a fresh bruise on his cheek. "Walk into a door, did you?" you ask, knowing better. The young man glances around to ensure no one's listening. "There was a meeting last night. King's men broke it up." "You're playing a dangerous game," you warn. Thomas straightens. "Is it a game to want fair treatment? They push us down with one hand and take our money with the other." You can't argue with him. You've lived through the entire cycle. The brief window of opportunity after the plague, the legal clampdown that followed, and now these crushing new taxes. As winter approaches, tax collection begins in earnest. The results are ugly. In some households, people sell essential belongings to raise the money. In others, particularly those with several adult members, payment is simply impossible. You witness a family being evicted from their cottage, their few possessions confiscated to pay their tax debt. The mother clutches a crying infant while the father stands helplessly by. Their older children, including a daughter barely 16, are taken to the town jail until the debt is paid, which, without their labour, becomes even less likely. This scene was repeated across England, feeding growing outrage. The authorities seem to have forgotten a crucial lesson from the plague years. When people have nothing left to lose, they become dangerous. The winter of 1380-1381 is tense. Secret meetings continue despite crackdowns. Messages pass between villages carried by travelling workers or peddlers. There's talk of coordinated resistance come spring. In May of 1381, the spark finally catches. Word arrives from Essex that tax collectors there have been driven out by angry crowds. Similar incidents quickly spread through Kent. They say a man called Wat Tyler leads them in Kent, Thomas tells you excitedly. And there's a priest, John Ball, who preaches that all men are created equal, that serfdom is against God's will. John Ball's famous line, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" questioned the very foundation of the feudal hierarchy. If Adam and Eve were the first humans and they worked with their hands, then on what basis did aristocrats claim superiority? The news gets more dramatic by the day. What began as scattered tax resistance has swelled into organised rebellion. Thousands of commoners are marching on London itself, led by Tyler and other newly emerged leaders. Your village is too far north to join the main rebellion, but the excitement is palpable. Some young men, including Thomas, leave to join the marchers. Others begin refusing local authorities' demands. The village priest, reading the mood of his congregation, delivers a sermon that carefully avoids condemning the rebels. Our Lord Jesus ate with tax collectors, but he also cast the money changers from the temple. For about 2 weeks, remarkable news continues to arrive. The rebels have reached London. They've opened the prisons. They've executed the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord High Treasurer, and other officials seen as responsible for the poll tax. Most incredibly, the 14-year-old King Richard II met with the rebels at Mile End and agreed to their demands, including the abolition of serfdom. Hope surges through the countryside. Could this actually be happening? Could the old order truly be overturned? Then comes the crushing sequel. Wat Tyler was killed during a second meeting with the king at Smithfield. Without his leadership, the rebel forces fragmented. The king retracted his concessions. Royal forces regrouped and began a brutal crackdown on the rebels. The news hits your village like a physical blow. Thomas and the others who left haven't returned. No one knows if they're dead, captured, or in hiding. The authorities waste no time reasserting control. An armed force arrives in your village, led by a minor noble. "By order of the king," he announces. All illegal assemblies are henceforth banned. Any man found to have participated in rebellion will be executed. The poll tax will be collected in full. To demonstrate their seriousness, they drag the village headman into the square. This man failed to report seditious meetings, the noble declares. His punishment is 40 lashes. You watch, sickened, as the headman is tied to a post and flogged until his back is a bloody mess. He's left there as a warning while the armed men go house to house, searching for any sign of rebel involvement. When they reach your tannery, the noble wrinkles his nose at the smell, a reaction you've seen 1,000 times. Any of your workers join the rabble in London? He demands. You think of Thomas, who might very well be dead already? No, my lord, we've been busy with spring orders. He studies you suspiciously, but has no evidence to the contrary. Before leaving, he adds, the king requires leather for his army's equipment. You'll provide 10 hides, top quality, as a loyalty tax. It's not a request. After they leave, Agnes emerges from where she'd been hiding in the back of the workshop. You lied to protect Thomas, she says quietly. I did, you admit, though I may have damned myself in the process. She takes your hand, her skin papery with age. This isn't over, she says with surprising conviction. They've won today, but they've shown their fear. They wouldn't bring armies to crush peasants if they weren't afraid. In the weeks that follow, the extent of the repression becomes clear. Hundreds of rebels are executed. Those who can't flee are forced to identify their leaders. Communities are collectively punished with special taxes and loss of traditional rights. But Agnes was right about one thing. The authorities' response betrayed their fear. The rebellion had come shockingly close to success. For a brief moment, the common people had forced the most powerful figures in the realm to listen to their demands. One evening, as you're closing up the tannery, a hooded figure slips inside. When he pushes back his hood, you're startled to see Thomas, thinner, with a healing scar across his forehead, but very much alive. Thomas, your grandmother's been sick with worry. I couldn't come back until now, he explains. They were hanging anyone who'd been in London. Were you there? Did you see the king? Despite yourself, you're curious about events you've only heard described second-hand. I was there when the Savoy Palace burned, he says, naming the luxurious London residence of the king's uncle, John of Gaunt, which rebels had destroyed. I saw the Tower of London opened and the prisoners freed. For 3 days, London belonged to the people. His eyes shine with the memory, despite the rebellion's failure. And now, you ask? His expression darkens. Now I'm a wanted man. I need to leave England. There are ships in the northern ports taking wool to Flanders. I thought perhaps with your connections to the merchants you should refuse. Helping him could mean your own death if discovered. But you remember being his age. Remember the hope of those early post-plague years when it seemed the old order might truly change. I know someone, you say finally, a wool merchant who owes me a favour, but you'll need to hide until arrangements can be made. For the next week, Thomas hides in your cellar while you contact the merchant. Eventually, a plan is made. Thomas will be smuggled out disguised as the merchant's servant bound for Bruges. The night before he's to leave, you sit together sharing a jug of ale. Do you regret it, you ask, joining the rebellion? Thomas considers the question seriously. We failed, he admits, but for a moment they saw us, not as serfs or labourers or tanners, but as men whose voices mattered. He takes a drink before adding, that's worth something. It's a perspective that historians would later validate. While the peasants' revolt was crushed, it left lasting impacts. The poll tax was abandoned. Though serfdom wasn't abolished outright, the practice declined more rapidly in England than elsewhere in Europe. Perhaps most importantly, The idea that common people could organize effectively to demand rights had been demonstrated a dangerous precedent from the authorities' perspective. Thomas leaves before dawn, and you never learn his ultimate fate, but his parting words stay with you. The world my children will know won't be the same as the one my grandfather lived in. We've changed things even if we don't live to see it. Indeed, though the immediate aftermath of the revolt brought harsh repression, the long-term trajectory couldn't be reversed. The plague had set in motion economic and social changes that would eventually undermine the feudal system entirely, regardless of laws and crackdowns. In France, similar tensions led to the Jacquerie Rebellion of 1358. In Florence, the Ciompi Revolt of 1378 saw textile workers briefly take control of the city government. Across Europe, the lower classes were increasingly willing to risk everything to challenge a system they now recognized was not divinely ordained, but humanly constructed and therefore could be changed. As an older member of the community, you're now in an unusual position. You remember both the world before the plague and the tumultuous decades after. You've seen how profoundly society can change, even when powerful forces resist. You understand, in a way the young rebels don't, that change often comes slowly, in fits and starts, with reversals along the way. Later that summer, news arrives that the young King Richard II has dismissed some of the most hated officials responsible for the poll tax. It's a small concession, but perhaps a sign that some lessons have been learned. The village gradually returns to normal, or what passes for normal in this transformed world. The tannery continues its work. New apprentices replace those who've moved on. The rhythms of rural life reassert themselves. But underneath that apparent normalcy, the social contract has been irrevocably altered. The lords and authorities still hold power, but their subjects now understand that power is not absolute. The commons, ordinary working people, have discovered their collective strength, a discovery they will not entirely forget. One afternoon, you're teaching a new apprentice how to prepare a hide for tanning when the conversation turns to the rebellion. "My father says it was all for nothing," the boy says. "The nobles still rule, we still pay taxes." You think about how to respond, how to explain the complex legacy of those turbulent days. Finally, you say, "When the plague first came, it seemed like the end of everything, but those who survived found opportunities no one had imagined before." You run your hand over the leather, feeling its transformation from raw hide to useful material. The rebellion might look like failure now, but it planted seeds. Your grandchildren might yet harvest what we've sown. As you say these words, you realize you've come to believe them. The arc of change is longer than any single life, but the direction is clear. The old medieval world, with its rigid hierarchies and immutable social boundaries, is slowly giving way to something new. Not utopia, but a society where even common folk might have a voice. That night, as you walk home through the village, you pass the church where weathered stone memorializes generations past. Inside those walls, prayers have been offered for plague victims, for rebels, for kings. The building stands as it has for centuries, seemingly unchanging. But you know better. You've seen change come in both cataclysmic waves and in barely perceptible shifts. You understand now that nothing, not social order, not authority, not even the church, is truly permanent. It's a perspective that your modern comfortable life rarely forces you to confront. Unlike medieval survivors of plague and rebellion, you likely take stability for granted, assume that tomorrow will resemble today in all meaningful ways. Yet the lesson of the post-plague decades remains valuable. Systems that appear immutable can transform, sometimes through disaster, sometimes through resistance, sometimes through the slow pressure of economic reality. What matters is not just the change itself, but who has a voice in shaping what comes after. The summer of 1374 brings something strange to your region. At first, it's just rumours carried by travellers, tales so bizarre you dismiss them as exaggerations or outright fabrications, but then you witness it yourself when visiting a neighbouring town for a leather fair. In the town square, a group of people are dancing, not the organised circle dances of festivals or the dignified paired movements of court dances, but wild, seemingly uncontrollable spasming. Men and women of all ages leap and twirl, arms flailing, bodies contorting. Their faces show expressions ranging from ecstasy to agony. Some cry out, some laugh hysterically, others seem trapped in a waking nightmare. Most disturbing is the duration. They've reportedly been dancing for hours. As you watch, one woman collapses, foaming at the mouth. Others dance until their feet bleed through their shoes, yet still continue. What is happening to them? You ask a bystander. Dancing plague, the man replies grimly. Started 3 days ago with just one woman. Now look, 20 or more. This was a real phenomenon, documented across Europe in the decades following the Black Death. In places like Aachen, Liège and Utrecht, groups of people would dance uncontrollably for hours or days, unable to stop even as they collapsed from exhaustion. Are they possessed? Asks someone else in the crowd. Perhaps, says a cleric who's watching with obvious distress. Or perhaps it's the plague returning in a different form. Others have their own theories. It's from dancing over unmarked plague graves, says an old woman. The dead are jealous of the living. It's St. Vitus's curse, counters another, for neglecting his feast day. You watch, transfixed by the horrifying spectacle, until Agnes tugs your sleeve. We should go, she says quietly. Some think it spreads like plague by bad air or proximity. As you turn to leave, you notice something odd about the crowd watching the dancers. Many hold posies of herbs to their noses, a plague-time precaution. Others make protective signs against evil. But strangest of all is the look in some eyes. Not just fear or disgust, but a kind of longing, as if part of them wants to join the frenzied dance. The dancing plague wasn't the only strange mass phenomenon to emerge in the plague's aftermath. As you travel more for your leather business over the next decade, you witness other bizarre outbreaks. A laughing epidemic that swept through 3 villages in Bavaria. Children who spoke in tongues after a religious procession. A town where hundreds claimed to simultaneously see the Virgin Mary in the clouds. Modern historians and psychologists now believe these were forms of mass psychogenic illness, physical symptoms caused by psychological distress, spreading through social contagion. The immense trauma of the Black Death, which killed so many and overturned the social order, created a population primed for such outbreaks. But for people of the time, these events required different explanations. Divine intervention, demonic possession, or new forms of physical disease. By 1380, now in your 60s, you've developed a reputation as one of the plague-wise, those who lived through the great mortality and gained practical knowledge about survival. Young people sometimes seek you out for advice or stories, especially when rumours of disease surface. Is it true, asks the daughter of the village baker one day, that you can tell if someone will get plague by making them drink sheep urine? My cousin says if it makes them vomit, they're already infected. You shake your head. That's nonsense. No one can predict who will get sick. These kinds of strange folk remedies and diagnostic methods had proliferated in the decades since the plague. Some were harmless, like carrying herbs or reciting certain prayers. Others were dangerous, like consuming toxic substances believed to prevent infection. Then how did you survive when so many died? She persists. It's a question you've been asked many times, and you still don't have a satisfying answer. Was it luck? Some quirk of your body's resistance? Divine selection? You settled long ago on a practical response. I kept away from the sick when possible. I stayed clean. I ate well when food was available. You shrug. And perhaps God wasn't ready for me yet. This blend of practical precautions and religious fatalism characterized much of the post-plague approach to survival. People did what they could through emerging understandings of contagion while acknowledging that much remained beyond human control. Religious practices had transformed too. You notice it during the Corpus Christi procession that summer, a festival that had actually gained prominence after the plague. The participants include a new feature, flagellants. These men march bare-chested through the village, rhythmically whipping their own backs with leather straps embedded with metal pieces. Blood runs down their skin as they chant prayers of penitence. They believe suffering will protect them from plague, explains the priest, who watches with a carefully neutral expression. The church's relationship with flagellants was complicated. While self-mortification had religious precedent, the movement had grown so large and independent that it threatened church authority. During the initial plague outbreak, groups of flagellants had travelled from town to town, performing public whipping rituals to appease God's wrath. Ironically, their travels likely helped spread the disease further. Though the Pope eventually banned the practice, smaller groups continued for decades. What's striking is how the community reacts to these bloody displays. Some watch reverently, crossing themselves. Others turn away in disgust. A few look almost envious, as if the flagellants have found certainty in an uncertain world through their extreme devotion. That evening in the alehouse, conversation turns to another strange development of recent years, the obsession with death imagery. "Did you see the new paintings in the church at Thornbury?" asks a wool merchant. "The entire wall is covered with dancing skeletons leading people to their graves, nobles, clergy, peasants, all following death's dance." This was the Danse Macabre, or Dance of Death, an artistic genre that exploded in popularity after the plague. These images showed death, depicted as a skeleton, choosing victims from all walks of life, emphasizing how no amount of wealth or status could provide immunity. A lesson burned into collective consciousness by the plague's indiscriminate killing. "I saw a similar scene at St. Paul's in London," adds another man. "The skeletal figures seemed to be laughing as they led the living away." The preoccupation with mortality wasn't limited to church art. It permeated daily life in ways both obvious and subtle. Memento mori, remember death, had become a common theme in jewellery, household objects, and even children's toys. Agnes's great-granddaughter, a bright child of 7, shows you her wooden doll, beautifully carved on one side to show a lovely young woman, but when flipped, revealing a grinning skull with worms crawling through the eye sockets. "To remember that beauty doesn't last," the child explains, with disturbing solemnity. "My mother says it helps me focus on heaven instead of earthly things." This morbid sensibility would have seemed bizarre before the plague, particularly for children's playthings, but in a world where death had become so visible and commonplace, acknowledging mortality openly seemed the only honest approach. Even clothing and fashion reflected the post-plague mentality. The sombre, practical styles of earlier medieval periods gave way to more extravagant and even outlandish designs. Men wore shoes with points so long they had to be tied to the wearer's knees with chains. Women adopted towering, horn-shaped headdresses. "Why waste time on modesty when death could come tomorrow?" explains a tailor from London who visits your village with the latest styles. "The rich especially want to display their wealth while they can. After seeing so many nobles buried in mass graves alongside beggars, they're determined to distinguish themselves in life." This eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die attitude characterized much of post-plague culture. Chroniclers complained about declining moral standards, increased gambling, drinking, and sexual licentiousness. While some turned to extreme religious devotion, others embraced hedonism. By 1385, you begin noticing another cultural shift, an increased interest in the vernacular, the common languages people actually spoke, as opposed to Latin. Books and poems written in English, French, Italian, and German become more available and widely discussed. This too was a plague effect. With so many clergy dead, Latin literacy had declined. Meanwhile, the empowerment of the working classes had elevated their languages. Works like Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales in English or Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron in Italian reflected this new reality. A travelling scholar stops at your workshop seeking leather for book bindings, and you ask about this trend. Before the mortality, he explains, knowledge was tightly controlled by the church and nobility, mostly through Latin, but death made no distinction between those who read Latin and those who didn't. Now people want wisdom in words they can understand. You think about this later as you work on the Scholars' Commission. You never learned to read yourself, but your grandson can, having been taught by the village priest who survived the plague. The idea that knowledge might become more accessible to ordinary people seems like yet another barrier falling in the post-plague world. The 1390s bring another wave of plague to parts of Europe. Though less severe than the initial outbreak, still it reawakens fears and triggers a fresh round of unusual social behaviours. In some regions, authorities order all dogs and cats killed, believing they spread contagion. This tragically removes the natural predators of rats, potentially making the situation worse. In others, towns require travellers to carry health certificates from their place of origin, an early form of public health documentation. Most bizarrely, you hear of communities where plague survivors are treated as both blessed and cursed, believed to have special powers but also potentially carrying lingering contagion. Some are sought out as healers, while others are shunned. They say a plague survivor's touch can cure warts and fever, claims a woman selling amulets in the marketplace. Nonsense, counters a man nearby. My sister survived the great mortality, and the only thing special about her was her terrible singing. The laughter this provokes reveals another change, the increased use of dark humour to cope with trauma. Jokes about death, plague, and mortality had become surprisingly common. Even church art sometimes included comical elements among the skeletons and demons. This gallows humour served an important psychological purpose, allowing people to process their fears and grief through laughter. It was yet another coping mechanism in a society still coming to terms with unprecedented catastrophe. By 1395, as you approach your 80s, remarkable for a medieval lifespan, you find yourself increasingly reflective. One quiet evening, sitting outside your workshop, watching the sunset with Agnes, now bent and frail but still sharp-minded, you discuss the strange world the plague created. Remember how they danced until they dropped? Agnes says, referring to the dancing plague. Sometimes I think we're all still dancing, just more slowly. How so, you ask? Rushing about, building, trading, fighting, as if keeping busy enough will somehow stop death from noticing us. She smiles wryly. But the plague taught us death notices everyone, eventually. A grim lesson, you observe, but a true one, she counters. And truth has value, even when painful. Her words capture something essential about your post-plague world. The Black Death had stripped away comfortable illusions about the natural order, about divine protection, about the stability of human institutions. What remained was a kind of harsh realism, a willingness to look directly at mortality and human vulnerability. Yet alongside this grimmer outlook, paradoxically, came greater appreciation for life's pleasures and possibilities. The plague years taught survivors to seize opportunities when they appeared, to find joy where possible, to value human connection in a world where such connections could be suddenly severed. You see this dual awareness in many aspects of late 14th century culture. Churches incorporate both terrifying depictions of hell and more compassionate images of divine mercy. Literature explores both the bleakest human experiences and the most transcendent. Music ranges from solemn requiems to surprisingly bawdy drinking songs. This complex cultural response to mass death would influence European art, literature, philosophy, and religion for centuries. The Renaissance, with its emphasis on humanism and the value of earthly life, grew partly from seeds planted during these strange post-plague decades. As twilight deepens, Agnes points to a group of children playing near the village well, enacting some complicated game involving circles and chanting. "What do you suppose they're playing at?" she asks. You listen to their sing-song voices, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. The children collapse in giggles, then scramble up to begin again. Whether this nursery rhyme truly originated as a plague reference remains debated by modern scholars. But watching the children transform potential plague imagery, rosy rashes, herbal posies, cremation ashes, falling dead, into innocent play seems to perfectly encapsulate humanity's resilience. "They're playing at survival," you answer finally, "turning our nightmares into their games." Agnes nods thoughtfully. Perhaps that's what we've all been doing in our different ways. As darkness falls completely, you both head inside, moving slowly with the aches and limitations of age. Your cottage, far more comfortable than the home you grew up in before the plague, feels like a testament to how much has changed in your lifetime. Yet for all the material improvements, perhaps the most significant changes were invisible. How people thought about themselves and their place in the world. The plague had demonstrated humanity's fragility, but also its adaptability. It had revealed the arbitrary nature of social hierarchies while simultaneously showing the necessity of community. These contradictory lessons, humility about human power alongside appreciation for human potential, would continue shaping European consciousness long after the last plague victim was buried. As you prepare for sleep, so different from your modern bedtime routine with its electric lights and instant comfort, you reflect on the strange journey from apocalypse to adaptation that you've witnessed. The dancing plagues, death obsessions, and bizarre behaviors were not just footnotes to the Black Death story, but essential elements of how humanity processed unprecedented trauma. Unlike your comfortable bed tonight, a medieval elder would settle onto a simple mattress, perhaps still occasionally jolted awake by memories of those terrible plague years, yet also carrying the hard-won wisdom that life continues, adapts, and even flourishes in the aftermath of catastrophe. The year 1400 arrives, marking the dawn of a new century. You've lived to see it, though few from your generation remain. At over 80 years old, you're now regarded as a living relic, one of the last who remembers the world before the great mortality transformed everything. Your hands, once strong enough to work the toughest leather, are now gnarled with age. You've passed the tannery to your grandson, though you still visit daily to offer advice and, more importantly, to tell stories. The younger workers gather around you in quiet moments, eager to hear about the old days. "What was it like," asks a young apprentice, "before the plague came?" It's a question that makes you pause. How to explain a world that no longer exists? The rigid hierarchies, the certainty of one's place, the unquestioned authorities, concepts increasingly foreign to these children of the post-plague world. More orderly, you finally answer. Everyone knew their place and stayed in it. Sons followed fathers into the same trade. Peasants remained bound to the land. Lords and clergy ruled without question. Sounds boring, the boy remarks, earning chuckles from the others. Perhaps it was, you admit. But there was security in that order too. Less questioning, less uncertainty. Yet even as you say it, you wonder if that's really how you remember it, or if time has gilded those pre-plague years with a false simplicity. Was the old world truly more secure, or just more confining? Did the appearance of stability merely mask sufferings that went unaddressed? These philosophical musings would have been unlikely for someone of your station in the pre-plague world. That itself is evidence of how profoundly society has changed. Common folk now regularly discuss ideas once reserved for scholars and clergy. Later that week, you accompany your great-grandson to Florence on a leather-selling expedition. The city has transformed since your first visit decades ago. New buildings rise everywhere, their architecture lighter and airier than the heavy medieval structures of your youth. The Duomo, the great cathedral dome designed by Brunelleschi, is under construction. A project of such ambition it would have seemed impossible in the world you were born into. Grandfather, look. Your great-grandson points to a workshop where a crowd has gathered. Inside, an artist is painting a scene from classical mythology, not a religious subject, but pagan gods and goddesses rendered with startling realism. This shift in artistic focus from exclusively Christian themes toward classical and secular subjects is one of many changes you've witnessed. After the plague demonstrated the Church's inability to prevent or cure the disease, its cultural monopoly weakened. People still believed, still attended Mass, but with a new willingness to look beyond religious authorities for answers. The artist steps back from his work, and you recognize him as one of Florence's rising stars, a young man named Masaccio. His paintings incorporate new techniques that create the illusion of three-dimensional space on flat surfaces. The crowd murmurs appreciatively as he adds another brushstroke. They say he paints people as they actually appear, whispers your great-grandson, not as flat symbols like the old church paintings. This emphasis on realism, on seeing and depicting the world as it actually is, rather than through the lens of religious symbolism, is yet another legacy of the post-plague mentality. Having faced mortality so directly, people seemed less satisfied with abstract representations of life. After watching the artist work, you visit the workshop of a family friend who deals in books and manuscripts. His shelves are filled with works not only in Latin, but in Italian, French, and other vernacular languages. The latest from Petrarch's followers, he says, showing you a beautifully bound poetry celebrating human achievement and beauty, very different from the death-obsessed writings of a few decades ago. Francesco Petrarch had lived through the Black Death himself, writing poignantly about its horrors. Yet he and intellectuals who followed him also helped usher in a new way of thinking, what would later be called humanism, with its focus on human potential rather than solely on divine power. I'm also getting more requests for classical texts, the bookseller continues. Plato, Cicero, Aristotle. People rediscovering the ancient knowledge. This revival of interest in classical learning was directly connected to the plague's aftermath. With so many scholars and clergy dead, ancient manuscripts were redistributed, often finding their way into new hands. Simultaneously, the questioning of medieval authorities opened minds to older sources of wisdom. Walking through Florence's streets, you notice other changes that reflect this new mindset. Public buildings commissioned by wealthy merchants rather than the church or nobility. Women visible in workshops and businesses, continuing the expanded roles they adopted out of necessity during the labor shortages. Children being taught to read and write in growing numbers, regardless of their social status. The world is opening up, observes your great-grandson as you rest on a bench near the River Arno. My friend Paolo is studying mathematics. His father was a butcher. Such social mobility would have been almost unthinkable in your childhood. The plague had broken open ossified structures, creating spaces for talent to rise regardless of birth. That evening, staying at an inn, you overhear merchants discussing political developments that further illustrate how thoroughly the post-plague world has transformed. Milan's experiment with republican government failed, but Florence's council system seemed stable, one says. Venice's model is most interesting, counters another. Neither a monarchy nor truly a republic, but a system of checks and balances. These conversations about governance models reflect another change, political experimentation. With traditional authorities weakened by the plague, cities and regions had been forced to develop new approaches to governance. Some returned to older forms, but many incorporated innovations that distributed power more widely than before. Even everyday social interactions have evolved. You notice it at dinner, where merchants, craftsmen and artists sit together discussing ideas as near equals. The strict separation of social classes that marked pre-plague society has softened considerably. To Lorenzo's new banking venture, toasts one man, raising a glass to another. May it serve Florence as well as the Medici have. The rise of banking families like the Medici represents yet another post-plague development. With land no longer the sole basis of wealth and power, financial innovation had created new paths to influence. These merchant banker families often used their wealth to support arts and learning, becoming patrons of the cultural flowering now called the Renaissance. Returning home after a week in Florence, you find yourself contemplating how completely the world has changed in your lifetime. It's not just that buildings are different or new technologies have emerged, though that's true too, with advancements in printing, navigation, and military technology. The deeper change is in how people think about themselves and their place in the universe. The plague showed us our smallness, you tell your great-granddaughter one evening as she helps prepare your evening meal. How easily we could be swept away, but strangely, it also showed our greatness, how we could rebuild, reimagine, create beauty even from ashes. The girl, barely 15 but already literate and quick-minded, considers this. Is that why there's so much new art and building now? Because we faced the worst and survived? Perhaps, you nod. When half the world died, the survivors had to question everything they thought they knew. Some turned back to old certainties, but others looked forward to new possibilities. This generational perspective, your ability to compare the pre-plague world to what came after, is increasingly rare. As the 15th century progresses, fewer and fewer living people remember the world before 1347. The changes that seemed revolutionary to you have become simply the way things are for your great-grandchildren. By 1410, your body grows frailer, though your mind remains sharp. From your chair by the window, you watch the village life that continues to evolve in subtle ways. Children attend a small school established by a local merchant, another post-plague development as education expands beyond clergy and nobility. Women gather at the well, discussing not just household matters but politics and business. A group of labourers negotiate confidently with the Lord Steward over harvest terms. None of these people consciously think of themselves as living in a post-catastrophe world or a period of rebirth, yet every aspect of their lives has been shaped by the plague's long shadow and the opportunities that emerged from devastation. One spring morning in 1411, a visitor arrives, a scholar from the university at Bologna who's travelling through the region collecting stories from plague survivors. There are precious few left to interview. I'm documenting first-hand accounts, he explains, before they're lost forever. Future generations should know what happened, how the world changed. You invite him to sit and offer what memories you can. Some details have faded with time, but others remain vivid. The eerie silence of abandoned villages, the desperate attempts at protection with herbs and prayers, the shocking social reversals as labourers suddenly gained leverage. The most important change, you tell him after hours of conversation, wasn't visible. It was in how people thought about authority, about what's possible, about their own worth. The scholar nods, writing rapidly. That matches what others have told me. The plague didn't just kill people, it killed certainties. And from their grave grew new ideas, you add. After the scholar leaves, promising to send word when his compilation is complete, though you doubt you'll live to see it, you reflect on this strange role you've acquired, a human bridge between world ages, a keeper of memories that would otherwise vanish completely. That summer brings news that would have shocked your younger self. The son of a former serf from a neighbouring village has been appointed to a university faculty. Such a leap across social boundaries would have been nearly impossible before the plague reshuffled society's deck. Similar stories abound throughout Europe. The rigid feudal structure hasn't disappeared entirely. Nobility still exists, wealth still concentrates, power still corrupts, but the system has become more permeable, with talent and initiative increasingly able to overcome accidents of birth. The stories you hear from travellers suggest similar patterns across Europe, though with regional variations. In England, the formal end of serfdom approaches. In Italy, city-states flourish under innovative governance models. In Germany, technological innovation accelerates, particularly in Gutenberg's development of movable type printing, which will soon revolutionise knowledge dissemination. This isn't to say the post-plague world is some utopia. New problems have emerged alongside new possibilities. The warfare between England and France has intensified. Religious controversies simmer. Economic inequality persists, albeit in different forms. The plague returns periodically, though never again with the devastating force of the Black Death. Yet the trajectory seems clear. The medieval world, with its rigid hierarchies and unquestioned traditions, has given way to something more dynamic, more open to change and possibility. By the winter of 1412, you sense your own end approaching. Your family gathers close. 3 generations descended from you and Agnes, who passed 5 years earlier. Tell us one last time, asks your youngest great-grandchild, about the world before the sickness came. You smile weakly. It was a different world, child, narrower in some ways, but also more certain. People rarely questioned their place or purpose. The church explained everything from the movements of stars to the fates of souls. Lords ruled, peasants obeyed, and few imagined alternatives. And after, prompts an older grandchild? After, you pause, gathering your thoughts. After, nothing could be taken for granted. If half of humanity could vanish in a few years, what other impossibilities might prove possible? If a peasant could demand wages like a craftsman, what other social rules might bend? If prayers and penances couldn't stop the pestilence, what other authorities might be questioned? You cough and someone offers water. After drinking, you continue. The plague didn't just kill people, it killed a world view, and from that death came rebirth. The word hangs in the air. Rebirth, or in Italian, rinascita. Later generations would call it the Renaissance, recognizing that something profound had shifted in European consciousness following the plague years. As winter deepens, you feel yourself growing weaker. Your family keeps vigil, a luxury many plague victims never had. In lucid moments, you share final observations and advice, attempting to distill a lifetime spanning two worlds into wisdom your descendants can carry forward. The plague taught us life's fragility, you tell them, but also its preciousness. It showed us authorities can fail, but communities can endure. It revealed our vulnerability to forces beyond control, but also our capacity to rebuild and reimagine. On a cold February morning in 1413, you slip away peacefully, a gentle end contrasting sharply with the chaotic horror of plague deaths you witnessed decades earlier. Your family mourns, but also celebrates a life that spanned humanity's darkest hours and the dawn that followed. They bury you with both Christian rites and some of the newer humanist elements that have emerged, readings from classical philosophers alongside biblical passages acknowledging both spiritual and earthly wisdom. Your grave marker bears a simple epitaph, witness to ending, witness to beginning. In the decades that follow your passing, the Renaissance accelerates. Brunelleschi completes his revolutionary dome in Florence. Gutenberg perfects his printing press, democratizing knowledge as never before. Columbus sails west, expanding European horizons literally and figuratively. Artists like Leonardo and Michelangelo create works that celebrate human potential alongside divine glory. None of these developments erase the trauma of the Black Death. Indeed, many directly emerge from it, from the questions it forced, the spaces it cleared, the certainties it shattered. The plague demonstrated humanity's fragility, but also its resilience, its mortality, but also its creativity. And so the plague's legacy proves paradoxical. From history's greatest catastrophe emerged some of its greatest flowerings. The Renaissance, the Reformation, the scientific revolution, the gradual disintegration of feudalism, the rise of more democratic governance models. Today, as you lie comfortably in your modern bed with its hygienic materials and precisely engineered support, you exist in a world shaped by these transformations. The journey from medieval catastrophe to modern comfort passed through centuries of questioning, experimentation, and reimagining what human society could be. The Black Death reminds us that history's darkest moments sometimes contain seeds of renewal, not because suffering is necessary for progress, it isn't, but because catastrophe can clear space for previously unimaginable possibilities, can force reconsideration of assumptions so deeply held they were invisible until challenged. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps there's comfort in this cyclical pattern of human experience, that endings contain beginnings, that devastation can precede renewal, that the story never truly concludes but continues evolving across generations. And in that continuous unfolding, may you find peaceful rest, knowing that you too are part of history's long and winding tale.